It's 8:41. We're a little bit late, but we're in the holiday spirit, so we're not really excited to get to work this morning. Thank you all for coming. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Brandow.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Here.
Councilmember Capriolio.
Here.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Vice President Soria. Council President Olivier.
Here. And I think it probably should also be noted that this is the last city council meeting of the year. I think that's worth something. Our next item will be an invocation by Pastor Tom Sims of 4141 Ministries, after which we'll pledge allegiance to the flag. Will you all please stand?
As we thank God, I'd like to also thank a member of Fresno Police Department for an instrumental role last Friday morning in saving our building. He was driving by. He's been a great public service officer. Komora made a call at the right moment and prevented a much more serious fire than we would have experienced. We appreciate you and the wonderful fire department and police department for that service. Let's pray. We come, O God, at this season of light, this Advent season, for those of my faith tradition who welcome the Prince of Peace, the relighting of the candles for the temple, for our friends of the Jewish tradition who remember a day of liberation from oppression, a season of liberation for all of those of all faiths and who celebrate the closing of the darkness and the beginning of light. We're thankful today for our leaders, and we understand that as they gather to deliberate on this last meeting of the year, that there's always controversy and there's always monotony. But the truth is often in the details, the hard work of sifting through the boring, monotonous details of governing that someone has to do to give us oversight, to provide accountability. So we pray wisdom for them. We pray wisdom in times when there are periods of congratulations as well as recriminations. We see that we'll be honoring the great achievements of our local athletes from City College, the great work of public works here in the city. Everyone playing a part in building the city of God, building the beloved community, laying the foundations for the shalom of this city. And for these who gather in this sacred place today, we pray for wisdom, for everyday decisions that need to be made the best they can be made, understanding that we all will make mistakes and missteps, but we do the best we can, and may each of these do the best they can today. And give them peace, give them rest, give them joyful holidays. I join with those of every tradition who find the place to pray, and I pray in the name of my Prince of Peace, Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, it's time to approve today's agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to our agenda?
Yes, item 4C will be removed from the agenda. That's the bill for introduction, repealing ordinance 2006-100 and adopting the ordinance setting forth the compensation of the elected officials.
Thank you. Member Bredefeld.
Yes, Council President. The issue that you're bringing forward regarding the marijuana issue, Police Chief wants to speak on this issue, as does District Attorney. And they were wondering about a timed item. We talked maybe this afternoon. Is the item able to be heard at 1:30?
It is.
Okay, so if we can just know that that item will be heard then at 1:30. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any council members with any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve today's agenda. We have a motion. I'll go ahead and second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Item carries 7-0. And now we move to ceremonial presentations. And the first one, Mr. Mosier, is recognition of the American Public Works Association Central California Chapter Awards for the 2017 Project of the Year. Do we have the mic?
All right. Thank you, Council President. Council members, first I'd like to introduce Greg Gross, who's here from our local chapter of APWA.
Thank you, Scott. As Scott mentioned, I'm the president of our local chapter of the American Public Works Association. In addition to being the president, I'm also the chair of our awards program. And the purpose of our awards program is to recognize our cities and counties for the great work that they're doing. A few months ago, we received a nomination from the city of Fresno for the Fulton Mall project. It was submitted in the transportation category for between $5 and $25 million. Let me start by saying that in the 5 years that I've been part of this awards program, I've never seen a project that gave as much back to the community as the Fulton Mall project. And I attended the ribbon cutting ceremony. It was a tremendous event, and it was well attended. I'd like to read a short blurb that was part of the nomination application. The Fulton Mall project included the reconfiguring of main downtown pedestrian concourse to a joint-use pedestrian vehicular streetscape. The project improved the half-mile stretch of Fulton Mall between Tuolumne Street and Inyo Street. The old pedestrian mall was completely removed and reconstructed with a complete street design that included wide sidewalks, bulb outs, mid-block pedestrian crossings, and wayfinding signs. The project also included the restoration and reinstallation of all of the existing artwork and almost all of the original water features. The project was completed within budget and was reopened in late September of this year. You should be proud of your staff. They did a tremendous job. And with that, I would like to give the award to the City of Fresno for Project of the Year. Thank you.
All right. And I'd like to go ahead and ask our construction management team on the project to come and join us up here for a little photo of that. And also, as we do that, Greg, you ought to come back. You ought to come back up here. What we have running in the background up on screen, council can see it from the dais, is a time-lapse photo of the project that's really from start to finish. So we started with demolition, all the dirt, and then seeing the final product.
You know, and I just wanted to take the opportunity. This project was one of the highlights of my career, and it was an honor to work on it with you all. And it wouldn't have happened without Randall and Bill and your team. So thank you all for your work. We're very, very lucky to have you.
And quickly just want to recognize some key folks on the team. One is, as our city manager noted, we could not have done this without our assistant director, Randall Morrison, who, as deputy city engineer at the time, juggled high-speed rail, juggled a number of other things, and then also managing the Fulton Street project. Didn't just say, I'm turning it over to construction, but rather was involved day-to-day the whole time. Also could not have done this without Bill Herr, our construction management, our full team at CM. And again, I won't attempt to repeat everything from the opening ceremonies. We could not have done this without the support of our city council, our mayor, our former mayor, numerous federal agencies, state agencies, elected officials who made this happen. And lastly, I want to note something that people may not know as much. And Bill, I want to ask you if you could grab something just the other side of that of the podium there. We could not have done this without a very key person who shepherded this project through the environmental document approval and also enabled us, helped us prevail in the litigation on the project. And if we can open that up. Something that happens during construction is that a contractor has to provide a mock-up of different items, such as the concrete aggregate, the bands, and different things. And one of those was a sign. And we thought, we've got a great use for one of these mock-up signs here. So with that, Randall, why don't you go ahead and read this while I hold it.
The Public Works Department proudly presents this sign to our city manager, Wilma Quanchechter, in celebration and remembrance of a tremendous project for the city of Fresno. We thank you for your critical role on the project and wish you great success as city manager.
All right, thank you, Council.
Well, congratulations. Our next series of ceremonial presentations is brought forward by my vice president, and might I add, you did a fantastic job this year. Vice President Soria has proclamation of Fresno City College men's soccer team, a separate proclamation for Fresno City College women's soccer team, and a separate one for Fresno City College wrestling team day.
So good morning, everyone. I am very proud to be able to do this recognition this morning to three great teams that are at Fresno City College. I did want to invite, for purpose of recognizing the teams, my good friend and president, our Fresno City College president, Carol Goldsmith, if you want to come on up and join me as we recognize these phenomenal young people and the coaching staff. So what we're going to do, just to give kind of everyone instruction in the spirit of brevity, we know we have a lot of folks to recognize. I won't be calling everyone individually by name for the team members, but I will have individual certificates that your coaching staff will then pass out. But I will call you guys individually as a team to come up, get recognized, talk about some great just stats and information, and recognize the great work that you guys have done. And then we'll take pictures individually. So just to kind of keep it short and sweet, and yes. And so before that, if you want to just say a couple words.
So for the good of the audience and the good of the council, I would like to put this in context. So California's first community college is here, and obviously we placed first in 3 different big sports. Out of 114 community colleges, 108 have sports teams. So your city college has competed with the ranks of 108 different schools and came out first in women's soccer and men's soccer, and of course wrestling. And not only that, they've been nationally ranked and nationally recognized. So this is quite an honor for the entire city. So thank you, Councilwoman, for recognizing this. We really appreciate you and appreciate all of you. So thank you for the good work you do.
So it's a proud moment to see that these young people are not only putting Fresno City College on the map, but also the city of Fresno. And so thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your guys' hard work and dedication. So first, we're going to start off with the City College men's soccer team. I'll call the coach, Solberg, and all the young men to come on up. Come on up. Where do you want them? Yeah. This way? Half here, half this way. Half this way.
Go this way too. Go this way too. Good job, Coach.
So just a couple of things that I did want to share. So our Fresno City College men's soccer team won their first state championship this year and had a strong season with a record of 19-1-6, and were Central Valley Conference champions for the 14th time in 19 years. Very impressive. They are now ranked second in the nation by the United Soccer Coaches Association. Soccer coach Solberg is the current national coach of the year, and this is his 19th season as head coach. Thank you for all the work that you're doing, Coach. The men's soccer coaching staff was also awarded the Northwest Regional Coaching Staff of the Year for 2017, with Johnny Rodriguez selected as a state championship MVP. Where's Johnny Rodriguez? Ooh. Congratulations. And he was voted 2017 National Player of the Year. So awesome. Great accolades. Also, we want to recognize Coach Staff Alfredo Lopez. Is he here? Right here. He was selected as an All-American. So we just want to say that we are very proud of the Fresno City College men's soccer team for representing our community and really showcasing Fresno's athletic talent around the Central Valley and throughout California. I know a lot of the young men come from here, from the city of Fresno, so we want to highlight the fact that our boys are here locally representing us and going out to various parts of the state doing the hard work. So I want to congratulate and commend all of you. We did issue a proclamation. Will be read shortly after we present the proclamation also to the women's soccer team. But I do want to just, again, congratulate you on all the hard work, and I will let you say a few words, Coach.
I was told I had 20 minutes, no? So, hey, we were the morning game, on December 3rd, and we got a goal from Johnny right away and kind of went on to win the game 2-0, and we kind of feel like we got the ball rolling for these other two teams. I don't know if we're taking credit for it, but it was a lot of fun. It'd been a lot of time coming. Men's soccer started in 1975 at Fresno City, and this is the first state championship of the school. I've been here 19 years. We've been to the Final Four, state championships 8 times, in the finals 3 times, and for whatever reason, maybe coaching, we didn't win at the other games, but we won it this time. These guys dug in. The sophomores, 38-2 in 2 years, so quite a run. We are all local. We have a few guys from Brazil and that just looked us up on the internet. But other than that, we are completely local. All surrounding Valley players. And I want to thank everybody for having us here, and Vice President Soria especially for having us and taking care of us. And it was a lot of fun, and we're going to try and do it again.
Do we have a brave one?
These are the captains.
Okay.
We'll just do a recap of the season. The past 2 years with the sophomores, we made it to the finals last year, and a sad loss. We kept that sour taste in our mouth, and I'm glad we came back this year with more grit and to win it all. So, yeah, thank you guys for having us.
One last thing, I definitely wanted to thank my coaching staff and thank everybody that's here and for the opportunity, and most importantly, I want to thank the boys.
So can we just all kind of gather together to take a picture? Yeah.
Now we just have to work on getting that stadium up to 10. I'm working on it.
some council members. I don't know who, but you've got some council members that went to Fresno City College.
Oh, yeah.
I know Paul did.
Okay, next up, we will call up Fresno City College women's soccer, Coach Oliver Germond, and all the young ladies. You want to come on down? That's okay. So lots of pride this morning. I'm happy to again have these young women be here today. We brought them, I think, 2 years ago in 2014. I know that there was a number of them that were here last week getting recognized because they did phenomenal work with our council member Browndow on We Make a Difference Day, correct? And so we want to thank all of you young ladies for the work, not only on the field in representing the city of Fresno and City College, but also your volunteerism and giving back and being good role models for the young children of our community. So just wanted to share just some information on the team. The Fresno City College women's soccer team won their second state championship. They had an unbeaten season with a record of 25-0-2 and are now ranked first in the nation by United Soccer Coaches Association. Pretty awesome. They shut out every opposing team during the Northern California Regional Playoffs, and during the regular season, shut out 21 teams. Pretty remarkable. Yeah. Of course, we must not forget that there's great leadership, just like in the men's soccer team, guiding the team with their coach and coaching staff. I also want to recognize the Coach Germond won the NorCal Coach of the Year award in his 17th season. So we see that there's commitment from the coaching staff. They've been here giving back and participating with these young people for many seasons. As the head coach, and the entire women's soccer coaching staff was awarded the Western Regional Coaching Staff of the Year. Where are the coaching staff? Are they here?
Yeah, well, we only have two of us are here.
Okay.
The rest of them are working.
Well, awesome. Tell them congratulations from our behalf. Where's the goalie, Rihanna Castañeda? Oh, she had a final? Oh, but we'll still recognize. She was selected as a state championship MVP. And Rihanna Castañeda, Danielle Pacheco. Is Danielle Pacheco here?
She's also being a final.
See, these girls, dedicated, really student athletes. And Jasmine Garibay? Final. Were selected as first team All-American. So just phenomenal work on the field, young ladies, and I know that you guys are also doing great work in the classroom. We see the future leaders, and so very proud to be here this morning to acknowledge your major accomplishments in really setting records for the City College and also representing the city of Fresno very proudly. So thank you for the great work. I'll go ahead and, let's give them a hand. Beautiful trophy, so if you can just hold that up so everyone can see. Woo! Yeah.
Thank you, Esmeralda. This has been a humbling experience for us as far as as a team and coaching staff. Fresno City College is an amazing place to work at because I feel like our coaching staff is one of the best in the whole state of California, and I feel like we push each other to be successful. And to be able to work at our school and the support that we receive from our administrators and our president, thank you, Dr. Goldsmith, and the city of Fresno, we really appreciate that, the support that we received. Obviously, this is about our players, and I've been here 17 years, and we haven't won a state championship until these young ladies arrived, so I appreciate them, the hard work they put in. We are lucky to have a summer class that starts in July, so from when we start all the way to the state championships is 6 months that we train 5 to 6 days a week and travel all over the state of California, and they're doing schoolwork along the way, obviously, and doing homework on the bus trips at the hotel. We even have study hall hours at the hotel, so it's amazing to be able to achieve what we achieved, and to go undefeated in 27 games is pretty special. And so we're very fortunate to have done what we did, and we're very proud of our young ladies because they put in so much work and effort. I'm also very blessed to have such an amazing coaching staff. Some of them are volunteers, and some of them get paid minimally for the amount of hours that they put in. So this is a group effort from everybody, from our school all the way down to everybody that's involved, and it's just a humbling experience to be able to achieve what we've done. And I'm very thankful to have accomplished what we did. And again, this is about the young ladies that are involved in this, and I appreciate them so much. And I already miss them because like I said, we spent 6 months together for 5 to 6 days a week, and when it ends, it's kind of a weird experience not to see them every day. But I'm so proud of them, and the proudest thing with us at a community college is that the majority of our kids transfer to four-year schools on athletic and academic scholarships, and we're proud of the product that we provide in our community. And this is just the cherry on top, and we're excited to be able to do this and continue to have success. So thank you very much for everybody. We're going to have one of our players, Tori, here speak. She's an expert at speaking. So
this program and this team is an exceptional team and program. I think that the thing that made the difference of this year and the past years is over the past 6 months we became a family, and we enjoyed going to practice every day and being together. We have loved the whole time representing Fresno City and the city of Fresno, and we thank everybody for their support.
Thank you. So same drill. If we can all come together, maybe some in the front to take a picture. And then we do have a proclamation if you want to read for the record for both women's and men's soccer.
Whereas the Fresno City College men and women's soccer team has built an outstanding record of success over the past season through hard work, preservation, and talent. And whereas on December 3rd, 2017, the team claimed their state title as 2017 CCCAA state champions. And whereas the city of Fresno is proud of FCC men and women's soccer team for representing our community and showcasing athletic talent around the Central Valley and throughout California. Now therefore be it resolved that the city of Fresno mayor and city council does hereby recognize the athletic achievements of the Fresno City College men and women's soccer team and do proclaim December 14th as 2017 as Fresno City College men and women's soccer team.
So for the good of the audience and for the good of the council, I think it's also important to recognize this is the first time in our over 100-year history that a men's and women team have both been state champions. And it's only the fourth time in the state that a college has had both a men's and women's soccer championship. So again, a phenomenal feat. Thank you so much for bringing a sense of pride to Fresno City and the city of Fresno.
So next we'll call up the Fresno City College wrestling team, Coach Keesaw and other coaching staff. Come on down. Awesome. So Fresno City College wrestling team won their 15th state championship, a state record and second year in a row, and amassed about 184 team points to win the 2017 state wrestling championship. Amazingly, they now have 79 individual state championship titles, the most in the state. Wow, that's pretty impressive, gentlemen. So again, just along with the other teams, these men have done a remarkable job representing Fresno City College, representing the city of Fresno. We're proud of the student athletes that you guys are. Continue doing the hard work, not only out on the mat, but also in the classroom, because that's the way that you guys are going to achieve success here in our community. And so I just want to thank you and tell you how just proud I am of all of you gentlemen for the hard work that you guys have done to achieve these accolades. And so with that, I will pass it on to the coach.
All right. Well, we are very proud to be here, and we want to thank everyone for allowing us to be here. These young men have made quite a commitment this year, a lot of sacrifice and dedication to achieve their goal. We did win back-to-back state titles, so we were a target kind of all year long, and the boys really did a great job of staying focused and being able to compete. Again, I'm very proud that we're able to be here and represent Fresno. I think that wrestling and all of our sports show that we are proud to be from Fresno, and when we travel around the state, people know that we are from Fresno, and we're proud to be here, and we're always first at Fresno City College. We work hard to stay there, and we appreciate all the support we get from Fresno, from the council, from the city, and I'm extremely proud to be here to represent these young men. Without these young men, I wouldn't be here, so we're going to leave it to our elder statesman, Mr. Bishop, to speak for us.
Yeah, I guess being the oldest and most articulate, I get volunteered to speak on behalf of everyone. We'd like to thank the council members and Ms. Soria. Thank you for having us and this great privilege. Being in wrestling, we have to overcome a lot of diversity and adversity, from little guys to big guys. We have to pull together. As much as an individual sport as it is also a team sport. And so that's how we get to win our state championships, is by pulling together and becoming one. So hashtag Ram Up. Thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate everything, Ms. Soria. Thank you.
And I forgot to mention a couple other very cool facts, and I will share them because I think that there's a consistent theme because of really the hard work, not only of the individual players, but the coaching staff. And it wouldn't be without their coaches and the leadership that they've had over the seasons, that these young people would be where they're at. So I will recognize also the coach who has been named Coach of the Year for the second year in a row, his ninth Coach of the Year title. That's pretty impressive. And this is the coach's 10th state wrestling championship title. You got a strong record there. Also want to recognize assistant coach George Moreno, who was awarded the 2017 Assistant Coach of the Year. Dylan Martinez, is Dylan here? Yeah, Dylan Martinez was selected as Outstanding Wrestler of the Year at the state championship. Brendan Betancourt, Isaiah Perez, and Aaron Mora. Okay, Dylan Martinez. Okay, oh yeah, again. He won these gentlemen won the individual state championship titles. So again, congratulations, gentlemen, on your hard work. We see bright futures ahead for all of you, and so we're just all very proud. And again, we'll go ahead and take a picture if our clerk could read the proclamation for the record while we're doing that.
Whereas the Fresno City College wrestling team has built an outstanding record of success over the past season through hard work and talent. And whereas on December 9, 2017, the team claimed their state title as 2017 California Community College Athletic Association Wrestling Champions. And whereas the City of Fresno is proud of the FCC wrestling team for representing our community and showcasing athletic talent around the Central Valley and throughout California. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and the City Council does hereby recognize the athletic achievement of Fresno City College Wrestling Team and do proclaim December 14, 2017 as Fresno City College Wrestling Team Day.
Thank you so much. So again, just a very proud moment as a city council member that represents Fresno City College and also as an adjunct professor. So I'm part of the Fresno City College and RAM family. So I'm very proud of all of the young men and women for representing us proudly. So thank you guys. And if you guys are thinking about taking a class, I will be teaching next semester, Political Science 13 and CLS 13. So look for me.
So I understand that many of the council members had also gone to Fresno City College. So I'm curious if Paul and Steve, Councilmember Chavez, how many in the audience have taken a class at Fresno City College? Yeah, a lot of us. So I think we have a sense of ownership, a sense of pride. These young men and women that you saw today is our championship teams, but we also have a football team that won the bowl. We have several regional champs. These are our state champions. We have over 300 athletes that are students on our campus. And our facilities are some of the oldest. So while they're championships, our facilities aren't quite. But this just goes to show it's not about a building, it's not about a location, it's about the people. And these people, I think, are our future leaders, and I think all of us can feel incredibly proud that they are going to be part of the Fresno City College alumni, and they will go down forever in history as champs. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Our next item is the approval of the minutes from December 4th and December 7th, 2017. Are there any council members who have any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Motion carries 7-0. We move now to council member reports and comments. Member Baines.
Yes. Can you hear me?
No.
Switch and light.
I got both on. Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I was too far back. Clint told me I could be way back here and still talk. Well, not for me, apparently. But I just wanted to just let my colleagues know that on item 4C was removed from the agenda today by, well, it's listed 4A, but anyway, it should have been 4C. But where I'm setting forth the compensation of the council. So just to let you all know that I think what we're going to do, I still think it's a good idea, but we're going to put together more of a process to make sure that this is a little more well thought out, and challenge myself with that to make sure that we can explain to the public why we think the salary should be set forth as they should. We've never had a real good process, I think, as a body in setting forth salaries. And so we're going to try to do our best to develop a process that makes sense, one that can stand the test of time and also stand the test of scrutiny. So just wanted to give you guys kind of a little insight as to why that was removed. We will be bringing it back early next year. Thanks.
Nope.
There we go. All right. I just a couple of holiday things that I wanted to catch everybody up on. On Sunday at the Highway City Community Center, which is a science center, there was a holiday event, a Christmas event, where people from around the neighborhood, especially the kids from around the neighborhood, but also the parents, got to come out and get a gift and have a free lunch, have a photograph with Santa Claus, and then there was also some coats and gloves given away. And also, the science part of the center was up and operating. They got to build and launch rockets. So it was a great event at that Highway City Center. And then tonight at the Pinedale Community Center, we're holding Santa's Village. I think that's been held at in several different council districts. But tonight's the last one. It's going to be held in Pinedale. It's very similar. Gifts will be given away and some warm clothing. And another science project will be there for all the kids to participate in. It's a great event, and last year I believe we probably had close to 1,000 people come out and filter through. So it's going to be starting at 4 o'clock, so I'm going to have to be wrapped up with council by then because I'm going to be there. And then maybe even more important than those two events we had yesterday, I wanted to report, all of my colleagues know we've been working on this a long time. I represent this board. I represent council on the San Joaquin River Conservancy Board, and yesterday was a fantastic meeting where we voted to begin the construction of a trail project that will be on the river bottom, just west of Highway 41. It will add many miles of new trail, multi-purpose trail for walking and biking, horseback riding, and there'll be benches and restrooms and all kinds of things for the public to come out and enjoy. So I think it's a great thing. It's years of culmination of hard work that actually began before I started on that board. But I'm very happy to say that it was passed yesterday, and it includes 2 new access points to the river, including a main access point from the city of Fresno. So very fantastic work. I would like to thank Bruce Rudd, who was there yesterday, but all of the mayor's staff and team have been working diligently on this for years, and so I'm just very proud and happy to report that this great amenity is going to have a big improvement in the upcoming years. Thank you.
That's the first time I think that a council member's ever received applause from a council member reports and comments. It's usually not the oratory showcase of the city, but good job. Member Soria?
Thank you, Council President. Just very briefly, I want to thank everyone who helped us, sponsors who came out and volunteered for our 5th annual holiday toy drive and distribution. We just had it yesterday at Heaton Elementary. We gave presents to over 700 students that attend that school. So very proud to be able to see the young children with big smiles receiving these gifts. And so I just want to thank everyone that made this possible. My staff, I know we even had volunteers here from the city, and our interns. Thank you all for participating.
Member Bredefeld.
Yes, just on a holiday spirit, Council Member Olivier and his wife, myself and my wife, had the privilege of attending a show yesterday, Jeremy Elvis Pierce. And it was the first time I'd been there. I know Clint had been there a couple of times, and it was a phenomenal show. I just want people to know that if you're an Elvis fan, and I am, and Clint is, and there are many of us, it's a tremendous show. Encourage you to see the show. You will have a great time, as Clint and I did with our wives. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, that concludes council member reports and comments. Moving now to the consent calendar. Are there any items that council wishes to be pulled from the consent calendar?
Yes, Council President, I would like to pull items 1R and 1S for discussion.
Member Bredefeld.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 1D.
D as in dog?
Yes, D as in dog. And 1T for a quick question. And just to register.
T as in Tom.
T as in Tom. And I want to register a no vote on 1O as in orange. That's on the lobbying contract. I will be a no vote on that.
Okay. The screen is clear. Let's go ahead and go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the City Council on any item contained in the consent calendar? If so, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to Council. The screen is clear. The Chair will entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries 7-0. Move now to contested consent calendar. Item 1D, amending Section 10, 611 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to illegal dumping. This one's been removed by Member Bredefeld.
Hi, Tommy.
Yes.
Yeah, just a question. We talked last time about the cars being impounded, there being a plan. Is that's still, I guess, coming forward, or is that part of this?
No. This is the approval of the changes to the ordinance that we
From
presented.
what we did last
And
week.
so I think we've made appointments with yourself, city attorney, and a number of others to add those other elements to the.
We'll work on that. That'll come back. Great, because
Exactly.
to me, I think that's a very big part of dealing with that problem. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item carries unanimously, 7-0. The next item removed was item 1R, removed by Councilmember Brandow. This is extending the exemption on development impact fees.
And yeah, thank you, Council President. And really, I moved 1R and 1S. We could talk about them together.
Okay.
They're sponsored by both yourself and Vice President Soria. And I would just like an update on what that those fee waivers, I believe they are. I would like an update on what that's looked like for the last year or so that it's been in place before we.
Okay. I would like to ask city staff because I don't have unless Member Soria has an accounting of. We don't have that. I think staff would have that data.
I don't have the actual number. I know that there's been a number of projects that have benefited from the program, and with the additional, we are seeing more development happening, especially in the inner city, and I think that these are great incentives to be able to help encourage more business and investment in our community, and especially in the urban core, in the areas where we haven't seen investments. Clint and I represent some of those neighborhoods that have been for a long time ignored, and these provide incentives for folks in the private sector to come in, create jobs, expand their businesses, similar to some of the other incentive programs that the mayor has included in his Economic Expansion Act. So this is nothing different. It just really tries to incentivize those development in those neighborhoods. And I think what happened when we first introduced it, we did it for a year, so we want to just kind of monitor it. And I think that it deserves to kind of continue an extension for an additional period of time to be able to see the type of investment that comes in.
Well, in general, I'm very supportive, and I voted for it when you brought it forth last year. But really, at the end of a pilot program, I think we need to hear how many folks got helped, how many dollars got waived, those types of things. I mean, I think it's important for me before we continue for 3 years.
Council member, I am happy to work with staff and pull that data for you and maybe issue a trade memo by the end of the year, if that's okay.
Okay.
I mean, you have the floor, but I'd like to add something in.
So if it's not time sensitive, can we just put it, can we have an update by our first meeting in January? Or
is it time sensitive? Does it expire?
Yeah.
Expires in December.
Here's the thing. I think that I think we should have a workshop on it, and I think that we should throw that, because this is what we call the Commercial Build Act. I know the Build Act has been successful in building homes on inner city lots to fill in those dirt lots, vacant lots, and so I haven't had an update on the Housing Build Act either. So I think that I think it might be great to have a workshop and see. I think at last count 2 years ago, they built 20 homes, 20 units. There were a couple of duplexes in there, but that was the last update I heard. And I think they're great programs. But I kind of agree with Steve that we need to if you can access that information, we'd love to see it.
I am happy to get that information to you in a trade memo, and if you want a workshop, we can do that on the first meeting in January. And I would defer to the city attorney about the expiration.
Yes, the current fee waivers would expire at the end of this calendar year. Also noted that this is introduction; it has to come back for adoption anyway.
So is it? So I guess the question is it time sensitive? So if we don't vote today, it expires.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, since it would have to come back for another vote. And so I think that's fair if we vote on it today to introduce it, and then we'll have a workshop in early January, and when we take the second vote, is that Wilma, can that be done? Yeah, and just an update, when we do a pilot program, we need to hear the results and.
No, I'm with you 100%. And so, City Attorney, would it be okay to include the housing item in their report as well?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, that sounds fantastic.
Okay. Then I'll let you two make a motion to approve.
Okay. Member Soria, do you want to make the motion?
Motion.
I'll second it. City Attorney, you're punched up. Okay, thank you. Okay, the screen is clear. There's a motion to second. Is there any opposition? Okay, motion carries unanimously, 7-0. That covers 1R and 1S. The final item that's been pulled from the consent calendar is item 1T. Member Bredefeld, this is a bill amending section of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to city manager's contracting authority.
Yeah, and I was just curious, City Manager, what kind of contracts we'd be talking about there?
I'm going to defer to Doug. Doug brought this to my attention and thought this would be a good cleanup item, a housekeeping item. So go ahead,
Right.
Doug.
Yes, Council. The Council, in the Charter, all contracting authority lies with the Council. However, the Council, by ordinance and resolution, delegates some of that contracting authority. Currently, contracting authority is delegated to the City Manager for services up to $50,000. That's where the city is paying for services. It doesn't provide for circumstances where the city is receiving money in exchange for providing a service or a contract where there is no exchange of money. Currently, the council members individually have contracting authority without any of those limitations, just up to $50,000. So this measure would mirror what the council authority is and allow for contracts where the city is being paid money to.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. And that is the end of the consent calendar. We have a 10 o'clock timed item. Let me go ahead and look for some things in general administration to bring forward. Do we have DPU here? Yeah, he's sitting ready to go. Let's hear item 3A right now, award a 3-year contract, public utilities.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, City Council. This agenda item is a request by the Department of Public Utilities to award a 3-year contract with an option for 2 one-year extensions for professional public information services for the Department of Public Utilities to Jeffrey Scott Advertising, Inc. in the amount of $520,550. It was related to bid file 9402. The City Department of Public Utilities has been using professional public outreach services since 1993. We rely on this routinely to deal with information we need to get to the community about regulatory compliance changes, operational changes, changes in our codes. For example, we had the process where governor comes in and says, hey, I need you to stop watering. You need to save 28%. So we just did a blitz, radio, TV, print, outreach to get there. And the citizens of Fresno responded well and achieve that goal. One of the pilot testing data that you had talked about earlier, one of the things we were hearing on toilet rebates in the summer was the need to see if we can change how we do that and get more results out there, get more people participating in the program, especially in some of the few zip codes. So we wound up doing that and did a pilot test with our vendor. And so what we did in the summer was we changed the cost. We basically gave free toilets. We didn't see a whole lot of movement in the needle. Then we did a different process where we used the phone. And we did an outreach program using phones to each of the several districts. And what was interesting was the phone's pretty impressive. If you looked at the data, just the toilet rebate thing, if you look at the data from 2006 to 2016, how many toilets we did by district, and then you looked at this summer where we did the pricing and we did a phone media blitz. District 1, 300% increase. District 2, we're also looking at District 7. We had a 200% increase. District 3, we had 900% increase. I mean, we just were able to get out there with that technology. And again, with our partner, we were able to identify different ways to get the messaging out. So those are the kinds of things that we do with this program and this process. Last time this contract came to council was in 2013. At that time, when the contract came, there was a protest by several of the bidders. I don't know if any of you were here and recalled that, but there was a protest. So this time, in putting together the selection committee, I wanted to make sure that we kind of maintained the integrity of the process. So I included two people from the purchasing department, Laura Rapp and Todd Knittel. So they were all the way along the line participating in the selection process and were members of the team. To make sure we dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's. So when we brought it to you here, we felt comfortable that we had the process covered and that we were sound in how we were bringing it to you. So with that, after the three bids were received, two were selected for interviews. After the interviews, the JSA company was identified as the best value for the city, and we are here today recommending a award of a contract to them to be our continued outreach and education, public professional outreach and education consultant for the department. We're available for any questions.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on this agenda item? Just come forward. It's okay. You can just put it on the shelf. Give us your name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 2 minutes.
2? Oh, I thought I was 3, but that's okay. All right. Hi. I'm Greg Granis. My address, 7285 North Sequoia, Fresno, California. I'm Greg Granis. Like I said, I'm the creative director of JP Marketing. We were the second agency that was selected to present. Our president and owner, Jane Queeby, could not be here today. Unfortunately, she is out of town on prior business, and she apologizes for that. First off, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to actually voice our thoughts and our concerns today. Let me be clear, this is not a protest. It's not what went on last time. We weren't involved last time, but we were the number 2 agency this round. While we completely honor whatever the council decides today, we feel it would be a disservice to the council and actually to the city and the residents of the city, the taxpayers, if we do not voice some specific concerns before your vote. According to the recommendation, the contract is being awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. Unfortunately, in this case, that's just not true. JSA is, in fact, the highest bidder. With JP Marketing's, our proposal coming in at $83,600 less per year than JSA. Over the 3-year contract, with the 2-year extension, that's never not been acknowledged. Let's assume it's a 5-year contract. That's over $400,000 of taxpayer money. That's not being saved. I think that's a lot of money. The second part of the definition is the concept of responsible bidder. I would suggest that JP is, in fact, one of the most responsible agencies in the Valley, ethically, fiscally. Ask anyone. We've done a great job for over 30 years. And in fact, in the recommendation report, the scoring for JP's reputation and capabilities is identical to those of JSA. If the question is strategic responsibility, I would suggest that one of the lead presenters for JSA at that presentation to DPU, in fact, is no longer even with JSA. He is, in fact, an employee of JP Marketing at this time, which I think would...
If you prepared for 3 minutes, I can tell that you've got it prepared. If you could finish your thought, but I realize that you prepared for 3 minutes.
The only difference between the scoring and the entire process, other than the fact that we were $400,000 less in the life of the contract, is the idea that JSA has handled the DPU account for the last 15 years. I understand it's a long time. I respect that. It's a very long time for a single agency to have one account of this size. But I would suggest that it perhaps is not a positive in this instance. With the state mandates for 2020 in front of us, the city is going to need fresh ideas, new approaches, new brains, new faces at the table that are going to have to alter in order to meet the 75% solid waste reduction goal of 2020. JP is 100% prepared to bring those ideas and move that mark, make that happen. It's one of the things we have on our T-shirts. It's one of our philosophies. We will make that happen. We're a passionate partner, evident by the fact that we put over 500 hours into our presentation and our proposal to show you how much we would like to work with the city and how much we believe in making those goals happen. In conclusion, JP was the lowest bidder by $400,000. Our responsibility scores are identical to JSA's, and after 15 years, I think some people in the room might believe it's time for a change. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on this agenda item? We're now giving 3 minutes, so if you wish to speak to the council, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment, return to council. We have a number of council members punched up, beginning with Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, Tommy. So JSA has had the account for the last 15 years with the city of Fresno?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. What was the contract, the last contract then? We know they're now $530 some odd thousand dollars.
Right.
$520,000.
Yeah.
What was the contract last time?
The contract last time was, I think, it was awarded in around October of 2013. It was around $350,000 a year, and it included what was included in this, which wasn't included before, was the media purchase. We were doing that on top of that contract. So in this time, we just thought we want to get all that in the contract, so it's one place that we can isolate all those costs.
Okay. So this is $80,000 more than JP Marketing, correct?
Correct. And it's a time and materials contract, so if we don't use 522, we don't spend 522, kind of like our CH Twin Hill contract with the program manager. It's you spend for what you use. This is the estimate of what we may use. We've got a couple of 218s, maybe 3 218s coming up that'll eat into or require that kind of service. So it's a not to exceed of 522.
Okay. And on page, I guess it's 2 of the selection committee request for proposal, when you talk about JP Marketing, the last sentence there, it says, when you're talking about JP Marketing, staff seemed to have a grasp on the challenges that the city was facing. However, we determined that parts of their marketing approach were not consistent with the city of Fresno's strategic public information outreach vision. Can you elaborate on that?
So,
why you feel that they don't meet that?
Yeah, and again, I wasn't part of the selection committee, but part of what we wanted to do is there is and we had Mark Standerf as part of the overall selection committee as well, because there's nothing, apparently there was a period of time when DPU had an interest or an energy of kind of trying to be independent and objective from the city. So in this instance, we wanted to make sure, we were integrated closely with whatever messaging and marketing and outreach and style that we were using as a city, that was being applied as DPU as well. So that's part of just making sure we are consistent with what the city is promoting and encouraging and wanting to do.
So in this report, it also says JP Marketing was a close second and seemed to have met all the requirements of the RFP. So they met all the requirements. Their proposal and presentation was professional. The references checked out were found to be satisfactory. We appreciated their approach to reduce costs for the initial setup. Except you differed with this point. So the representative from JP Marketing, could you come up, please? And I'd like you to address the concern that the city had that parts of your marketing approach were not consistent with the city of Fresno's strategic public information outreach vision.
I would suggest we wouldn't have that insight. We were only proposing ideas. We showed a wide range of ideas that would move the mark for all 3 of the divisions. So the point was we were showing quality and the kind of new ideas we would bring forward without the insight of having the account or having the meetings that would be needed for us to actually create those concepts. That would be something very important, and we said that in the meeting. It was just showing a quality of product and our approach to thinking on how we would achieve the goals.
Okay, so you're saying you didn't quite you don't know exactly what they're referring to
That
here.
was not put in the RFP as far as what their insights were.
But you met all the requirements of the RFP.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, and there's an $83,000 difference, $400,000 over the life of the contract. That's significant savings, council. And frankly, I would suggest that if you have an RFP that goes out to the quote lowest responsible bidder, and this is the lowest bidder and the most responsible bidder, that we ought to be awarding it to the lowest responsible bidder. That's what the RFP calls for, as opposed to somebody who's provided service, good service for 15 years, but they're $83,000 more. I would suggest that we should be awarding it to JP Marketing, not JSA, if we're following our own guidelines. And so I would make a motion that we award the contract to the lowest responsible bidder, which would be JP Marketing. That's my motion.
I'd like to
Member. Yeah.
Okay.
Member Chavez, you're next.
Well,
no, you're Member Brando, and then you. Go ahead.
I'm up, Luis. You bide your time, my friend.
Tommy, got a couple questions.
There he goes.
So,
All right.
So when you have this situation, right, where you have multiple bidders and they each score equally, like what's the approach? What's the mindset as far as like the tiebreaker for a situation like this? Is it just the track that they have with the city? I'm trying to conceptually understand the thought process behind this.
And I wasn't, again, part of the selection committee for a reason, just so I could stand here independent and objective and kind of present the findings.
Is anybody here from the selection committee?
Yes, I've got Laura Rapp and Todd Knittel, who were here part of the selection committee.
Morning. My name
Morning.
is Todd Knittel, purchasing manager for the city. To answer your question, we use different criteria when we're in an RFP process. It isn't necessarily just price. We look at relevant experience, record of success, ability to meet standard service requirements. So we had 6 people on this particular committee. A couple from DPU. We had somebody from outside the city as well, Fresno State. So we try to bring in different committee members so we can try to eliminate the bias. But cost, as the gentleman was stating, isn't necessarily the only criteria we're using.
So in looking at cost, I mean, obviously the other bidder was 80,000 plus lower than that. I'm trying to understand a little better what the tiebreaker is in situations like that, because I'm just not seeing it. I need a little help in that area.
Potentially, the tiebreaker in this particular circumstance would have been the relevance or the relevant experience with Jeffrey Scott, that had already been doing business with the city. But we felt that record of success was above and beyond what JP was offering us.
So is that something that we inform the bidders during the RFP process, that will be weighed as part of the decision making? And I'm trying to be fair to the gentleman that just spoke about that. I mean, I think that's something that we should be declaring in RFPs that we issue and in those conversations.
Some of the RFPs that are created have different percentages of what the committee's actually looking for. Could be cost, could be relevant experience, that type of thing. In this particular case, we did not advise any of the proposers that we were using certain rating system or percentages for certain aspects of the proposal. We create the evaluation criteria. It's kind of generic, but we are evaluating many different aspects. And typically those sheets aren't shared with the proposers.
Sure. And maybe this is a question for Tommy. So Tommy, on our side, who develops the RFP and the language in there? Is that? Thank you for that, sir.
So it's a combination of our staff with these are our users, so that's each of the divisions. These are the services and products that we expect and need for the outcome. And then we work with the purchasing department on the procurement process to make sure that we dot the I's, cross the T's, make sure we have all the administrative things in here so that when we come here, we've got it all covered, which we were thinking.
Because I know in the past we've done, we either do like a local business preference and there's like a margin, but that's declared in the beginning so that folks understand what expectations are. And, we have situations like this where it's kind of neck and neck. And so the other question I had was, so kind of walk me through because you talked about alignment between JSA's philosophy and the city's approach to the outreach. So this upcoming year, so 2018, if you give me a couple examples of what JSA would be doing on behalf of the city, outreach, communications, things like that. So
big item this year, based on the 2015 decision on the rate plan, was that we could not raise rates until July 1st, 2019. So in order for us to do that, we would need to start the 218 process July 1st, 2018. So we're having discussions right now with the city management staff about the timing, the scope and the scale of any rate adjustments we want them on a break. The 218 process is going to be a heavy lift. That is a big program and requirement that will be coming up starting July 1st. That was something that, again, if you recall, we rescinded the rates last time and went, full court press to get a new rate plan built in 90 days. JSA was there all the way helping us get that messaging out, scheduling meetings, having us do all the outreach and education. So hopefully this time we don't have that kind of fire drill, because we're going to plan it, schedule it, put it in front, but we know the materials, we know the process, we know the ballots, because it was the way we did that process, if you recall, was a result of a settlement agreement. Settlement agreement had very prescriptive requirements on the ballot, what had to be printed on it, return envelopes, all of that JSA managed for us and got it out and clean, and we met the requirements of the law to do that. So that's going to be a big heavy lift. Recycle water program is going to be getting more teeth and more ground this year. The surface water plant Southeast opens up March-ish, April-ish timeframe. Big education outreach on that to make sure people understand new water's flowing, different direction, different quality. So those are the big kind of ticket items. We have the new contract for solid waste, so that's the recyclable materials. So that'll have the contamination. So the contamination is one we really want to kind of focus on as well on the solid waste side. So each of the divisions has some peculiarity this year, at least this year, that will be kind of focused on.
And I know that, the purpose of doing this is to make sure that you're outreaching and you're getting the message across the community. And so I want to hone in a little bit on that. So part of the communications approach, is it done in multi-languages, or is it just specifically English? What certain parts of the city that you need outreach to?
No, English, Spanish, Hmong is kind of the universal kind of template that we use for everything. And depending upon what we hear from the dais or what we feel out in the community, that's when we may be targeting certain types of communication strategies to different groups. Like I said, the phone. We were wondering, how do we get more outreach to District 1? We tried a lot of different things, but this year we said, they came up with the idea of, I think we can go ahead and tag their phones and those, do a geofence around phones in that area, and boom, 400% more people decided they wanted to do toilet rebates. And in the history, we're like, okay, that's the thing we need to focus. There's little things like that we learn along the way, and those are those subtleties that, in fairness to them, they just weren't aware that is a process that we're using to try and get outreach into the community, and it's working. It's very successful.
Well, and part of the challenge, I know, I come from Fresno Unified, right? The word contract over there just means so many things, and so one of the parts that I'm a little bit concerned about is just that we're not being as transparent as we possibly can in the outlining of the RFP and the expectations of all the different bidders. And so I'm struggling with that piece, but I want to hear what my colleagues have to say about that. But thank you, Tom.
Just as a quick point of order, I will second Member Bredefeld's motion for discussion purposes, and also City Manager, you're punched up. Feel free anytime as well to.
No, I didn't want to interrupt the council member. So I just wanted to reiterate that with the RFP process, it allows staff to have discretion to look at the RFP, see what we're looking for, go through the interview process, receive and read all of the proposals that we get, and then decide on what the best value is for the city. We look at costs as a combination of factors, but it's really the best value for the city, and that's why staff's recommendation is to go with JSA. And we do have somebody here from JSA as well, if you would like to call Bruce up, if he has if you have any questions of him.
Please come forward. Member Bredefeld, you have the floor. If you have, would you like to make a statement, or because he can make a statement on your? Go ahead and he can do it. Okay.
Statement.
Or if you want to say something, or I don't know if council members have questions while you're here. Go ahead and feel free to ask questions.
I'll just make a broad overview within the RFP process. Within this, cost was a not to exceed number. So what we did was put in, and there was a list of items to put through that. I can tell you this, that through the course of action, things migrate to 18. As Tommy said, we'll change things. I think the one outlying factor when it comes to cost is agency's hourly rate. And if you look through that, our RFP, we spent the hours against an hourly rate that is the same hourly rate that we had when we won the account the first time. So we have never increased our cost in 20 years. This will be, through 20 years, you've had to maintain a set cost. And from the private side, I would do that deal every day of the week in a costing thing. So through the items that we go through, everything is bid out through the department afterwards. So I wouldn't think cost would be the issue here, and I can appreciate JP's point of view, because I've been on that side of the table plenty times as well. And I'll say I have a lot of respect for their agency as well. But within the marketplace, I really feel we're a very similarly priced firm, and we would probably end up producing that for the same monies. But in that, our rate is the same as it was in the beginning, and I think hopefully we provided that value, and that there is a certain amount of knowledge, as you know, going through and having done the expansion out at the west side and working through those community meetings and all that. I am an engaged part of the community. I think I've shown that through our work there. We never rest on our laurels, and I don't feel like we're a more costly firm. So make that point. Happy to answer any questions at this time as well.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Thank you for that. Member Bredefeld, you have the floor. Okay. Well, the screen is clear.
Excuse me.
Member Capriolio.
Thank you. In listening to this presentation today and reading my booklet, I find that the process is valid, that the history of JSA is excellent. I've been through the 218 process, and it's complicated, and it's as Tommy smiles at me and I smile at you, we went through a lot of effort and energy to get that process completed. And JSA was right there with us and was part of our team. So, and lastly, I highly, highly value Director Escueda's opinion and his team's opinion, and if this is their choice, then I would support it.
Thank you. Okay, so the screen is clear, and just for the clarity of everyone in the room, Member Baines? And you punched up too, as well? Okay, Member Baines, it's for you.
All right. I'm not even sure. I actually think that my colleagues asked a lot of good questions. I have a couple more, and I don't know if it's going to be you, Tommy, or somebody from the selection committee. I almost think, in all honesty, that a lot of the questions that we're asking really is directed more toward the selection committee and the process than even maybe you, who are kind of hovering around the 30,000-foot angle on this one. So maybe this question is not for you, so I'm going to ask it, and we could probably kick it to somebody on the selection committee. And let me have somebody from the selection committee come on up, whoever wants to speak. And I say this as a friend of JSA. We've done a lot of work with them over the years, but these are really good questions. We do have to justify pretty strongly why we would spend a significant amount more money on a project over 4 or 5 years. So these questions are very, very relevant in the public square because we're dealing with public dollars. So the main thing I want to hear, and Wilma brought up a good point. I totally agree that the only factor should not be price that we look at. I've been saying that for a long time, and wish that we could apply it at more levels, at the state and federal level, but we can't. We're forced in the state and federal level to go with the lowest cost. When we're using our dollars, obviously we have more discretion. So, Mark, did you want to say something, or?
Good morning, Council President, members of Council. Mark Standriff, Director of Communications, Public Affairs for the City of Fresno, a member of the Selection Committee, who looked at all of the RFPs, had the pleasure of watching the presentations from both JSA and JP, and they were both exceptional. We have a tremendous amount of respect and admiration for the work that both of these organizations put into presenting what is going to be a substantial contract here with the City of Fresno. I feel that our overriding concerns on this were, twofold, and one is admittedly personal, because I'm the person that has to work most closely with whoever the advertising agency is in order to present our public outreach, to determine what that messaging is. And so from our standpoint, while cost was a factor, it certainly wasn't an overriding factor, because the contract, as you read the RFP, says spending up to a certain amount. And part of my job, again, is to try to make sure that as the person who is helping to shape the kind of messaging that goes out for the Department of Public Utilities, I want to make sure that that money is spent wisely, effectively, efficiently, and compellingly. And so that number is a limit, but something that we would certainly keep into consideration, as we have in the past with JSA. And I think that, to me, was, and
quick
the other
question, Mark.
Yes,
have you worked with the other firms?
I have not worked with JP before.
Did you? I'm just curious. Had you worked with all three firms or just JSA?
With just JSA.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, that goes to a portion of what my suggestion was. And again, I'm just one of 6 members of the committee, but because of the fact that I already have a relationship with them, I'm comfortable, I already know where they're going, that was, for me, a determining factor. That wasn't something that would be put into an RFP. But I think it's something that we should, ultimately consider. But there was also a difference in the tone between the two.
So let me ask a question, because since you're a member of the selection committee, because I wanted to, I think more of my thoughts around the selection committee. I think Councilmember Chavez brought up some really strong points, and the biggest issue that I have, and kind of piggybacking off of some of what he said, was what is the tiebreaker, right? Is it completely subjective or is it objective, right? I mean, I'm not exactly sure yet, and so what I want to know, maybe from you or whoever, is what is the qualitative difference between the firms, because in many respects it sounds like there's a lot of parity there, but so some kind of way you all made a qualitative difference. What was it? And honestly, I want to be honest with you. I'm looking for something more than because I know them and because I work with them.
Sure.
So I get that, but qualitatively, what did you see is the difference?
It was the breadth of experience already with the city of Fresno. I mean, and that's qualitative. That's something that we do things differently here. And while JP does have experience in some other marketplaces, but each city organization runs things differently, and that was one of the qualitative differences for us. But I think also it was in the style of presentation. And I know that sounds subjective, but that's very important, because again, that's all part of the actual messaging that goes out. How do we present things? What's the best way to go forward? And it seemed to us to be a much more straightforward fit with the way that we see from the administration especially, and the Department of Public Utilities, how we want to present ourselves to the public. What's the best way to do that? And so that was ultimately, I think, the major decision for us. But, if you're asking for something in data, figures, straight thing, that's a little bit more difficult. We just felt that the JSA had more municipal experience, and it's not just with us, but with other cities. And I will point out that I've also dealt with JSA, and they've been on the losing end of bids, even though they had a much more affordable price. It just was...
Yeah, we know that happens. Another question I have, and I want to, again, I think Councilmember Chavez and Brennefield and some of my colleagues have asked really good questions, and just kind of stringing some of this out. When we talk about the way that the RFP was prepared and how we were going to weight the different categories that we were asking people to respond to, and I may have missed the answer on this, because I think Councilmember Chavez or Brennefield asked this question, but do we talk about how we're going to weigh each item as far as points wise? I mean, I've read RFPs where, where the issuing agency, states very plainly and clearly what the weight is, and it sounds like you guys place a significant amount of weight on experience with our agency, experience with other municipalities. There seems to be a lot of weight on that, and I'm wondering, was that articulated in the RFP?
Mark, if you don't mind. Brandon, do you mind speaking to the process? Brandon Collette with the Attorney's Office always does a very, very good job of looking over all of these processes for us. We work with him closely, and I would like, if it's okay, for Brandon to speak to the process.
Well,
of the RFP.
Yeah, right. But I do want to have him speak to that. But also, if he's the right person to answer that question, then that's good. So, Brandon, are you the right person to answer that question?
Yes.
All right.
So the RFP was structured so that there actually is a scoring criteria that's listed. However, each individual criteria that's listed does not have a point value. So the criteria listed is supposed to give the members of the selection committee the broad discretion to decide the weight of each item. And that item, all those items were included in the RFP.
So let me see if I can distill that down. So there is, we internally do place weight on each item that we're scoring, but we don't tell the respondents where we're placing the weight?
That is correct.
Okay. So okay. Well, okay, that makes sense, and I appreciate that. Tommy, let me ask you one more question.
Thank you.
So I know you mentioned one of the reasons why you wanted to stay with JSA, and I know you weren't on the selection committee, but you brought up an interesting point, the 218 issue that we're going into 2018, and just some really technical stuff, and that's just going to be for 1 year.
No, and that's a discussion we'll have with the city manager's office. We may do 3 consecutive years of 218, or we may do one big 218. We got to figure out how we want to do the finances on it. So you may see 3 of them. 3 successive
And
years.
one of the things that you were concerned about is having an agency that's familiar with the 218 process,
because it's part of the settlement agreement. It's very prescriptive. The law, that agreement we signed,
which is important. We had a big fight about that for a long time, and I don't want to diminish that in any way. I was wondering if that issue was on the horizon, it could have been, at least to me, more palatable to just say, hey, we're going to extend this contract for another year or whatever, because we have some pretty sensitive issues and we need some continuity, while we work through these. That actually is open, transparent, and it makes sense to me. What I have a problem with today, thanks, Tommy. What I have a problem with, in all honesty, is that I'm not getting a real clear answer from staff as to why we're spending significantly more money. I know the quality of work JSA does, and everything is correct. That is true. But when it comes to us up here and we have to make a decision, I really do need to understand from some pretty strong qualitative metrics why we're going to spend more money. And I'll tell you, and I appreciate Brandon talking about the process, but it sounds that what happened was we decided internally where the weight of the responses would be on the response to the questions, but we didn't necessarily communicate that to the respondents. And I'm not exactly sure that's the best way to do it.
So if I
so
could.
let me I'm almost done.
Okay.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Thank you, though, and I'll wrap it up. So from my perspective, we probably should talk about refining this process, making it better, because it's hard pressed for me to vote on this today. Spending more money. Now, if we have a process that to me puts everybody on the same playing field, I could probably agree with that. But I'm hard pressed today, council, to support this process. I'm not saying I don't support JSA. Of course I do, and I'm not saying I don't support staff. But I think that we need to make sure that if we're going to make a recommendation like this, that it's very clear. Thank you.
So if I could, council, I think there's a couple things that the committee as well as the department was considering. One, as you pointed out, and as Councilmember Capriolo pointed out, there is discussion, and we are currently in the process of reviewing the potential increases in the 3 utility rates: water, wastewater, and solid waste. And as has already been pointed out, that process could take a little bit more time than just a year. We'll be bringing that to the council sometime this year, but as we saw with the metro and water rates, that process was almost 2 years to bring it back to final conclusion after a significant amount of public input and debate and deliberation. Knowing that, I don't know if you would really want to, and this goes back to the value, want to go in knowing that you're going to go through this same process again for all 3 rates potentially with somebody who hasn't been through the fire. The other part, as Tommy pointed out, I think the reason staff didn't simply come back with an extension is, one, they could have done that, but as Tommy pointed out, the previous agreement included or did not include the purchase of airtime, and in order to provide the council with the highest level of certainty as to what they were voting on, that's been wrapped up now into the cost. As you heard from the representative from JSA, their per hour rate, time and material rate, is no different than it was 2013. Again, it would be, it's an interesting concept to come back with, well, why don't we just extend it? But I don't know if the council would have been just as open to a 2-year extension. But I think what was forefront on the department's mind is this potential 218 process and the work that goes into that, considering the history of just increasing one rate compared now to potentially increasing 3 rates.
Bruce, and I'll say this, I would have been more comfortable if it would have come back with an extension outlining why we needed to do it. That to me actually makes more sense than what we're doing today. If you say, hey, we're going into a process, and most of us up here, I think every single one of us up here remembers what we went through to get through that. So I don't think it's necessarily lost on us how important of having continuity going forward on that is. I actually don't think that. I actually think that's a strong argument. So I probably would have been okay with at least throwing that up and say, hey, listen, council, this is the truth, right? We're going into something that is highly technical, that has been highly controversial in our city. We want to make sure we do this right and give the public the best amount of service, and it makes sense to go with a firm or to stay with a firm through this process that is familiar with us and familiar with this process and familiar with the city, right? That to me is a different argument than we are today, because today it's almost like we're starting over blank. It seems as though there was a blank slate, except it wasn't a blank slate. So the staff went into a process not really having a blank slate, but with knowing the importance of having continuity of a firm and the 218 process, except it wasn't communicated that way to everyone.
So council, if I may suggest that one of the alternatives for the council to consider is that you always have the prerogative to reject all bids and direct staff to come back at the next council meeting with exactly what you described. Is just an amendment to the existing agreement, extending it for a period of no more than 2 years.
It's tough to do that now, Bruce. I'll be honest with you. I mean, that should have, in my opinion, to do that now. I think council and the public would feel very weird about that.
Okay.
But just to me, that's what it should have been done. It's kind of a bad situation. But anyhow, I've taken up too much time. I'll kick it over to my colleagues.
Okay, we still have a number of council members who are punched up, beginning with Member Soria, followed by Member Bredefeld, and then Member Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. I was going to ask questions, but I think some of my colleagues already asked. Just a couple comments. I think I share some of the same sentiments that were just outlined by my council colleague, Oliver Baines, just the perception of bias. And one question that I will ask about, I guess, JPA, would you say that JPA doesn't have the capacity to be able to go through the 218 process with us in an effective and efficient way? Or do you still think that they have the qualifications that would allow them an experience?
I think overall, kind of the all things being equal, we do a lot of running and gunning in DPU, trying to get everything up and running and built. So and the communication is one of those things we got to do. So the process and the relationship and culture we have now is that's a very efficient, lean, mean process to get the word out and do things. The idea in the middle of trying to start up the water plant parallel with trying to in the new water system with a 218 process, and just trying to train somebody to do that's a challenge. It wasn't part of the selection process, but at my level, when I saw the numbers, the names come through, because I didn't know what the decision was, I looked at them going, great, we're going to continue to just plug and play and keep going and destroying the world like we are right now, taking over the world and doing great things. But, if the decision is we need to do something different, change the process, then we will do that. But we've just got a lot on our plate, and we want to kind of just keep moving and doing what we're doing.
Which is awesome. I think that we do want to keep moving, but I think when we have a process. For me, it's transparency. It's making sure that we are fair. For me, that's a big thing. So, that's why I believe I share similar sentiments as were expressed by my colleagues. If there isn't really anything big that differentiates both of the bidders, but because of the long-lasting relationship that we have, I think to me it calls into question, really our process. I just want to make sure that for the public's purpose, and just to remind or to make sure to note, this is not a $500,000 contract. It is a $2.5 potentially $1 million contract, and I just want the public to know that if we vote on this today, it's not a small contract. It's a big deal, and it's a big contract, and I think that people here on this dais have asked fair questions about the process and want to make sure that the public knows that we're going to be fair when we're awarding contracts. And so I think for me, for those reasons, I wouldn't be able to move forward in support of the item as is. If you guys want to come back with something different, I will evaluate at that point. I just, at this time, wouldn't be able to support the item as is.
Member Bredefeld and then Member Chavez.
I want to commend Councilmember Baines and Soria, because I think it's right on the money. It's what we're talking about: fair, transparency. It isn't just about price. I'm not supporting JP Marketing because they have the lowest bid. They're competent. It says it in the paperwork to do the job. We requested the lowest responsible bidder. They're responsible. Our job is to look out for the taxpayer dollars. Our job is to make the best decision. They came as the lowest responsible bidder. We have people, though, who really want JSA because they're comfortable with them. I understand that. They've done a good job. There's nothing wrong with JSA. But we have a process, and this is the process. And we have a responsibility to follow through on that process. And just to reject these bids, send them back, have them come back, that's not fair at all. This was a fair process. They were interviewed. There were 3 bidders. One was outright said they weren't responsible enough to be in the runoff, so to speak, and you had 2 left. And both are competent to do the job. One is known because they've had a 15-year history, but they're $83,000 more, $400,000 more over 5 years. That's significant dollars. And if JP Marketing wasn't able to do the job, we would reject it. And I think for us to do anything other than to accept JP Marketing for this contract would be everything other than being fair and transparent. And that's what we ought to be, as you said, Councilmember Soria. So again, my motion is to support JP Marketing. I think that's what we ought to do, and move forward from here. And perhaps when we have these kinds of bids, if there's something other than what is in the documentation, that we're looking for something other than, as what Councilmember Baines had alluded to, that maybe people were looking for something else, that needs to be transparent. And it wasn't. And so this is where we're at. And so I think we need to do the right thing, the honest thing, and the wise thing for the taxpayers, and award the contract to JP Marketing. And that's my motion to give them the contract.
All for the question.
We have a. You want to speak?
Yes.
All right.
So I'm trying to be as fair as possible, and I think a good idea, having gone through a number of contracts with my old hat, I want to gauge where the council's at on this. But I think a good idea would be for us to reject all bids, direct staff to come back with a more refined RFP process that's more transparent, more clear, and come back with a 2-year plan for us to consider, along with the backup documentation and anything. So that's my motion.
Okay, City Attorney, so we have 2 motions now, but we only hear procedural motions first. So this is a competing motion?
No, there are 2 main motions. You'd have to dispense with the first main motion first.
The first main motion first.
Councilmember Bredefeld's motion.
Okay, so this is Member Bredefeld's motion?
Yes.
Which is to award to the lowest bidder?
Yes.
Okay.
To JP.
Let's go ahead and vote electronically. The screen is clear. Let me just say this. I appreciate the work that you have done for us for all these years. I think you've done a good job. And maybe this is not a fair characterization in my head, but what it sounds like is We've had members of the administration line up and tell us, well, we can't work with this man in the blue suit. Just can't work with him. I think that that's I think it's unfair. I think that these folks won the bid. I know Jane. I know that she's very prominent in our community as well. I know that she couldn't have built that business by being incompetent. I think that the argument, well, we just can't work with them, is not valid. And it sounds to me like, and this may be incorrect. I know there are people out there smarter than me and philosophy majors, but it sounds to me like, well, I'm terming out next year, and well, we had an election, and the other guy wins, and then we say, well, the other guy won through the process, but you know what? We've been working with Clint for 8 years, and he's done a really good job, and so we're just going to vacate the election and keep the guy in that we know and that we're used to. But the process called for a change. And so that's why I'm going to support Member Bredefeld's motion without prejudice against anybody who's involved in the bidding. Both companies should be congratulated for surviving in a dog-eat-dog industry for sure. And I know that we're going to continue to do business with them in the future. So with that, I will be supporting Member Bredefeld's, and I won't be supporting Member Chavez. So let's go ahead and vote electronically, please. This is Member Bredefeld's motion first, which is to accept the lowest bid. Please cast your votes. Motion carries 5 yes, 2 no. Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and go to our 10 o'clock timed item, which is a 10 o'clock timed item, actions pertaining to Veterans Boulevard Interchange and Extension Project. This is in Member Brandau's district. Public Works, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Council President and members of the Council. Craig Hansen, Supervising Real Estate Agent for Public Works. So we have a parcel on the Veterans Boulevard project. As we talked this morning, we've now completed 37 of the required 38 parcels, so we're at 97% of the land acquisition. And the 38th and final parcel is before you this morning. It's on the north side of Shaw Avenue, just west of where Veterans Boulevard will connect to Shaw, the address of the subject property, 6730 West Shaw. Our senior real estate agent, Kathy Rodriguez, met with the property owners, Robert and Julie Mitchell, for the first time back in January of 2016. The acquisition itself is about 7,000 square feet. It's basically what we call a strip take in the industry. It's 17 feet wide, 414 feet of frontage. There was some improvements in there. The property is 16.52 acres as we speak. In the after conditions, 16.35. So we are talking just under 0.1%. And when we talk with Mr. Mitchell, who's here in the audience today and will be addressing the council, he expressed concern over the location of a Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District temporary basin immediately east of his property on the adjoining property, which was owned by Virginia Forsner at the time. That was one of the 37 parcels that we've acquired, the Forsner property. And so we have leased the future ponding basin site and then, of course, acquired a permanent street easement from the Forsners. So with Mr. Mitchell's concern, we talked with our design engineering consultant, Mark Thomas, and Mark Thomas explained that this was the best location for the basin based on topography, elevation, and water flow. It's also at the end of the current proposed leg of Veterans Boulevard and ultimately close proximity to the future permanent basin, which will be located over near Grantland Avenue. Also, from a real estate value perspective, with a property owner, a property line like this and the street coming in, there's kind of down here in a wedge section, and the higher we slide it up, the more that property would become an uneconomic remnant, so it would actually cost us more to buy the land or lease the land than where we had chosen. We relayed this information to Mr. Mitchell, and then other issues came up, cost to cure, reimbursement, which we addressed, the value of the land as vacant, which we addressed. And it should also be noted that once a permanent basin is constructed over on Grantland, the city will then fill, compact, and vacate this area, and then whoever the property owner is at that time, they will become the ownership of the property. So from what we understand, our issue appears to be the location of this ponding basin on the neighboring property. Any changes at this point would have a costly and lengthy domino effect on Veterans Boulevard. And so Public Works is requesting that the council adopt the resolution of necessity, which gives the city attorney the permission to file the suit if necessary. There are 4 tests to meet when approving the resolution of necessity. One is that the public interest and necessity require the property. We know what a bottleneck there is up there now, and will only get worse until something is done. So improvements to east-west travel in northwest Fresno is a top priority. Number 2, the Veterans Boulevard project is planned to be the most compatible with the greater good of the public and the least private injury. As we mentioned, we're now at 97% complete for the land acquisition on this project, and this is the first complaint that's come in about the design. And of course, we've explained the importance of the location of the temporary ponding basin and what will ultimately happen in the future. Number 3 is that the parcel is necessary for the project. Now, it's only a small portion on Shaw Avenue, but it's needed as a transition where Veterans Boulevard tees into Shaw Avenue. And then finally, number 4, that the first written offer was made in compliance with Government Code Section 7267.2, which was done by Ms. Rodriguez back in January of 2016. What I'd like to do is, if we could have some of these exhibits just forwarded to the dais, because I think as Mr. Mitchell is going to talk about the basin and his feelings on it, this will kind of help you get a better idea of where he's coming from. At this point, once the resolution is adopted, we'll continue to negotiate with Mr. Mitchell. Hopefully we can reach resolve, but we need to have some insurance at this stage that we're going to be able to certify this project when the funding comes in and get it built in a timely fashion. So at that point, I'll open it up to any questions you may have.
No one? We'll go out to the public first and see if there's any comments. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this hearing?
Would this be Mr. Mitchell's opportunity now?
Yes.
Okay.
If you could state your name for the record.
Yes,
and
Robert
address.
Mitchell. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I have also a couple exhibits.
As soon as the clerk puts the timer up, you all have 3 minutes.
No, that's it. So first of all, I'll start with that I'm 100% in favor of the project. I purchased this property 15 years ago, which you'll see the very first amendment in their exhibit shows how that purchase was done in 2003 with the intention of that main artery coming through their Veterans Boulevard. And that is probably going to be one of the largest traffic areas on the whole Veterans Boulevard. Exhibit number 2 you'll see that veterans, as it's coming through in the commercial housing and development there, is going to be substantial. It's been going on for 35 years. I think this has been on the agenda for Fresno City. Exhibit number 3, and I'm not trying to rush through here, but I see those seconds clicking off. See number 3, in 2004, I jointly did a rezone request with the McCaffrey Group that was successful in 2004 to get it rezoned. It was rezoned the same zoning as River Park and Sierra Vista and Fashion Fair Mall, so the zoning was there. That was the original intent of the purchase. Exhibit 5, 6, 7, and 8 shows just the history going on through Fresno B and what was intended and what was planned and all the housing and everything going on. So I'm just trying to prove that this is something that I intended and specifically worked towards all this time. 9, you'll see my property, which is also showing it on the handout from Fresno Public Works. And then number 11, you'll show that my conversations in 2016 from the very beginning, that they referred to the conversation with Kathy, that I had that dialogue with her from the very beginning about that. I'll just flip to 13. Shows my property in comparison to the holding pond. Shows the expanded version on 14. What I'm proposing is that, or what my concern is that this is my only legal means, with the next step going eminent domain and then using jury trial to show that I am being damaged by having that holding pond placed in that location. I've offered property of my own property in a different location. I've offered the opportunity, I will acquire that corner piece to give them other property so it's not a hardship. At the same money you purchase it at, it's not a strategy other than that you're putting it on a corner that is going to be the main traffic corner of Shaw Avenue and Veterans for years. And no one confirmed to me exactly what temporary means. Could be 10 years, could be 20 years. I'm open for questions.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Soria? Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to? Thank you for your comments. If anybody has any questions, we will call you back up. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we will return the discussion to the dais. A couple of council members punched up. Member Chavez, you'll be second. We'll begin with Member Brandow.
Mr. Mitchell, I've got a question for you. If I'm hearing you correctly, and I'll give you a chance in case I didn't, you're supportive of the project and you're not even opposed to selling the land that the city of Fresno needs to acquire, but your major concerns are about the basin?
That's it. I've already signed the documents, just haven't turned them in. I've agreed on the price, agreed on 100% of everything. The only question was the location of that, because if it's there for the next 20 years on a major corner that's my corner, then that can be a substantial harm to me, and that's my one recourse, is if it's to the best public good or no, I forget the exact term, damage, and I think there will be damage there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Where's Craig at? Craig, I'm going to ask you a question. Craig, so in the process of acquiring the land, have we had to deal with these type of other situations? In other words, the temporary basins coming into the conversation. And it's interesting to me, did we thoroughly look at other locations for a temporary basin, or was that not in your scope of analysis?
Well, the basin was designed by Mark Thomas, the engineering firm, and it was probably slightly north of this location, but on the Forsner property where it is. And then we had mentioned as well that we would end up having to pay extra money for any land south of the basin, because you really couldn't get to it, because you've got this little box here and you have a basin here. So it was moved slightly to the south And they had mentioned that because of the way the water flows and everything else, this is the spot where the water had to go at this point. And so that was basically it. It was a small move to the south. I think we had something like a couple of 100 feet maybe from Shaw Avenue up, but then we would end up having to pay for that because the property owner, Fresno, could not use the property.
So the basin doesn't currently exist, right? Or it does?
It does not.
It does not.
And it will not until the Veterans is connected to Shaw Avenue.
Okay. And City Manager, are you aware of this? Wilma, have you been following this one?
I apologize, but I was, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was hostage in the back, so I
so
apologize.
Wilma, Mr. Mitchell has land that we need for Veterans Boulevard, right? And it's the last piece of property that's needed for the right-of-way. But his major concern is not coming into agreement about selling that land.
Right,
it's
the
about
basin.
this temporary basin.
Right. I heard that, yes.
And I'm wondering, is there any opportunity for us to go back and relook at another spot for this basin? Or
You know, and I would defer to Mr. Mosier, our Public Works Director, to answer that question.
Okay. So I think we might.
But if we did, we would have to get it designed. It could impact the environmental on the project, depending on the location.
The overall time.
We'd have to get it appraised. It could take several months to a year if we found a suitable location. It may cost more because, again, of the way the water flows and the topography.
So
But,
is there are we required to provide a temporary basin?
I'll let Scott weigh in on that.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. In regard to the basin location, where it's sited is the most cost-effective for construction. As far as why a temporary ponding basin is needed, the reason is that the permanent basin is much further west, actually closer to Garfield Avenue, almost a mile away, and that's the permanent Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District basin. They have not yet purchased that property, and it will be through the build-out of that area that ultimate permanent basin will be built. Basically any improvement in this area will require one of two things: either building a very large diameter pipeline, up in the millions of dollars further west, or building a temporary pond. Typically, even as properties are developed, for example, if this property came in for entitlement, commercial site, and were built, they would wind up building a temporary pond somewhere on the site, actually at the developer's cost, to contain that water. So this is what's necessary to handle that runoff from the street. Staff has advised me we have not seen alternative offers of land that we could utilize for that, but I can share with the council if that's somewhere further north, somewhere else on the site, it will be additional construction cost to do so.
Okay, and then do you have any clue when Metro Flood is going to purchase that land? Or do they have are they aggressively purchasing that land further west?
Yes,
for the
they are.
permanent basin?
I've consulted with flood control. They are in negotiations for that property, but again, we could not avoid installing a temporary pond in this location until such time as not only that basin's acquired, it's excavated, it's got all the pumping stations, and I believe it's about a 72-inch pipeline that's going to come from there west along Shaw. So in this area that'll be served by that permanent flood control basin, it's what they would call a full developer fee, full developer cost basin. So in other words, as that area builds out, then that will pay the full cost of the pipelines and the basin.
So this could be a long time before the permanent basin's installed and built out.
It would solely depend on the pace of development in the area. That would definitely be at least 5 years, but if development were slower, it very well could be 10 to 20.
And once it's built out, would we no longer have the need for this temporary basin?
That is correct. And then it could be backfilled and utilized for other development on site.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, do you like to respond to what you've heard?
So as Craig mentioned, I have 16.7 acres and more than willing to find another location that's accommodating to the city, not trying to cause a friction of price. But if you're talking about 20 years on a hard corner and the most traffic count that you're going to have on Veterans and Shaw, which I've been able to demonstrate that I bought 15 years ago specifically for that, I'm happy to work with them to find another location that's more accommodating. But to think that we have a major corner with development future with a holding pond there for 20 years, that's where I think there's damage to me, and that's why I'm using this recourse.
I understand. Yeah.
So that would be it.
Well, and so Craig, I'm going to bring you up one more time. And for starters, you guys have done fantastic work acquiring the pieces of property, and every couple of weeks you bring up something new to council, and it's great that we're on the final piece. Mm-hmm. Is there any objection if I postponed this decision until the beginning of next year, and you and I, Mr. Mitchell, and others can look for possibly another location for this basin? He's got some land that he's willing to talk about, and would there be any detriment to?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
And I think we would support that. I would also just remind the council, we've already bought that property next door, so we already own it. So it's a little more difficult to what we're going to do with it now that we purchased it. But we would support that.
Okay, then today I'm just going to make, I don't know if I need to make a motion, but I would like to continue the item till the beginning of next year, possibly maybe the third or fourth week of January. Mr. Mitchell, I'll set an appointment with you. Craig, I'll set an appointment with you, and then maybe after that, the three of us can get together, and including Scott, and we can look at some other options, see if there's anything out there. But appreciate your patience, and also appreciate your willingness to support Veterans Boulevard as well. So, all right.
No, I think it can just be removed.
Yeah. We'll just continue the item.
Okay, we'll continue the item. Do you still wish to make remarks?
I didn't really have a question about the project. I usually defer to my colleague, but I just wanted to, for the record, show that high-speed rail will be paying for Veterans Boulevard. So just let the record show that it will benefit my colleague, Councilmember Brandow. That's all.
These guys.
It's a great segue because we're going to get some updates from High Speed Rail.
Oh, goody. Do you wish to speak, Member Soria? You're next. You're done? All right. Screen's clear. So that item has been removed. And
Council, since this was a noticed hearing, we should show it as continued to January 25th.
Okay. That doesn't require a vote or a motion?
Doesn't require a vote, just so that there's that understanding on the record.
Okay. Its hearing is continued.
The 25th?
January 25th. Thank you. Okay. It's 10:44. We're starting to get a little bit behind. We have a 10:15 item. This is a workshop regarding high-speed rail and workforce development.
All right.
And you're the sponsor of this. Does that mean that you're a big supporter of high-speed rail now?
I promised.
Hashtag I will ride.
I promised many individuals that I'm not going to be talking about the project itself. Okay? So we're clear today.
Sounds good.
If you guys want to, you open up that can of worms.
Not me.
Talking about the benefits, right?
We are talking about, yes, benefits to the workforce. Exactly.
We're first.
Very limited benefits.
We're together, but I have a different power.
I think, can I introduce the item while they're getting ready?
I wish you would.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So while they're getting ready, about 5 years ago when I became a council member, one of the first debates, high-speed rail itself was being heavily debated on several levels, but one of the debates was about the jobs coming to the city of Fresno and the employment of local folks from the city of Fresno. And I remember my colleague at that time, Blong Zhang, and Councilman Baines, and I remember Councilman Quintero at the time, were talking about bringing jobs locally through this project. And then, like a lot of things, years have slipped by and we haven't had an update. So today I wanted to get an update on the high-speed rail project's ability to follow through on what they had pledged to us and hire local folks. And so I have asked Leanne, and is Diane here? Leanne and Diane are going to make a presentation today, and then we're free to ask questions. There was another major component of today's workshop, which was Chuck Riojas, but he could not make it today. I spoke with him on the phone last night. We're going to bring him back after the first of the year, and he's going to talk about workforce development on a grander scale. But today, we're focusing solely on the high-speed rail jobs. And so there might be a little bit of bleed over because these things do, when you train somebody, you're not exactly sure if they're going to get sent to high-speed rail or some other great project. So there might be a little overlap, but we're going to try and focus on the high-speed rail portion of workforce development. So Leanne, take it away, please.
Thank you.
Great introduction.
Yes, thank you so much. That was brilliant. I'm Leanne Eager, President and CEO of Fresno County Economic Development Corporation. And just so you know, the EDC's role in this, the majority of the work that we do is to move businesses that are on the alignment. So we're helping businesses as they have to move to a new place. I have a team that does that work. But it does fall over sometimes into the workforce. And the way that it does that is the EDC has a contract with the Department of Social Services. Do we have them? No, I had a clicker. Oh, I do have a clicker. There we go. We have a contract with the Department of Social Services, and it's called NEO, New Employment Opportunities. The way that that works is if you are an employer, whether you're a high-speed rail employer or any employer in town, and you hire one of the folks out of that NEO program, for the first 13 weeks, you get 100% wage reimbursement, and then weeks 14 to 26, you get a 75% wage reimbursement. And as I said, that's in partnership with the Department of Social Services. With that, we have 2 trainings that are currently ongoing. One is a truck driver training, and so far we've had 123 people graduate out of that truck driver training. 98 are currently unemployed, which is an 80% placement rate. We're on cohort number 23. And we have the Valley Apprenticeship Connection. 40 have completed that training. 33 are employed currently with an 83% placement rate, and we're on cohort number 5 for that one. Sorry, this doesn't come out exactly right, but with the Valley Apprenticeship Training, 24 of those folks that have graduated out of that training are working in the unions. 11 are in a trade association, and 5 are working on non-union jobs. One of the things that we found out, Councilman Brandow, is that we know of 11 of those that are actually working on a high-speed rail project currently. Some of those, we know they're working in the unions, we know they're working on the job, but specifically if it's a high-speed rail job, we don't have that information. On our truck driver training, some of you may know John Lawson, and so the way that this ties into high-speed rail is
Leanne?
Yes.
I'm looking at this photo of Lawson. It seems like it's been airbrushed.
I'll tell him. You said so. He'll appreciate that. I helped Mr. Lawson in his relocation efforts probably about 5 years ago. We were able to successfully deal with Mr. Lawson, and since that time, I have been working with him on a regular basis to see how we can help and what we need to do going forward. When I asked him whether or not he was going to apply for any of the contracts with high-speed rail and moving gravel up and down the state of California, he said, I don't have enough truck drivers. I wish I could, but I don't have enough truck drivers. I said, how many are you short? And he said, well, I'm short about 40, but here in the valley, I bet we're short about 250. So to ensure that we had proof of that, I asked him to have the 6 to 10 largest trucking companies come to a meeting and actually tell me how many people they would hire. So they did, and it did come out to about 250. So with this particular training, some are certainly working on high-speed rail, but it did come from the impetus of high-speed rail, of this is what we need.
Okay, so Leanne,
yes.
So the VAC is supported by monies from high-speed rail?
From Department of Social Services.
Okay, and then how does that link to high-speed rail?
Yes, so the VAC was initially started, and we have someone here who could probably answer that question also, because we understood that we needed to ensure that the people who needed these jobs the most, we knew that there were going to be thousands of high-speed rail jobs, and they weren't able to get into some of the programs that we needed in order to train them for the high-speed rail jobs. I think Chuck Riojas would tell you that they have a program with the Workforce Development Board. They're able to train about 25 people at a time. I think they're at 260 right now with an 89% placement rate, but that just wasn't enough. So we were looking at what else do we need to do. Councilmember Baines and I had a discussion about how do we ensure that the people who don't get into that program really have a chance at these high-speed rail jobs. And so the VAC was a program that Councilmember Baines said, you know what, I'm all in, let's do this. So I went to the Department of Social Services and said, if we train folks from the very beginning to ensure that they can get into some of these jobs, to get into some of these programs so that they can work on the high-speed rail jobs, can we fund that? And so we have been. So it started with how do we get people into the high-speed rail jobs?
So remind me, does the
can I add something, Steve, just for your questions you asked about the VAC? I founded the program. So Leanne was being really nice, but I founded the program. I can tell you exactly how it links to high-speed rail. About a third of the people in our program work in one way or another with high-speed rail that graduate from the program. Okay. So
of the 33?
Well, that's just it's
11 that we know of for sure, but we think it's probably 15.
That's just the DSS cohort, but there are other cohorts that we do. But okay. Leanne is directly responsible for the DSS cohort. But just to give you a little insight, the program really was started to really deal with construction jobs in the valley overall. Right. Now, we know that high-speed rail is sucking up a lot of jobs, and so roughly about a third of all of our graduates that go to work on the project.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Oliver, or Leanne, does High-Speed Rail Authority contribute money for these trainings?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay. What's that? Not yet. Not yet. I love that. Okay. So they're part of it, and we'll probably hear from Diane in a minute, but their part of it is their commitment to hire local folks. Okay, so now you're talking about training those folks.
Yes.
Please continue.
So certainly VAC is one of the important pieces of this. The truck driver training is also another important piece. As I said, I think we're on cohort 22 of the truck driver training. We're at 80% placement for that. We go to Sacramento and fight for the truck driver trainings and for the folks to get their license. That number would be higher, actually, if the licensing got a little bit faster, which we're trying to do on a regular basis. And I think some of the jobs that we're talking about, too, that are not necessarily hired by high-speed rail or construction jobs, one of those is Catch Environmental. And Catch Environmental is one of our NEO programs, so they hire out of the folks from Department of Social Services, and since they have gotten those contracts from high-speed rail, they've hired 30 new people in order to work on the project. Another one is OK Produce, and I think a lot of you probably realize that we had been trying to move OK Produce for the last 4 years. And so that was a difficult relocation, but they were able to grow their business. They moved into a 328,000 square foot building. They were able to add 160 new jobs because they were able to move into a larger building from where they were before, and it's more efficient. They were on 3 different sides of the street. We were able to find them a building where they were all in one. They thought they were going to rent out part of it to other folks, but because they were more efficient, they were able to keep that whole building for themselves and grow their business. Another great business that we were able to help is Main Event Graphics. They had a boxing gym. They had a graphics studio. We were able to move them from one location, and from 2 locations into one, and they were able to expand by 30% and grow their business there too, and they doubled their employees. So these were businesses that really were affected by high-speed rail, but were able to grow. And the same thing with Stars. They were a dance studio. They were able to grow their membership. They were able to move to a new building in a better place. When we first contacted them, it was devastation, right? We have to move. We don't know where we're going. We actually found them a better place, and now they've been able to grow their business too. So with the team, they have been able to, we're working with 182 different businesses. 30% have been able to expand, which means they are hiring people and growing. We have an 88% retention rate, so we're keeping those businesses in the city of Fresno like we promised. And right now we're continue to work with the last 95 that we need to move to another place. So the actual numbers of how many businesses are working on the project and some of those direct people who are working for high-speed rail, Diana Gomez from the High-Speed Rail Authority can answer those for you, unless you have any more questions of me.
We might.
Okay,
in a minute.
Sure.
Thanks, Leanne.
Good morning. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and provide an update on our project. And so today's focus will be about the jobs that and the workforce piece of our project. So we're gonna also, we do have some videos, because it's always best that you see videos and you hear directly from those individuals that are currently working on our project. So we currently do have approximately 119 miles under design and construction, so impacting 5 counties within the Central Valley. But I am going to focus on what is happening within Fresno County and within the city. So we have activity going on from Madera to North Bakersfield, and approximately $3 billion worth of investment currently in terms of the contracts that have been awarded. If we could get. All right. So which one is it? This one? Okay, as I mentioned, over 119 miles. And here you see the map of all of the construction activities, significant amount of construction within the city of Fresno, quite a bit of the activity. 2 of the largest construction sites happen to be within the city of Fresno, starting up at the San Joaquin River. That happens to be the largest construction site where we have over 100 construction workers. And then the next is at State Route 180 at the Trench, and then of course then the Cedar Viaduct that will takes the train out of the city of Fresno into Fresno County. But as you can see, a lot of construction up and down the Central Valley.
As 2017 comes to an end, progress on the high-speed rail program continues to ramp up. And in the last year, great progress has been made. At the start of 2017, the program had 9 active project sites. Over the course of the last 12 months, that number doubled, with one project, the Tuolumne Street Bridge, being completed. 2 other project sites are nearly complete, the Fresno River Viaduct and the Cottonwood Creek Viaduct. In just the last month, 2 new projects have begun. At Tulare Street in downtown Fresno, crews have successfully demolished the roadway between G Street and the existing rail lines. And now excavation is underway, creating an underpass that will eliminate an at-grade crossing and take cars below high-speed rail and freight lines. Meantime, 2 new grade separation projects have begun, Avenue 15 and Avenue 11 in Madera County. Crews have been hauling in enough dirt to raise the embankment 3 feet a day. Incredible progress is being made on 3 of the most visible projects on the system. Dozens of girders have been placed at the San Joaquin River Pergola. This structure will support high-speed rail tracks as the train travels over the top of existing freight lines. To the north of the pergola, the San Joaquin River Viaduct construction continues, with crews preparing the bridge deck of the first section of the bridge. In South Fresno, the Cedar Viaduct stretches into the air along Highway 99. Crews are finishing the bridge at the north end of the viaduct, while other crews are preparing to finish the span that will stretch across North Avenue, connecting the 2 completed sections of the viaduct, and eventually the smaller Muscat Avenue viaduct to the south. Along State Route 180, crews are beginning preparations for the next traffic switch, as the excavation work under the highway is ready to move to the next phase. Excavation of the trench itself is taking shape. This is the only place where high-speed trains will go below grade in Construction Package 1. A milestone was crossed at the State Route 99 realignment with the opening of the Clinton Avenue Bridge. For now, cars can only cross over the bridge, but the on and off ramps remain closed for a few more months. Several grade separation projects are making progress in both Fresno and Madera counties. Road 27, Avenue 12, and American Avenue will eliminate existing rail crossings as well as take cars over high-speed rail tracks. The Avenue 8 project will also see the construction of an overcrossing, taking cars over high-speed rail tracks. Utility relocation work continues in North Fresno as part of the Golden State Boulevard realignment. And embankment work has gotten underway in Construction Package 2-3 at Kent Avenue and Kansas Avenue in Kings County. 2018 will certainly be another year that will see more projects come online. More will be completed, and we'll see high-speed rail move closer to reality.
So in terms of the public investments, we've had over 600 private sector firms contracted, working on the project. More than 400 small businesses put to work. 130 of those have been disadvantaged and 49 disabled veteran businesses. And 100% of the steel and concrete has been used domestically. All of the girders that you see being placed have come from Lathrop. All of the concrete is here locally. All of the steel comes from Los Angeles. So all within the state of California. And then the right-of-way progress impacted businesses that we've been moving and expanding have also had direct impacts to the economy here in the Central Valley. Now we're going to show a little video of some of the workers and small businesses that are working on the project.
Connecting and transforming California. That's what the high-speed rail program promises to do in the future and is already doing today. The program is putting Californians to work with nearly 1,400 workers taking part in the construction of high-speed rail. And the more than 200 small businesses contributing to 119 miles of construction, they're part of the authority's aggressive 30% small business participation goals.
Clearly, without the small business portion or the small business percentage required, I would have not been offered an opportunity to do the job.
That opportunity allowing Outback Materials to open a state-of-the-art ready-mix plant in Fresno with 25 new employees.
California High-Speed Rail Authority is doing a great job in establishing very aggressive goals for small business, disadvantaged business, disabled veteran business, much more so than almost anybody else in California.
That transformation also happening for businesses that have been successfully relocated to make way for the project. Third-generation Fresno-based OK Produce was the largest relocation. 200 employees moved to a new, much larger location. The company has now added nearly 200 more jobs, and that's not all.
That led us to expand our territory from what was really the Central Valley and the coast to the entire state, outside the state, and now up into Oregon and other areas.
Al Perez at Main Events Graphics shares a similar experience.
We were able to add more equipment. We were able to take on bigger contracts. Couldn't do that before in the other place. It was too small.
Great job, As does Sam Shima at Gymnastics Beat.
We're anticipating about a 20% annual growth rate for the next 2 or 3 years.
Through construction and business, high-speed rail is transforming California and connecting Californians.
So, of course, in the beginning, everybody has seen this slide, is the whole about creating the jobs and the workforce development. And as we have seen in the past couple of years, we've been able to do that. So Fresno County and Madera County have been where most of those benefits we've seen. Over the last few years, we've been able to help bring the unemployment rate down below 10%. And then on top of that, we've seen for the past 3 consecutive years this growth, over 3% growth annually as we continue to add construction jobs. So primarily the construction jobs that you've seen so far have been the construction workers, the engineers, the planners, the environmentalists, the surveyors, the right-of-way agents, public outreach, and as I mentioned, the construction workers. Over these past couple of years, we've had 795 workers from Fresno County. So we do have a community benefits agreement that states that 30% of the workforce has to come from the national targeted hiring zip codes. And so as you can see, we've been able to achieve that 30%. So over 1,500 craft laborers have been dispatched to the construction site. 794 have come from Fresno County, and this has been we've been able to achieve this with the partnership with the Building and Construction Trade Councils in providing support for their training, and then providing that partnership between our contractors and the trades. We got one more video.
119 miles of high-speed rail construction requires hard work and a large workforce. There are now more than 1,400 construction labor workers deployed to more than 12 construction projects. Among those workers are former military men like third-year apprentice Fernando Madrigal.
Before the apprenticeship program, I was 12 years in the Marine Corps. Upon my discharge from the Marine Corps, it was kind of a little struggle here and there, just doing some security jobs here and there, but I knew it wasn't a career.
That's when the single father of 2 turned to the apprenticeship program to learn electrical skills that now allow him to work on the high-speed rail project.
As a single father, it was very important for myself, not just for myself, but for my kids, especially. It's giving them an opportunity for me to provide better for them.
The apprenticeship programs are allowing workers like third-year apprentice Claudia Chavez to find a career that suits them.
I've always liked construction. I tried office, but it wasn't for me.
The mother of 2 daughters says the job doesn't only provide for her family, it allows her to set an example for her little girls.
I want them to know that they can do anything they want to. This is what I like to do. Even though it's a men's world, I still come out here and I do an awesome job. There's no boundaries.
The programs give students valuable skills, High-speed rail provides the jobs to put those skills to use.
When I went up to the hall, they said the high-speed rail would be the place to be.
And the combination is proving to be life-changing for some of these workers.
It's been a good opportunity. I've been out here 4 months, and it's been pretty good for my family, you know.
Second-year apprentice Renee Gomez says the consistent work high-speed rail has provided is allowing him to pay down debt and do something else for the first time.
I'm buying a house right now.
While many of the faces working on the high-speed rail project may be new to their trades, that's certainly not the case with all of them, like Sylvester.
50 years now. It doesn't seem that long. Seems like it's like yesterday.
The former member of the Army Corps of Engineers has traveled the world operating cranes and building bridges. Now he's part of history, helping to build the nation's first high-speed rail line. The 70-year-old says he might retire when he's 80.
And they're my babies. I can't walk away from my babies.
And after we have the train up and running, these are some of the post-construction permanent jobs that we're going to then start looking at how we would train that workforce. You got the train set procurement, the manufacturers of the vehicles, the operations, station managers, train operators, train dispatchers, maintenance engineers, maintenance workers. So a significant amount of post jobs that we would be seeing after we're done with construction. So currently you see all these construction jobs, and then as we move into operations. So future investments that we will still see connecting, of course, the Central Valley to the Silicon Valley. That is our goal. Again, developing an entirely new American industry, and then creating commercial enterprise through public-private partnerships. The last thing I want to say is I do want to thank the City of Fresno staff and, of course, the EDC for the partnership for these past couple of years, and us working together so we can start seeing some of that construction that you see within the City of Fresno. So thank you.
Thanks, Diana. So a couple questions, and then I'll open it up. If my colleagues would like to ask any questions, they're totally feel free to do that. I want to focus on, in your presentation, you talked about the national 30% local disadvantaged, and you track those via zip code, is that correct?
Right, so through working with as they're dispatched from the union halls, so we gather that information, who's being dispatched, and within that we're able to see where these individuals live, and so we're able to track their zip codes.
Okay, so what I'm learning from the videos and what Leanne had shared, there's progress being made from jobs that are, because they're affected by high-speed rail, like OK Produce expansion, affected definitely by high-speed rail. They hire 160 new people. And then there's those employed by high-speed rail. And I want to focus on those right now employed by high-speed rail. So in Fresno County, do we know how many folks that we've employed in what would be considered like a permanent or, a long-term job?
Well, so we have, as I mentioned, 794 individuals from within Fresno County have been dispatched to the respective construction sites. So in some cases, depending on what construction site you end up at, you could be working, the San Joaquin River, that's going to take us roughly a year. And so you could end up, out there for a year, and then you can get moved around to different construction sites. So we don't necessarily track, and we can do this, is how long individuals have been working on the respective construction sites. We can do that.
So the 795 individuals, are some of them just what types of jobs are those?
They could be the electricians, they could be the equipment operators, they could be the ones installing the rebar, doing the concrete work. So anything that covers within all of the trades.
Okay. And so does the 795 individuals that you've employed from Fresno County at one time or another, are you telling me that 30% of those need to come from disadvantaged communities?
No, our entire workforce, so not just the ones from Fresno County, not those. So however many we dispatch, so if we dispatched, the 1,582, 30% of those have to come from within that national targeted hiring.
Okay. Do we know that for the ones that have been hired locally, I'm assuming that the 30% would apply to them as well? But what you're saying is on the big picture is where the 30% marker needs to come from.
Right, correct.
But I'm assuming that a good chunk of these 795 would come from disadvantaged communities.
Well, probably 95% of the Central Valley zip codes are within that national targeting.
Great point. Right. And then, so could you show us for the 795 folks, is there a way that you could provide the zip code to prove that they're local?
Yeah, we can do that. We can get you the data.
Okay. I mean, because I think they're constitutionally protected. So, but if the mechanism allows for zip code tracking, then definitely we would know which zip codes apply to the city of Fresno.
Yes, we can go back and look at the data and see how we can sort it, so you can see how many are coming from each respective zip code.
When you get that, Diane, can you send that email to all of council, please?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. I think that would help, and I'm not disputing that, but that would be a great visual that I would feel confident that a great number of these folks are coming from locally the city of Fresno, and then always, and when we had the debate years ago, we talked about the hiring practices in disadvantaged communities, and I think there were even ethnic targets. Were there some ethnic targets that we were including, right?
No, in the CBA, it just primarily, because we couldn't do that because we were using federal funds, so we had to use the national targeted hiring that was developed by the federal government, and that was the basis for the CBA. Within the small business piece of it, it's broken down by 30% small business, 10% disadvantage, and then 3% veteran-owned businesses.
Okay. I think I'm getting close to understanding that a little bit more. I'm going to ask Leanne a couple questions and then open it up. Thanks, Diane. You know what, Leanne? Let me go back to Diana just for a second, because I just remembered a series of questions that I wanted to ask. So, Diana, do we know how many people have applied from disadvantaged communities versus those who have actually gotten a job? Or, I guess, so my questions would be, how many have applied to be trained? How many have been through the training program? And then how many have been placed out of, kind of similar to what Leanne did with the VAC thing?
And that would have been the great question for Chuck, is since we don't get to see who's applied for the training and who's been accepted, where we see them is once they're dispatched from the Union Hall. And so, so what we can do is work with Chuck to get you that data.
Okay, so when Chuck comes back at the beginning of the year, we'll ask him about that. So high-speed rail, you start getting a hold of the data once they get hired after all that's been completed.
Correct. Once they've been dispatched, we do go to the graduation when we do get invited, and then we also do participate in some of the training when we do an overview of the high-speed rail project. But we don't get to see who's applied for the training and who actually gets accepted.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Diana. And so, Leanne, same question to you for VAC. Number of people applied, number of people admitted to the training, graduated the training, and then you've already told us about those that have been placed. So how many apply for these opportunities?
Oliver can probably answer that one.
Yeah. It's probably a question better for me. Okay. So right now, currently, and just with the, we'll use the Department of Social Services cohorts, there have been 40 people that have completed, 36 people have gone to work, and out of the 36, 11 of them are working on high-speed rail projects.
That's cool. Now, Oliver, how many applied? I'd like to know how effective
40. 40.
So only 40 people have applied to be trained? I thought it was like in the hundreds.
No.
People that.
So that's with the Workforce Development Board, which is Chuck's training.
Okay.
That's different than the VAC.
Okay.
And yes, you're right. Hundreds of people have applied through the Workforce Development Board to do that training. They can only take 25 at the most in a cohort. So
Okay.
usually they by the time they get to the end, they have about 23 in that cohort to graduate. But yes, they have waiting lists for people, and you'll have to ask.
Yeah, we have a waiting list
Chuck.
too, but you can only take there are only so many people
You can only train so many people at a time. No, I get that. So I'm interested in, so one of the reasons for the workshop is today, of course, I like to hear the great news of people who have actually gotten a job. But then I also want to know about outreach into our disadvantaged community, saying, hey, here's this opportunity. How many people are hearing that and want to sign up to get trained, even if it's a year before their turn comes up? But so I'm kind of interested in both. So how does that work as far as outreach into the community to let folks know that training is available?
Yeah.
Well, you should have seen me on TV.
I have seen you on
Okay.
TV while I'm
That's
watching
one
the
way.
Golf Channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
and in all honesty, it's such a relevant question, and here's the truth and reality of it. So all of the programs have waiting lists because there's a capacity issue that we have with the number of training programs we have in Fresno. The truth of the matter is we probably need 10 more training programs like this to satisfy the need. So like Leanne said, like I'll tell you, there are waiting lists for all of the classes. So the outreach is out there. It's out there. People are literally on waiting lists, and we never have a problem filling up a cohort. As soon as you graduate one class, literally within a week or so, you're probably putting another class on. We're able to do that several times a year. But what you'll probably find, Steve, more than anything, is that there aren't enough of these training opportunities for Fresnans, and even the whole Central Valley. We could certainly expand this outside of Fresno, but the problem is not enough programs. There are only so many people that can fit in the class at one time.
And just so you know, for the VAC program and for the DSS clients, they come through the county of Fresno, and so we do outreach within their clients to encourage them to come through these trainings so that they can get these jobs. So some of those videos are running all the time at Department of Social Services, and not just in the city of Fresno, but certainly outside in the county of Fresno too, to encourage folks to come in. They have about 10 different sites where we have information out there. It's running constantly. I did have a conversation, I think about 3 weeks ago, with a group that asked if we could come to the churches, certainly on the southeast and southwest side of Fresno County, to talk to folks that might not be going into those offices, that might need some additional help in applying for the opportunity to be able to come to these trainings. So we've certainly given them all the written information, but have pledged that we will certainly go out into the churches and talk to people who haven't gotten that information yet.
Yeah, because it's amazing, Leanne. We do a lot of things here. We're going to talk about the Parks Master Plan later on today. We do a lot of outreach, and then whenever we make a decision, it's just overwhelming the number of people say, why wasn't I ever told about that? And so it is interesting. So for me, I am interested ongoing. And by the way, I am a rookie when it comes to workforce training, and I'm not qualified to comment on, are we doing good? Are we doing bad? I'm hopeful with all the different projects in the Fresno area that we're doing well. Okay.
Well, I can tell you, just in the state of California, not in other places, but just in the state of California, for people who we are training, which is through the Workforce Development Board, through the Department of Social Services, VAC, those folks, the 80% and higher placement rates that we have are unheard of in the state of California, and that came from the State Workforce Development Board. They put Chuck Riojas and I on the State Workforce Development Board because of what's happening here in Fresno, because they said, nobody else can do that. We want you to be able to share this with the rest of the state on how you're able to do that work.
Okay. And Leanne, and that's great. You mentioned money comes from Fresno County, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How much money comes in that programming for outreach?
Well, not for outreach, for the actual training.
Oh, for the training.
Yes.
So
the EDC works with the Department of Social Services. And if we have, like high-speed rail or truck drivers, or right now we're working on a welding training because we have a company that wants to hire 40 welders, we're able to work with them and pay for that training piece. Now, the EDC, because of just what we do in outreach to businesses, we're able to do that outreach, and that's not really paid by the Department of Social Services. It is in part, but it's the EDC does that work regularly, is to talk to businesses, to do that outreach. Now, to get to the workers, to the potential workers, we certainly depend on our partners, around the city to ensure that word is getting out too.
Okay. Well, I think I'm good for now. Do any of my colleagues want to ask any questions? Yeah. Go ahead.
Leanne, just a quick question. I know we've talked about the capacity piece for our employment and training and programs and that sort of thing. So if you talk a little bit about the vision of the Mandela Center and what that would look like in Fresno, because the model that we're looking at is just absolutely amazing. They do plumbing, electrical work, solar, everything, right?
Right.
And so talk a little bit about what that will look like for Fresno.
Sure. So that's a program near and dear to my heart, the Mandela Center, and it really came to my attention about 3 years ago when we had one of our contractors on high-speed rail saying there's going to be thousands of jobs, and we want to be responsive to what's happening in Fresno, and we want to hire local people. How are you going to get them all trained? And so we looked at our current training model and said, thousands of people in the next 2 years, there's just no way, we can't do it. And he said, come with me, I want to show you this place in Oakland that was started because of the Loma Prieta earthquake and what happened there and how they were able to get people who were the neediest people around Northern California, get them trained, get them out the door, have them work. And this started in 1989, and they're still there doing that work today, even though those freeways are built and we all drive across them. They continue to do that because the model works. And so when we looked at it, and we took, I think, 5 trips to Oakland and trying to make sure that everybody who needed to be there could see it, and everybody came away and said, that's what we want. So right now, we're looking at not just high-speed rail jobs, but what are all those other jobs that we need to be training people for? Because we have billions of dollars that are coming here we want to make sure our local people are ready for those jobs. So I have to say it's not just the Mandela Center, even though that's a wonderful project, and we certainly are hoping any minute we'll be able to start that up. We have a temporary site that we can start. One of the things we've been working on is with State Center Community College, with City College, is our hope is that we'll be able to put the Mandela Center next to the West Fresno City College site so that people can get trained and get community college credits at the same time, which is things that nobody ever thought they were going to be able to do that. But what our ultimate hope, what the dream is that we'll have a heavy maintenance facility not too far from there. And within that heavy maintenance facility, it's not just maintaining trains, it's training people, it's educating people, it's having an industrial park all around it. One of the things that I just sent to the Secretary of Commerce in Washington, D.C., because he asked about what kinds of things high-speed rail should be doing here that they're not, or what kinds of things of infrastructure could we be asking for. One of those was we could have the training center right here in Fresno and train people from around the country as high-speed rail goes that direction, and they don't have high-speed rail. They won't have worked on anything. We'll be the only people that have trained workers with experience on high-speed rail, and we can be that model for the entire country to train people right out of our heavy maintenance facility site. So as soon as high-speed rail decides that Fresno's the place for the maintenance facility, that dream gets a lot bigger.
So next month, Diana? Dan, I just had a couple questions on the how much money has high speed rail invested here in the Central Valley?
In the Central Valley, the total contracts exceed $2.3 billion. That's the amount of contracts that we have expended, and We did receive the federal funding from the federal government, the ARA spending, and we were able to spend all of that. So our deadline was September of this past year, and so we were able to spend $2.2 billion primarily here in the Central Valley. So that's been the investment in the Central Valley.
That's billion with a B.
With a B, yes, over 5 counties.
2.3 billion. And the reason I'm asking is, the other day I gave out a quick stat, and I think the initial challenge for the project was people couldn't see the jobs or the investments, the work. I think that's gone away now. You see people working, and you highlighted a couple of the businesses that have benefited. We did a groundbreaking for some fabrication companies, but I gave a stat, and this is part of why I support the project. We contribute about 15% of the general fund here in the Central Valley, right? There are huge economies in the Bay Area and in Southern California. So for every state dollar that's spent in the Central Valley, we're only paying 15 cents, right? So even if we have this doom and gloom scenario that says, it's not going to get built, Fresno will still end up with brand new freeway segments, roads, Veterans Boulevard. I'm looking at you, Steve. Bridges and infrastructure. And I think that's the part that people are starting to really notice, the investments that are going on in our community with small businesses, with relocations, with the workforce piece. And so I just want to thank you guys for the work that you've been doing here in our community, and we hope to continue. And maybe one day Steve Brandau will support it.
I do want to mention, so we did, Mayor Brand had asked us to, come up with what was the dollar amount that we were investing just in the city of Fresno alone, and it's added up to over $500 million with the overpass. This is city of Fresno infrastructure. This does not include our viaducts. This is only city of Fresno infrastructure, which is the roads and the overpasses, the underpasses, the new portion of the brand new freeway, 2 miles of new freeway, all of the utilities that we had to relocate, and within that, in some cases, we're increasing capacity. So we were able to provide that to him, that details where those investments have gone into just on city of Fresno infrastructure alone.
Can administration pass that on to us, so we like that information? Hey, Steve, I got a new hashtag. It's hashtag I will ride Veterans Boulevard.
And you talked about near and dear to your heart. So the funding for Mandela Center, is that coming from High Speed Rail Authority?
Yes.
And is it fully funded, about to be funded, or what's happening there?
It's about to be funded, right?
Well, so we are executing the contract. So as a state agency, we have to go through a process. So we do have the funding, and we're just going through that process. We have a draft contract, and so as we get the approvals in the process, we'll send it over and get it executed. And the money we're providing, which is over $800,000, would be the seed money to get the program started, and then as they work with their partners, it will become self-sufficient.
Cool, perfect, thank you. All right, I'm done with you ladies, thank you, great presentation. I am going to call up Blong Zhang. When he found out I was going to do this workshop, Blong, some of you might not recognize him. Redefeld, you might not know this guy. So, Councilman, we've done a lot of great work since you've left. Things have dramatically improved. I don't know if there's a correlation there.
Didn't have much to work with when I came in, so.
So, Blong,
yes.
What are your thoughts? I mean, I did this update today, but I remember when I first became a councilman, you and Oliver and Councilman Quintero were very strongly advocating for local hire, and then also kind of following some ethnic guidelines to make sure all of the disadvantaged communities within our larger community were being represented in this project. So are you feel comfortable, you feel confident, or where are you at?
No, I think Councilmember Baines was part of that discussion as well. I think it was Sal, myself, and I'm a high-speed supporter from the beginning. Even on council, my biggest concern was making sure that we did everything we could to make sure that our constituency, which is local folks across the board, are benefiting from the hard work that is being done. And so, with that being said, I'm not here to dispute or have issues with the presentation. I think my question continues to be, where is our Southeast Asian, because I wear this hat now, in the conversation, in terms of the job rate, in terms of the success rate, in terms of money being invested in the community. We're the second largest ethnic community here in the city of Fresno. We're taxpayers, we're community investors, so we want to also take part in the success, right? I mean, that's what we're fighting for. And if you're asking me what this update means to my community, I don't know what that means. Because I've had the conversation, we've talked, we've met. If I had to have an answer, then I'll tell you it's negligible at best.
So what are you saying? What are you saying, Belong, that the Southeast Asian community is not seeing any of these resources committed, or
we haven't seen
the
it.
hires?
We haven't seen it. I mean, we haven't seen the numbers in terms of the community impact directly. We've asked our partners in terms of organizations that have worked together, from Fresno Center, Stone Soup to Firm, Law Veterans. I would be sorely be remiss if we ask any of these organizations, where's high speed rail and its impact in terms of the workforce, in terms of jobs, in terms of the success. I wish I could be more positive, but I'm not. We had a conversation. Our API Legislative Caucus came last night to have a listening session with us. Assemblymember Bonta and Assemblymember Liu came. We had the discussion about it, and we made our case that there should be some questions about its direct impact in terms of our community.
Blanc, can I just follow up? So I hear your concerns. Has your community figured out, are there ways that we can address the issue? Have you guys put forth some proposals or something that could be brought to us later so that we could ask and see if those things can be met? Because I will say that when I've reached out to High Speed Rail, to the folks working as partners, they seem to be pretty transparent and willing to work with us to address those issues. So I'm just curious if there's concerns and things that we can do to change, the things that you are highlighting. I'm happy to hear those so that we can, the people that are doing the work on the ground are here. So let's figure out how we fix that.
No, I'm glad you asked that. And remember, when I was still on council, I've hosted several meetings about this issue. Conversations has met, meeting has occurred.
But beyond meetings, what are some of the things that
exactly
so beyond the meetings, I'm just curious, what are some things that you're proposing to do so that we can effectively outreach to the Hmong community? That's always been one of my biggest priorities too, to make sure that we're outreaching to the Latino, to the Hmong, to the Sikh, to the other communities that don't listen to traditional media, that don't, have the same access to information as, the normal.
I'm glad you asked that, and let me answer that question with this profound statement that Assemblymember Bonta said last night at the listening session, right? And not to say I totally agree with it, but before he left, he said that there was a reason why, even though they're not elected here in the Valley, why they came and listened, right? There was an important reason, is that they were there to listen to the community, not necessarily expecting the community to come up with an answer, right? That's part of their responsibility as elected. But I'm glad you asked that. What are some of those things that we can do? It's nothing new. I think when I was sitting in the chair, I've always said that you got to have an impactful outreach, right? Impactful partners. What does that mean? Well, you have organizations that have existed for over 20, 30 years serving the community that understands how to work with the community. Part of that is also impactful commitment in terms of dollars invested, right? Because we as organizations get a lot of in-kind requests. That's not necessarily fair when you talk about $2.5 billion just invested that the city of Fresno has gleaned from this, and there's still billions of dollars more. I think it would be a fair request that a small percentage of that be invested in terms of the community. That is a significant piece. If there's an accountability, then there should be something to say, if we're successful, that's fantastic. If we're not, what is it that we're doing to make sure that we're doing the right job, right? What are our dollars? What are the people that we bring in? How do we measure those employment? I mean, these aren't news here that I'm telling you. I mean, we have great people. We have great people that do these work all the time in the community. So we're just asking for that work that has been done and that accountability to also be invested in us. That's all.
Are you talking about small businesses? Are there small businesses where there's potential opportunities to see some of these investments? Or are we talking about just like training of workers?
Let's throw it on the board. How about small businesses? How about small workers? What are out there? I mean, is there a numbers that says that how many Southeast Asian businesses have we hired? How many Southeast Asian folks have gone through the training? How many Southeast Asian folks are being employed?
I think those are fair questions.
I don't know.
Well, my colleague up here has been, I think, instrumental in the VAC and has worked on, I guess, workforce development. I'm just curious to pose that question to you as you've been kind of doing this work. How is the outreach done to maybe the Southeast Asian community? Or is there any outreach done to that specific targeted community for the workforce?
Yeah,
portion?
just for our program, we just put our 7th Southeast Asian person to work. We do outreach. You know, usually if we have a cohort of 15 or 20 people, we usually get about 2 Southeast Asians in there. I mean, it's tough. Blong knows it. But yeah, we actually actively outreach, and out of every single Southeast Asian that's come through our program, 100% of them go to work. So, I mean, it's not huge numbers because we obviously have explained the challenge of the capacity to expand, but yeah, we absolutely outreach to the Southeast Asian community the best we can. So, I mean, those are our numbers, but I mean, we're just a very small part of kind of an overall issue. We don't deal with small business development, which is one of the things that Blong's talking about. I don't have an answer for that one because I don't deal with that, but as far as the workforce side, yeah, we're pretty proud of how we outreach and put the Southeast Asian community to work.
I guess I would be curious to see what types of businesses could engage and be partners with this project, and so I'd be happy to.
No, I mean, we would be excited if the investment is there, the commitment is there to do it. We think that there's opportunities for small Southeast Asian business across the board to take advantage of. At least from my perspective, the effort. But we'd love to see the effort improve.
So we're not the bologna and the bologna sandwich because you're talking to us, the folks back there.
I'm not sure I understand that acronym about the bologna and bologna sandwich. So you're gonna have to explain that a little bit better.
Leanne, would your organization be willing to meet with Blong and kind of come up with some preliminary ideas on how to best approach the outreach piece?
I would hope that
good bologna.
that the meeting is more than just meetings and a plan. That there's a commitment.
She's here.
No, we've met too. So trust me, I've met the same people that many of us have met.
I'm interested in more than meetings and figuring out tangible I would like to see maybe some tangible things that we could do. So rather than just meet for the sake of meeting to talk about the same issue that we all know, right? We're trying to target the underserved community, target those small businesses. I'd be interested in figuring out if you guys could come up with some tangible and have some goals to see if, we can make sure that these investments also benefit the Southeast Asian community.
And I absolutely agree. And I think early on, and long, where we went, was there with us early on as we met with small businesses in Southeast and Southwest Fresno, because those were certainly businesses that have been left behind in the past, in ensuring that those folks had the information so that they could register with the state of California, so when contracts came up, that they could bid on those. But I think one of the things that we decided together a long time ago was that probably wasn't enough. Getting people to the table, showing them how to register, because they were small businesses, they needed to find a way to come together and bid on these projects, maybe 4 or 5 together instead of one, because those small businesses really can't compete. And so I do agree that we need to do that one step further and figure out a way to ensure that those businesses that said, okay, I have to have bonding that's not ever going to work for me, or I have to have, $3 million worth of insurance, that's never going to work for me. That how do we get those folks together so that they can partner?
Well, is there a possibility for technical assistant money for some of these small businesses so that we can start talking about how do we help these small businesses meet the requirements to qualify for the procurement?
Right. So SBA, the Small Business Administration, had held many of those meetings, and that wasn't my purview, but certainly we attended to see how that would work. And I'm not sure if they held them specifically for the Southeast Asian community. I know they held 10 or 20 in the last 5 years on looking at those kinds of things and ensuring that they could get that one-on-one attention. But I'd be more than willing to go with you to lobby them to do some specific technical training with folks.
What about high-speed rail? Do you guys have any monies that could potentially help, maybe provide some seed money for technical assistance to help some of these small businesses, and not just the Southeast Asian community, but I know that there's other small businesses.
Yeah, we don't have dollars that we could. We don't have that mechanism for it, but what we have been doing is we've been partnering with Caltrans, so they have what they call the Cal Mentor program, where you have a prime company that adopts a small business and helps nurture them through the process, and so they're provided that training so small businesses can get familiar with the competing process and how you actually end up on a team. So we have partnered with Caltrans because we didn't want to recreate the Cal Mentor program, and that would be an opportunity for small businesses to learn about how you could end up on a team, and they do provide that technical training. And we meet quarterly, and the meetings are they're held either here in Fresno, Stockton, or in the San Luis Obispo area, since this is the area that District 6 covers. So that's how we've been being able to provide some of that assistance, but not necessarily dollars, but just partnering with Caltrans. And then today, for example, we're having a small business workshop in Modesto, and so we do have these workshops throughout the state, specifically where we're going to have contracts that will be going out. So today we happen to be in Modesto, and we could, have another workshop here in Fresno where we bring all of our prime contractors that what they do is they provide a list of contracts that they're going to solicit. So, for example, construction package 2-3, they're looking for a demo company, or they're going to be looking for, someone to provide concrete services, and all of those have to get posted on the website. So it is a competitive process.
Thank you. Just point of order, council colleagues, there are just a couple of items it's pretty critical that we get to and dispense with those items before we go to lunch. The folks from the EDC are here right now and won't be able to come back, as well as our chiefs. So what I would like to do is I'm gonna go ahead and recognize Member Brandow at this point. Member Brandow has made a guarantee to have someone come and share with us very briefly.
Well,
go ahead and call on that person, and then I want to do the EDC item. Staff's been briefed that they have to be as brief as possible. Then I want to handle the item with the chiefs because they have meetings that they have to get to this afternoon. So I'm just going to call this point of order and recognize Member Brandow right now so that we can move forward. Thank you.
And we can wrap it up. And Chuck Riojas is going to laugh his head off because I told him this is going to be a 20-minute deal, Chuck. And he said, we need an hour. We need an hour. But really, it wasn't you that took an hour. It was questions here, and I think they're valid. And it kind of got spun in a different direction. Workshops are not open to the public, but I do want to ask Zach Dara to come forward. He connected with my office this morning, and he has skin in the game. So Zach, it's been a long time since yesterday.
Sir. Yeah, I know
that I get to see you a little bit.
Yes,
but you have boots on the ground on this last set of questioning.
Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts? Are you?
Yes, one of the things that stuck out to me, first of all, with Councilmember Baines and his comment about outreach to the Southeast Asian community, that was interesting to me. I'm interested to know what their outreach looks like without working through the 3 largest Southeast Asian serving organizations in our community that have 26 years of experience and also a background in workforce development of over a decade. So I'd be very interested in that. A lot of things that I heard today, the reality is, I know maybe Blong talking about small businesses, we're talking about folks getting trained, folks getting hired on. We were actually an on-ramps partner, firm was about 3 years ago, which maybe in theory was a good design to try to get Southeast Asians on the program, but it had less than a 1% success rate because it was not in any way culturally competent to actually get Southeast Asian folks hired on the high-speed rail project. And so we really haven't seen a lot of outreach from our opinion in what we do. I think we bring some credibility in that opinion. And also with our background in workforce, we just haven't seen really any attempt. Meetings are great, right? I go to too many. We all go to too many meetings. But in reality, what we're talking about are resources that are actually dedicated and organizations that are actually dedicated to getting our Southeast Asian community hired on these jobs. And I personally haven't seen it. My colleague Pao and also Tim at Stone Soup would share the same sentiments.
All right. Hey, thanks, Zach.
Thank you.
And if we had more time, we could go further. I did say we're going to have another workshop about, in general, workforce development because Chuck Riojas was supposed to be a part of this today. And, man, we would have gone another hour had he been here probably. So today was specifically about high-speed rail. Apart from this thing about the Southeast Asians, I'm kind of a rookie understanding. I'm hearing some good things. I trust Oliver's working, and he's telling me that there's good things happening. I did have an offline meeting with Chuck Riojas. He's telling me great things are happening. And then today seemed relatively to be able to check off the box at least. So, but going forward, especially with this thing with the Southeast Asians, I'd still be interested in following up on that, maybe with you to find out if some changes are being made. So, but anyway, I want to thank you, Leanne and Diana. We appreciate it, and thanks for coming to the City of Fresno today.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and move with item 3C. This is approve a 5-year agreement between the city and the EDC. And we'll turn this over to City Manager's office. Thank you, Council.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Larry Westerland, Director of Economic Development. You have the staff report with you. It covers all the salient points. Only thing different here is we're doing a 5-year contract, and we've added a set of services with the EDC. I'm available for questions if you have any. So thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and return the debate to the council dais. Member Soria.
I didn't have a pen. Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a number of motions and seconds. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this agenda item? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously. Now we'll move on to, I want to thank Member Brandow for helping the council move forward on the agenda. I think you may have just, you know what, I'm going to give you your own gavel. This is for your blah, blah, blah award. You know what, have another one. Here you go. Okay. The item on the, hang on, I'm trying to find my way here.
10:30.
This is the 10:30 item. Action pertaining to replacement of the City of Fresno's microwave data and radio console networks. And for that, we turn it over to ISD.
Good morning. Brian Horn, Chief Information Officer for the City of Fresno. I'll be brief. The item before you is in regards to replacing the city's public safety radio network. And in essence, we're replacing the microwave network and the radio consoles, which are over 14 years old. They're end of life, end of support. So staff is recommending the replacement of these two items. We also recommend the appropriation of $400,000 from the Public Safety Communications Equipment Reserve Fund, as well as entering an agreement with Nokia for $3,626,500 for the replacement of the microwave network, and Zetron for $1,391,200 for the replacement of the radio consoles. The city will be utilizing a cooperative agreement, and we will be leasing the equipment on a 7-year lease off the city's master plan, or master lease agreement. Staff is here to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, do either one of our chiefs wish to present as well before we go out to the public?
Keep my comments very brief. We had the opportunity to meet with each of you and share the background on this. But in essence, September 11, 2001, when the terrorist attack occurred in New York City, it was a clear demonstration that there was a need for increased interoperability amongst emergency services. There were federal grant dollars that were set aside at that time to fund interoperability efforts across our nation. We were a recipient of an Urban Area Security Initiative grant of about $7 million that allowed us to build out our radio data infrastructure through a microwave system. And that microwave system allows for voice radio, to be compressed to data and transmitted through these microwave systems. That was one piece, and there's about, I think, 16 or 17 of these microwave systems in throughout Fresno that we utilize. And the second piece was the Zetron radio consoles that are in our dispatch center that allow for the interoperability to actually occur. So if we want to, for example, we're on UHF, Fire's on VHF channels. For us to merge, then that Zetron console allows for that patch to occur. What we've seen as a result of this system coming up, or actually beyond its service life at the present moment, that we've had some failures. This summer, our microwave system failed, and we lost several radio channels in our dispatch center, which presented a problem to us and our inability to communicate with one another. Secondly, earlier this month on a Friday, we had radio channels go down in our dispatch center, meaning that our officers in the field could not hear our dispatchers. And so when that happens, our dispatchers have to go outside of the communication center and communicate with portable radios. Or in this case, they went up to our real-time crime center and began dispatching functions there. So this is very important to us in both the fire department and the police department. And so, again, we just urge you to approve this first phase, which is really foundational. And again, the $800,000 was put into the FY18 budget in anticipation of this occurring, so that we can pay for this 7-year lease. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Donis? Or no? Yes? Okay. Okay. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, return to council. We have a motion to approve and a second. Member Brandow, are you punched up?
Yeah, I was punched up, and that's fine. Those motions have been made. something that I forgot to mention in council comments. I had too long of a list. But Chief Dyer, we swore in a record number of officers this week. Isn't that correct? 39 new officers to the city of Fresno. I think that's fantastic. And so I'm definitely going to be supportive. And you talked a little bit about recovering the number of officers, but then also the equipment needed by the officers. So I'm a very strong supporter of this motion today. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Brown. We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Council, is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for that. It's now 12 o'clock. I want to do two items really quickly. The first one is going to be the approval of the City Council meeting schedule for calendar year 2018. It's brought forward by incoming President Esmeralda Soria. Do you wish to make a motion? Motion. I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second. We'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the City Council on this agenda item of next year's council schedule? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and return to Council. Member Capriolio. Okay, the screen is clear. We will, let's go ahead and vote. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. One more item, unscheduled communication. Is there anyone who wishes to address the council on any item that's not contained in today's agenda? If so, please come forward. Seeing no one, we will close unscheduled communication. Council will be in recess until 1:30. 1:30, and I know some of us have a meeting with the County Board of Supervisors. We have one brief item to address before we tackle the initiation of text amendment item. This is an item that City Manager has requested that we do, item 3B. This is actions pertaining to the Herndon Avenue widening project between Polk and Milburn Avenues in Councilmember Brandau's district. And it is Public Works.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council, Council President, City Manager. My name is Mike Hawley. I'm with the Public Works Department, Engineering Division. This item before you includes two actions pertaining to the proposed widening of Herndon Avenue between Polk and Milburn Avenues from 2 lanes to 3 lanes in each direction, including widening of the existing bridge over the BNSF Railway to accommodate a Class 1 bike path and pedestrian trail. The first action is approval of an agreement for professional engineering services with BKF Engineers for $869,526 plus $52,000 for contingencies for design and construction support services, and to authorize the Department of Public Works Director and his designee to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. And also, the second action is adoption of the 40th Amendment to the AAR, number 2017-165, appropriating $171,600 in Measure C Tier 1 funding for the project. Staff is recommending approval and adoption of these two above actions. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we'll go ahead and close public comment period and return to Council. Member Brandau, located in your district.
Yeah, Mike, I have a quick question for you. All right, so, and I think I heard my answer in your comments, but it's so important I want to ask directly. So this is the widening of Herndon between Milburn and Polk, and in that stretch is the overpass.
Yes.
Right before Polk. So that bridge that goes over the railroad tracks, that will be widened?
Yes, to accommodate a trail and bike path there.
Perfect.
And
So
widen from 2 to 3 lanes.
Widen to 3 lanes and a
each
trail.
direction.
And a trail on both sides? Or
It would just be on the north side.
Just on the north side?
On the north side of the road there.
Okay. That's really important. I've got a lot of citizens in that area of town that have been, it's very dangerous to go on that overpass on a bicycle. And I've done it myself, and it's no fun. So I'm really glad this project's kind of coming around. Do you have a time frame for what I could tell the residents of that part of town this could be completed?
Just after the approval approval by council there and issuing a notice to proceed for our consultant, it would take about 12 months for the design to get to the bidding phase of the project.
Okay, but at least I can tell them we're starting.
Yes.
Perfect. Then I have another question. It's not actually related to this section that we're voting on today, but I always get asked about the strip. There's about a 700-foot section of Herndon close to Brawley, just west of Brawley, where Herndon gets constricted to 2 lanes. It goes from 3 lanes to 2 lanes to 3 lanes. Is there any update I can tell folks about that? Or Scott, you might want to.
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. That section, the plans are ready to go to construction. We're just finalizing an agreement with the Fresno Irrigation District to have a pipeline there and the developer working on the project. So there's no reason why our widening would not occur this coming summer. We'd be fully into construction. But that is the only thing that's holding that up.
Okay, fantastic. Those are both good answers, and I'll relay those. Appreciate it. So I'm going to make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
I will second. So we have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. If there's no further comment, then we'll vote. Is there any opposition to this agenda item? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. We move now to the item resolution of initiation of a text amendment to allow cannabis operations, cultivation, manufacture, extraction, testing, distribution, delivery, medical dispensaries within the city of Fresno. I am one of the co-sponsors of the item, and so we'll just go ahead and begin with a little bit of housekeeping and explain how the item is going to work. There are 3 council members before you who are co-sponsoring this resolution. So the way it usually begins is with the staff presentation. In this case, the 3 of us will all make a few remarks, and then we'll go ahead and go out to the public. I have a number of yellow cards. We're going to do 2 minutes each on the yellow cards. I have about 15 of them, so that's 30 minutes so far of public comment. If at the end, once the cards are exhausted, if there are still some folks who wish to come up and speak, then we will go ahead and invite them to come up. Again, you'll have to give your name and address, and then you'll have 2 minutes with which to speak. Once we're exhausted with public comment, and then we'll return the discussion to the council dais. And then other council members are able to punch up. You'll get to watch the deliberations here. At the end of that, we'll be taking an electronic vote. And I know that there are some special guests here to speak that have been invited by other council members. You will be brought up to speak during that council member's time. I know that Chief Dyer is here. If you're on a time schedule, a time crunch, go ahead, and it's council president's prerogative to have you come up at the time of your choice. Otherwise, we can have you come up when Member Bredefeld has the floor. So we'll go ahead and begin, and it's my hope that all of you have had a chance to review the text of this resolution, and really the impetus is this. There is a sense of urgency toward coming to a decision as a body and as a community as to how to effectively deal with Proposition 64 and its ramifications. Obviously, the state is going to begin, Prop 64 goes into effect on January 1st. At that time, the state will be evaluating and issuing provisional licenses to operators in the cannabis industry. The hook is that to apply in Sacramento to operate a cannabis-related business, you have to have some kind of permit or a provisional a letter from your local government, your municipality, to get in line in Sacramento. And so that's really the impetus for addressing this issue today. I think that we're at this point, really. I think that the people in this room can really be credited for getting the city government to this point. And the reason for that is your city government does work. I know there are times that everybody in this room can be frustrated with us and frustrated with the things that we do, but it does work, and it is responsive to the needs of its citizens. Everyone here realizes that in county-wide, Proposition 64 failed. But in the city of Fresno, Proposition 64 passed. And then where the credit really goes to the folks who are here and many people who are not here right now is, I think what your appearance here at this lectern did was it changed some hearts, not just for the folks here at this dais, but also for hearts out in the community. The reason for that is because we saw veterans come. We saw PTSD, people who are suffering with PTSD come, people who are suffering with chronic illness come, people who are struggling with the life-challenging, the life-changing diagnosis of cancer. And so this board had a chance to witness and hear from the impassioned pleas of people who use cannabis as medicine. And I think that even though Prop 64 has addressed the recreational, the adult use of cannabis in the state of California, I think that when it comes to medicinal, I think that hearts have been changed and minds have been opened to not just the possibility but the necessity of cannabis dispensaries, medicinal cannabis dispensaries in the city of Fresno. And so that's why we're here right now. What this does is if you're here because you're afraid that there's going to be a pot house open on every corner when you wake up tomorrow morning, that's not the case. When this is adopted today, it's the city government of the city of Fresno with professional city staff working to determine how medicinal cannabis and other operations fit, how they fit with the health and safety of our community. Obviously, everyone up here, whether we agree with this or we don't, the first thing, of paramount importance for us is the health and safety of the neighborhoods, the families, and the individuals that we represent. And so that's the place that I'm coming from, and I know I can speak for my co-sponsors, Member Caprioli and Member Baines, that's the place where we come from to protect the health and safety of the people in our community. So it's with that we're introducing this. All it does is it initiates a text amendment. This isn't a moral debate today, a moral debate of whether or not cannabis is a dangerous substance. These are all things that can be debated. Obviously, no one wants children to get it. Those are the kinds of things that can be addressed, but the forum today is really to understand, debate, discuss, and learn about how what a text amendment does and what it can do in terms of cannabis. A text amendment, so when this passes today, it will initiate the process of changing zoning laws to accommodate medicinal cannabis in the city of Fresno and some other operations. Recreational dispensaries are not a part of this resolution today. So when this passes, a few weeks ago, the city council voted to hire a consultant. So we received a number of bids. We put out a request for proposal. A number of consulting firms who have advised other municipalities within the state of California and have done a good job writing regulations to fit the communities that have gone in this direction. Each city and each municipality, each county is different. So the consulting firm is going to sit with professional city staff, our professional city planners, and determine how many dispensaries are needed by this community. Where should they go? Who should the operators be? How do we select the operators? So really, the only thing that is going to be decided today is we're going to be kicking off a land use process that will determine the best way forward to protect the health and safety of our community, to make sure that the people who rely on cannabis products access safe and legal access to cannabis products, people who need them for medicine, will have a safe place to go. My hope is that we can foster a new industry in the city. My hope is that we can put folks to work who are looking for jobs. And my hope is that we can decimate, at least make a dent in the criminal gangs that control the cannabis trade in our community. And so that's what this attempts to do. it's just the first step in a long process. If our city staff and working in conjunction with our professional consultant, if they move at lightning speed, we may have something back before this council in 90 days. Maybe if they move quickly, 120 days. It's not something that's going to be determined overnight. And your continued attention to this issue and participation in this issue, your comments and your feelings, your discussion points are very welcome today, and they will be as we move forward in this process. So I thank you all for your attention. I look forward to hearing from each and every one of you and council colleagues as well as we get to the bottom of this and bring forward some policy that will be, some public policy that will be beneficial to our neighborhoods and our families and our community. So with that, I'll turn it over to my co-sponsor, Member Baines, and then Member Capriolio.
Thanks, Council President. And I think you did a great job of setting the tone for the discussion today. And I'm going to hopefully ask the city attorney to weigh in even a little bit more, provide a little bit more detail. And I'll just simply be brief and echo your comments. Today isn't the day to debate whether or not we're going to have medicinal, recreational cannabis in Fresno. It's not what this does. I assume that there will be a time for that, but I just want to make sure that for those of you that may be here to give public testimony, so that understand what you're giving public testimony about. What we're deciding today is to remove a ban that prevents us from having any discussion of any type of cannabis use in Fresno, whether medicinal or recreational. We at this point can't even have that discussion because of how this body has set itself up. So we think there's a few of us that believe, and I believe there's wide-ranging agreement amongst medicinal cannabis use in Fresno. There's a lot of agreement amongst that. Well, the truth of the matter is, folks, we can't even talk about it, not in a meaningful way. So what Council President Olivier, myself, and Councilmember Capriolio wanted to do was at least position our community where we could talk about something that's legal. Because if we don't talk about it, then the only place it exists is in the black market. And I don't think anyone wants that. I can't imagine anyone coming up here testifying publicly saying that they desire that. So this allows us to talk about it in a constructive way, in a thoughtful way. I thank the council president for his leadership on this issue. We've waited, I think, to do this at the appropriate time. State law has been has gone through several iterations of what the final product would be. I think we're at a point where we're close to having some clarity on what the state's going to allow, which positions us in the city of Fresno to make sure that an ordinance, a comprehensive ordinance that we bring to this community is going to be in line with state law. So I think there's some smart timing on our behalf, on our part as well. So anyhow, Council President, didn't want to. I think you covered it well. Didn't want to go on, but I would like to ask, or remember, Capriolio may have a few remarks, and then if the city attorney can kind of even narrow us in even further on kind of what we're going to discuss today. So I turn it over to Cap.
Thank you. I think both of you have summed it up rather nicely and completely as to what our business is here today. And so with that, we can ask the city attorney to chime in.
You know, I will say one thing before today does not allow anyone in the city of Fresno to get an operating permit. So I just want to make sure we're clear about that. I know that there may have been some confusion. No, Supervisor Borges, you cannot come get a permit today. Sorry, even after the vote. So I want to be clear with that. In the event, I know that we've tried to spell that out in the text amendment, but no one should come flooding City Hall today or crashing the state website with a permit to operate in Fresno. There will be a time when that will be applicable, but this does not do that in essence today. We will not be issuing city permits today. That's not what this is. That's not what this does.
Yes. Council. Yes, as mentioned, this resolution would begin the process of amending the zoning code to allow for cannabis operations, cultivation, manufacture, extraction, testing, distribution, delivery, and medical dispensaries in the city of Fresno. Currently, all of these uses, except for certain testing facilities and residential indoor growing, are prohibited in the city. The text amendment process begins with initiation. That's what we're doing today. By either the planning director or the council. Typically, the process then takes several months, providing time to draft the proposed final document and then hold public hearings with the Airport Land Use Commission and the Planning Commission before returning to council for introduction and adoption like any other ordinance. In other words, this is simply a prelude to a process. Nothing is final today. The item today requires a majority vote to be approved. The final adoption will require a minimum of 4 votes like any other ordinance. The initiation today is not subject to veto, but the final adoption is. The council today can also provide any further clarification or direction as to details desired in the final proposed action. Also, the informal committee and administration can provide input and direction on the final product to be brought back to council. The proposed action today, if finally approved, would, in effect, partially repeal what was approved by council when the recreational use ban was enacted several months ago. The proposal before you would not allow for recreational dispensaries, but would allow for cultivation, manufacturing, etc., but only medical dispensaries, as written today. What is being proposed today is legal under California state law and similar laws that have been enacted or are pending in many other jurisdictions in California and other states. Based upon state law, regulations, and conversations with state regulators, this action when final, would allow for commercial cannabis businesses to start the application process with the state, but at most for a temporary 120-day permit until the city enacts final regulations for cannabis businesses. It is also anticipated that the final proposed action will require cannabis businesses to obtain a conditional use permit from the city, which can then contain further details and restrictions on operations. Federal law concerning cannabis has been largely not enforced since 2009 and further clarified in the what we call the Cole Memo in 2013, in which the U.S. Department of Justice stated it was primarily deferring to the state agencies to address marijuana activities. It is uncertain whether Congress and the U.S. Department of Justice will enforce existing laws, continue with direction not to enforce, or amend federal law to either allow cannabis use or defer to the states to regulate it. I believe we will be provided further clarity on the issue by the time the matter returns to council for final approval. In any event, even if federal law does not change, the mere regulation or taxation of cannabis businesses at the city level has not led to any civil or criminal liability for local jurisdictions or their officials. Also, depending upon what occurs today, our office will put a memo on the city attorney's website available tomorrow explaining where we are in the process so anybody can see that. Thank you.
Thanks again, City Attorney. What we'll do now is open up public comment. Again, I have about 15 cards, and each speaker will be given 2 minutes. So we'll begin. Who's a lucky person? Blake Gunderson? Are you here? Oh, you're with, okay. You got your card in first. Blake, please give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes as well, unless you can also be called up by a member of council after.
Thank you, Mr. President. Blake Gunderson, Assistant District Attorney. I am here today on behalf of my office to urge the council to vote against this resolution. I am not an expert on public health or public policy. I can say after decades in serving in my office and in law enforcement, I am somewhat of an expert on crime. Regardless of how one feels about the wisdom of federal policy on marijuana, we can all agree it is not going to change anytime in the near future. Because of that, banks and financial institutions are going to have the same policy regarding marijuana businesses, and because of that, it is going to remain a cash business. Because of that fact and its quasi-legal status, marijuana will remain a magnet for crime. I invite the council to go to your browsers, punch in 2 simple words, marijuana robberies. You will see page after page after page after page, statewide and nationwide, where these businesses are magnets for violent crime. In addition to robberies, you will see homicides. We had years, decades in this state where we enjoyed incredible decreases in crime. Thanks to Prop 36, 47, 57, realignment, and all the other insanity that's come out of Sacramento, that is all being reversed. Violent crime in this city and this state is going back up. My office, the Fresno Police Department, does not need any help in dealing with these increases. We don't need more. And as a side note, in regards to the comments that we've heard today regarding criminal street gangs, I would invite the council, given the fact that I'm more or less the supervisor of our MAGIC unit, which deals with gangs, any money that our criminal street gangs in this city deal with marijuana is a drop in the bucket compared to what they make in dealing in human trafficking and guns. Thank you.
Can I ask him a question? Would that be appropriate?
Thank you for your comments.
Council President?
Not at this time.
I just don't know if he's going to...
Thank you.
Are you able to stay or...
I'm at the council's pleasure.
Okay, you can stay. Okay, then I'll ask you the question later.
Our next speaker is Romy Horn. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council President. Romy Horn, CEO, Grow Cow, California. I appreciate this opportunity. And in response to the gentleman's comments, I think the data and all the analytics speak for themselves. Similar issues with convenience stores and alcohol. The argument can go on and on. I think what's important is that the city of Fresno is allowed the opportunity to increase the quality of living by allowing this opportunity, increasing employment, as well as responsible corporations vesting themselves in the community in areas such as recreation and other areas. We are currently a licensed commercial cultivator in another county. We're looking for an opportunity for expansion. We also partner with those counties and cities that we're working in right now to be vested. So again, the opportunities are truly appreciated. I appreciate the council's work on this issue and allowing this opportunity to be discussed in detail. I'm looking forward to an opportunity to work with the city of Fresno and increase and stimulate the economy. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Kim Castro, followed by Michael Green. Welcome. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Kimberly Castro, and I'm at 36 East Huntington Boulevard, Fresno. Good afternoon, Council. What this text amendment is proposing is a dramatic change to the city's zoning and coding laws, which could allow industrial-sized marijuana operations to exist in the city. This is nothing more than backdoor legislation, and you found loopholes that could potentially bring massive-sized locations, even city-owned property, to cultivate marijuana, legally transport and distribute marijuana, and that's just the least of it. And you did all of this on the last council meeting of the year. Now, many citizens in Fresno know that certain members of this council are working very, very closely to the marijuana lobbyists, so closely that we can't help but to wonder and to start to ask the questions, is this a conflict of interest? Is this council, these proponents, really doing what's in the best interest? So I ask you, council, to reconsider, especially Councilmember Paul, to reconsider your vote on this item. There are no proven successes stories of marijuana-related businesses, as the data has shown from Colorado and Washington that marijuana-related businesses are fraught with societal ills, and this council is highly aware of that. Marijuana operations of this magnitude bring gigantic attacks on our communities. And to you, Clint, your actions and your behaviors have earned you the title of the captain of the war on children and the war on our youth, because that's what the marijuana industry focuses on. Because a child getting addicted is a long-time user, and we all know they just care about the bottom line, about the money. I hope and pray you will come to your senses, Clint. And Councilmember Capriolio, this could possibly tarnish your legacy and your reputation. I urge you to please change your mind. Thank you, and have a Merry Christmas.
Michael Green, Supervisor Andreas Borges. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Michael Green, 701 Van Ness, number 204. On behalf of the Fresno Cannabis Association, we've appeared before this body and other bodies in Fresno County for several years to plead the case of medical cannabis patients who, on the one hand, are authorized to use state legal cannabis for medical purposes, but on the other hand, have been prohibited year in and year out, not only from cultivating their own cannabis, from getting safe access to retail outlets and safe access to those industries that serve those retail outlets. The proposal before you today is exactly what you should be doing. It is exactly what cities and counties are doing all around the state. I do serve in Lake County as a planning commissioner for the city of Lakeport. We've been involved with the cultivation ordinance up in Lake County. I can tell you these are complicated issues. They're both coming back Tuesday. One is on an urgency ordinance. One is doing a land use ordinance. And so the resolution of intent before you today doesn't throw open the floodgates. It starts a process. And I want to tell you, honestly, that the process works if you have the will to start it. You will get your stakeholder input. You will address these valid concerns of people who are concerned about public safety, and the ordinances that you craft out of that will help you effectively regulate cannabis. Yes, there are issues with federal law. Yes, there are issues with banking, but the state agencies are working so hard on that. And the fact that those challenges remain does not negate your responsibility to your citizens who do use cannabis for medical purposes. So if the dividing line in the sand is medical safe access, we support you in that. And we'll talk about adult use stuff, and we'll talk about personal cultivation with Prop 64, but you need to start the process. You need to be able to work with your consultant, and so we are very much in strong support of this resolution today.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Andreas Borges, and then this is one that I'm having a hard time reading. Is it, is the last name, somebody who's at 1060 Fulton Street? Oh, that's your writing? All right. Welcome. Name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Perfect. Hi, Supervisor Andreas Borges from Fresno County, Hall of Records. Great to see you guys and ladies. Different perspective. And please forgive the dress. I didn't anticipate coming and talk about marijuana today.
Point of order, Councilmember Brandow is requesting you remove your hat.
Oh, you know what?
It looks like a gang-related.
There we go. Apologies. I think everyone knows that Fresno County's position on marijuana has been very, very clear. Fresno County has not been supportive of enlarging the production and distribution and the business enterprises that go along with that. So I don't think I need to get into that, and today is not the forum, as Councilmember Baines mentioned earlier. What I am asking for all of you to strongly consider is the process. I spoke with Margaret Mims. She was unable to be here today, the sheriff, and she's given me authority to express her sentiment toward this, is that when you have a cross-jurisdictional issue like this, it is best when there is coordination between the city of Fresno and the county and Fresno and vice versa. We've made great strides in working together, and I work very closely with Councilmember Brandow on a number of different items. So I don't know how the board's going to vote today, but I would encourage you to please, before you move forward on anything else, it would be in the best interest of our community if we had compatible policies. We know what happens when the city of Fresno does one thing or the county of Fresno does one thing and the other respectively does something different. It creates a lot of challenges, and especially ones that can be avoided. So I respectfully request that this board, when this matter is brought back, that we please use the opportunity in January and February to have a joint meeting on this issue and try to make a path forward that is compatible with both bodies, because we may not be able to time's up, but we may not be able to sway you. I would strongly encourage that you not move forward with this, but more importantly, if you decide to do so, let's try to coordinate. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck McGill. You have the worst handwriting I've ever seen since I've been doing this.
I'm a lawyer.
Congratulations.
Thank God I passed the bar, because if I had to write for a living, I'd be done. Council President, council members, Let me start first from a personal perspective. By the way, my name is Charles McGill. My office is 1060 Fulton Street now. Thank you very much. By the way, it's beautiful. Thank you very much. And I'm also a resident of Fresno at 4277 West Cornell. I can speak personally. My wife died of breast cancer about 4 years ago. And I can tell you she was not a marijuana user. She was a very conservative woman. In fact, I am almost certain that she never used it until the last months of her life. And I saw the effect of edible marijuana on her going through chemotherapy. I saw her being able to eat during periods of time where she wouldn't have been able to eat. I saw the effects of how well it was in her passing. And so as from a personal perspective, I've completely changed my mind about it. I'm so supportive of what the council's doing right now. I'm so active that I've spoken to dispensaries. I've told them I'd be happy to lobby for you because I believe this is the right time to do this, and that we need to be respectful to those that are using it for medicinal purposes. Not only that, as a businessman in Fresno County, there are only so many sources of income that can regenerate income for the city. And quite frankly, by not having that ordinance in place, the longer you take, the more money you're losing, because it's a taxable thing. As far as what Blake, my good friend from the DA's office, said, there are ways that you can protect the cash business. Quite frankly, you do it with banks all the time. And these medical marijuana dispensaries could be regulated and treated the same way you do banks. Have security, have bulletproof glass, all the kinds of things that you would expect from a business. It's a cash-based business. And I would submit with what the last comment that someone just said, I believe Colorado now has an excess of income as a result of their medical marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Shannon Luce and then Steve Ziskowitz. Please come forward, give us your name and address. For the record, you'll have 2 minutes.
Shannon Luce, Fresno, California. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for your time today. I'm a college graduate, entrepreneur, mother, and cannabis patient. I first found relief using cannabis when I got sick in 2007. Smoking cannabis was my only option in 2007. The industry has come so far since you banned medical in 2009.
Shannon, can you move the microphone closer? Thank you.
As you discuss all these different commercial activities, please keep the advancement in applications of cannabis in mind. It definitely starts with cultivation, and from those plants, we have amazing new items like drops, sprays, gel caps, lotions, and even patches. Items like these provide relief without inducing the high. And for most of us, cannabis is not about getting high. It's about feeling well. There are many patients like myself that need safe access to medication in Fresno. Thank you again for your time and attention to this matter. I support this resolution, and I hope you will as well with a yes vote. I would like the freedom to choose a safe, non-toxic plant or plant-based medicine, and I'd like to do it legally and locally.
Thank you. Steve, come forward, please. Then followed by Cynthia Muniz and then Michael Smith. Please give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes as well.
Steve Ziskowitz, 4083 North Peach Avenue. So I'd like to say thanks, Paul Capriola, for getting on board with this and helping us out. And now even my mother, might not even be scared of using this. Should she need to in the future? But of course, next year when absolutely no one's after us. Let's see, just a couple points. I noticed that Cheech was on the commercial for the state of California. Literally, California is okay with it. Everyone's okay with it. They say, go to this website. Everything's fine. You can do your business. And then we come to the city, and that's where we get the problem. So I would say that's great. It seems like we're doing this at the last minute, right before next year. It's been 20 years, but we're doing it just right now, so we can hopefully get into the state system. Everyone's going to be doing the tracked product next year, from seed to sale, and paying all the taxes and all that. I would just say let's be cautious of only giving the business to a few big stores like San Jose, where they say, oh no one can apply. That's it. We have all we need. Why does that benefit anyone? There's obviously more demand if more people want to open businesses. And in San Jose, they just have everybody parking in front of all the ones that exist, and just going to the ones that exist. People are making a couple different churches just to open a different one. We don't want to be like this. If we have a business and it's in a reasonable location, and whether it's delivery or a retail store, it might not be all Bevmo. It might be some little liquor stores. And then you're talking about the robberies. And, well, what do we have now? When it's illegal, we have robberies, right? So we want to have good security, whether it's a small store or a big store, and how that would help us. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Muniz, Michael Smith, Cesar Casamayor, Nicholas Cardella.
Hello,
Hi.
Council. My name is Cynthia Rose Muniz, and I was in cancer care for 33 years. I had a major breakdown in 2010, and I had to leave the job that I loved. Because of that, I went into a mental facility, and I had a lot of problems, a lot of pain, fibromyalgia. I was on pain pills. I was on medical pills for my medical status, emotional status, spiritual status, and physical status. Now, after 5 years, I've recovered, gone through all my therapy, and I'm getting back. And I'm off my pain pills because of this. And because of that, I'm also getting tired off my mental pills as well. What I wanted to say was, if it wasn't for the tinctures that they've developed, that I wouldn't be standing here right now. I could hardly walk from up the stairs when I first got sick. My dedication to the cancer patients and the pain that they go through with any kind of cancer is detrimental to them. They can't function, and that's the quality of life that we want to give to them. Medical marijuana has been on the books in the state of California since 1996. I worked with a physician that was on the board, the medical board, to get this passed in our state. And frankly, I'm really embarrassed of Fresno City that we haven't come to any kind of ordinances since 21 years later. I would like to say, please, on behalf of the medical patients, we don't want to go to the streets. I never smoked marijuana in my whole entire life. My brother was a pothead, but I never smoked. And I just want to thank you, and please, please think of the patients.
Thank you.
We really need safe accessibility.
Michael Smith.
Michael Smith, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a girl. So this is really weird for me to be here. I have such extreme anxiety, but I came here because this is important to me. So that's why I'm here. So please bear with me if I get shaky or I look like I'm going to faint. To understand my view, I must explain why this medication is so important to me. My journey at this point started when I was 14, and I was assaulted repeatedly and became pregnant. Even though my personal journey, I have forgiven my oldest daughter, which I kept my daughter, biological father, because he had his own demons to deal with. And I am almost 40 years old, and I used to have a lot of anger and hate, and all the medications that they gave me caused so many side effects that frankly I didn't want to get out of bed, and I didn't want to live. I have severe PTSD, conversion disorder, major depression, and I recently was diagnosed with fibromyalgia. This pain is so severe that I don't just not live, I don't have a quality of life. I want to live. I want to be around my children and my grandchildren. Please remember that I understand there are things in this world where crime happens,
But if you look at statistics and not just look at what your agenda pushes, not just looking at your right or your left vision, if we understand that what's right is what's right and it's not about money, then all this process that you guys are going through to make this a possibility for all of us is about what's right. Not about money, but helping people. Don't forget, a lot of us need help. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Cesar Casamayor, Nicholas Cardella. Hi, welcome. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Cardella. I'm an attorney with Wanger Jones Helsley, and I'm here to speak on behalf of proponents of the measure tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here, Council. I just want to keep this brief. You know, we heard some dire...
You can raise this.
Excuse me. We heard some dire prophecies about what some of the side effects of cannabis legalization will be. But the fact of the matter is that we're in relatively uncharted territory here. Nobody really knows what it's like to have a legal cannabis industry, and we don't know what the consequences of having that industry are going to be. But the beauty of what the city is doing with this measure is allowing itself to essentially have a trial period in which it will be able to assess the risks and benefits and respond appropriately. The one thing that we do know, despite all of the claimed facts regarding the negative side effects, is that as long as cannabis industry is prohibited, you'll never enter the black market, and you'll only allow the criminal gangs that profit from it to continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peace. My name is Cesar Casamayor. I live in Southeast Fresno. First, I want to thank Mr. Olivia for bringing up this issue. It's very important. I want to give a very quick story that's very similar to a lot of the young kids that grow up out here. I'm an immigrant to this country, 7 brothers and sisters, 1 single mother, no father in the house, poverty. I lived in the projects. All we saw was drugs. All we saw was bad things. When I got to a point in my life where I said, you know what, I ain't going to do what I did. I'm going to try to do something right. I went to first of my family of 7 to go to college. First of my family to get out of the poverty industrial system that we have in this country. And I say that to say this. This resolution is owed to the thousands of young people here in Southeast and Southwest Fresno that have lived under poor conditions, neglect. You talk about PTSD, you have generations of kids that live with PTSD every single day in West and Southeast Fresno, and that's real talk. When you talk about trap houses, that's what we're talking about, PTSD. Another point that I want to make before I get to go, equity. It's very important that you guys give back equity to the communities that mostly need it, that deserve it, because for many times we have been, and I'm talking about black and brown people, have been the target for the drug epidemic. We have been the target for the jail systems. Now that we have an opportunity to do something legit, to do something that's productive, that's positive, please allow us to be productive, to be just like everybody else, to live for the American dream. And I think it starts with us having an understanding that this is equitable, and it should be equitable, especially for those who have been mostly affected by the drug epidemic in this country. And this is medicine, which is the most important thing out of all this that I think a lot of times gets confused or misinterpreted or not mentioned enough. This is medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, that was the last card. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on this agenda item? Please come forward. If you would give us your name and address for the record, you'll have 2 minutes as well.
I think you have my card.
Oh. Anyway, I don't have it.
I say you put it on the bottom. Anyway, my name's Bill McPike. I've been a local attorney for about 40 years, and I think this is great. I'm glad Paul came on board, and this really needs to be done. I would suggest that you add 2 words into the resolution, and one of those is processing, and the other one is transporting, because those are separate events that will be licensed by the state. The processing is where you separate the leaves from the flower. The leaves are taxed at $2.75 an ounce. The flower is taxed at $9.25 an ounce. So that's your processing. If you add that word, that would be good. Transporting is different than delivery service. Delivery service is like a store on wheels, a mobile vendor. And your transporting is going to be from the cultivator to the laboratory, from the laboratory to the distributor, from the distributor to the retailer. So it suggests you add that. And that's my only two comments as to the legality of it. And then I heard the guy that had his hat on was up here and he's talking about who's going to be the leader in the city and the county and this and that. Well, the leader of this movement is the electorate, the voters of the state of California, and they've already spoken. I'm glad to see Fresno's going to come on board and back them. And then lastly, I saw the city clerk over here, and after her name it says MMC, and I was curious if that stood for Medical Marijuana Collective.
Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Ann Eller, and my address is Fresno, and I am a representative of California Central Valley Normal. I did want to come up here and thank you all, the council members, for giving us this opportunity to finally discussing a medical marijuana dispensary. I've been working with patients in this county for over 10 years, and it's been really hard to direct people where to get their medical cannabis. I understand that people are afraid of the negative impacts of it, but I also feel that the positive impacts outweigh the both. I am here today, and I didn't submit it to each one of you yesterday, 24 hours in advance, but there are many people in our community that would like to be here today, but due to their disabilities, financial, work-related, they couldn't be here. So I did provide, and I have over 500 signed copies of people wanting medical marijuana dispensaries. All of these people live in Fresno. Their addresses, license, everything is on them, and they're handwritten. So this would have filled up this arena today if we would have brought all these people. So this is showing that there is a need, and we really do need it. So I appreciate you taking your time. Patients need America for safe access for their cannabis, and this is long overdue, and I hope we could get something, starting at the first of the year. I know the state has a lot of taxes. Mr. McPike discussed that. If you go over the revenues, it's going to be quite expensive for a lot of people to even start up in businesses. And my last comment today is I really would like us to keep it local. And when I say that, when you're deciding for people to come in and represent Fresno, we have lots of cannabis cultivators, manufacturers, and people who have been in the industry and know the area. Why not let them be the mom and pop of Fresno instead of having people from out of state or out of county? Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Good to see everybody today. Thank you guys for taking up this issue. I just want to reiterate what Cesar was saying a second ago about the war on drugs being borne out in communities of color, black and brown. And so as we take up this issue as a city, I would like to recommend that we look at this as an opportunity to bring equity into this situation where Sacramento, Oakland are looking at doing one-to-one licensing processes. So one white person gets a license, one person of color gets a license, to ensure that everybody has equal access to becoming cannabis entrepreneurs in Fresno. And then I just want to applaud you guys on looking at the revenue opportunity, because I'm very interested as a community organizer in using some of that potential $1 billion from legal cannabis to do some of the work that we cannot right now afford to do in Fresno. Some gang intervention work can be funded through this process. After-school programs, music programs, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math programs. And so as you consider this, I encourage you guys to look at this as an opportunity to enhance some programs that we're already doing in Fresno, but really I'm concerned about the equity piece, ensuring that black and brown folks are not cut out of this economic opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes as well.
I'll be quick. Hi, George Boyajian, 135 West Shaw. I want to thank you guys for this. I think it's great. One point I wanted to make when you're working with the consultant is that, to prevent big monopolies from coming in from out of town and taking over our areas, to allow local residents to be able to apply and take advantage of the ordinance. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council? If so, please come forward. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name's Tim Bossino. I live on Miami in Fresno. Well, I'm here to rebut the people who are talking about, keep it out of the kids' hands. If you open up a medical dispensary, you're going to put the weed in the kids' hands. I hate to tell you, but I'm a parent of 2 kids in high school, and it's already in their hands. It's already banned, but it's already in their hands. Oh, what? The process ain't working, okay? Send your money if you want to spend some time. This is the crystal meth capital of the world. Spend some time on the crystal meth. Medical patients have a right to get their stuff. If you want to have them go to the streets, you're just boosting up the gangs. Then your deputy district attorney can get his more work in, okay? That's where it's at. Not in medical marijuana. You already banned recreational marijuana. Okay, that was your privilege. Medical marijuana, you got to give them the right to get their medicine. They check the ID. They check the doctor's recommendation before they can get their medicine. It's not like anybody can just come on in. Come on in, kids. We're selling weed. You got to regulate it. If you regulate it, that's what you need to do. And I know that's all you're doing today is just talking about it, moving on. Take it slow, move in the right direction, but it starts today. Deciding this today is what changes it. Just like they said, it's not changing tomorrow because you said yes today. It's going to be a long process, and we're here to work with you in that process. Thank you very much.
Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for being here today, giving us the opportunity to speak on this matter. My name is Daniel Garces, and my address is 1568 Murray Road. And I think the important thing to highlight at all of this is the medicinal aspects of the cannabis plant. Scientific research is showing positive signs of cannabis consumption being used as a medicinal treatment. The endocannabinoid system is involved in regulating a variety of physiological and cognitive processes within the body, and we need to take advantage of that. The list of ailments that have been found treatable in some forms are Alzheimer's, autism, glaucoma, epilepsy, diabetes, Crohn's disease, HIV, hepatitis C, ALS, Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, spasticity, sickle cell anemia, PTSD, arthritis, fibromyalgia, migraines, menstrual pain, asthma, depression, anxiety, and stress. We are clear that Valley residents are more likely to either suffer or die from chronic disease than people elsewhere in California. Health experts say the reasons for the Valley's ailments are poverty, bad air, foul water, urban sprawl, and so-called food deserts and harmful health habits. Consequences of chronic diseases in the Valley are costly, both in lives and healthcare expenses. Diabetes consumes about close to $600 million in healthcare costs in the Valley. Asthma adds $150 million in hospitalization costs. Adults who are overweight, obese, and physically inactive cost at least $1.6 billion a year. Annual cost to treat cardiovascular disease exceeds to $1.6 billion. We need to focus on the social, behavioral, and environmental factors that contribute to people's health instead of an emphasis on treating disease The objective should be, what can we do in the community to keep people healthier so they don't end up in the healthcare system in the first place? And I think medical cannabis is an avenue towards that better healthcare.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on this issue? Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes. And you can move the microphone down as well. We can hear you.
Sure. All right. Maya, 3429 North Stanford Avenue. Hi, all of you today. My name is Maya. I'm a rape survivor. I also suffer from severe depression and PTSD. But when I say depression, I don't say that lightly. I have fought through the nights to fight and hold on and keep myself alive with therapy. I've been smoking weed as a patient. I had so many side effects from antidepressants. I threw up. I dropped to 80 pounds. I couldn't hold down food or water. I switched over and over and nothing. Weed was the only thing that calmed me down and helped me eat. I'm able to talk with all of you right now. I also was in a car accident last September due to a drunk driver at a four-way stop sign who came at 100 miles per hour, who didn't stop. Our car flipped 3 times over a fence, and she then tried fleeing the scene. I was hospitalized, and my body is not the same. I use CBD oils to get through the day. Please, please start the process towards safe access for my medicine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council on this agenda item? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is David Mock. My address is 2125 Merced Street. I'm an attorney in Fresno, and I represent clients that are out of the area, out of this jurisdiction, that are currently cultivating and have dispensaries. For Fresno to not go this next step, it's not only, I think, irresponsible for the people that you've heard testify before you today or give comments today about access to medicine. It's irresponsible, I think, as a municipality and as a government to not look what's coming your way. Cultivation happens in Fresno. Dispensaries are here right now. It's here. To not regulate it and to not be on board with it is, I think, is irresponsible of this board, of this council, not to do. More importantly, you don't need to recreate the wheel. There are counties in San Luis Obispo. There are counties in Ventura, Santa Barbara. There are places that have already done this. The framework is there for you to do. And once you have the opportunity to go see a grown-up, responsible, mature cultivation dispensary, it's not scary, it's not what you think it is, and it's irresponsible, I think, of this council to not take the next step. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Brenda Linder, and I work and live here in Fresno. Just to reiterate what Attorney Mock said, as far as local people who have been criminalized over the years. I mean, the medical laws have been allowed at the state level for over 20 years, but Fresno City and Fresno County have continued to criminalize those who have participated in the state laws for several years. I would just urge that the council, because I'm sure that there's been a lot of investigative work, et cetera, done into the commercialization and the business end of this industry as we now know it in this state. There are a lot of jurisdictions, as Mr. Mock said, cities and counties that have come before the city to set an example as far as regulations and what works and doesn't work. I encourage you to keep looking that direction, but I strongly, strongly encourage you. There can be residential requirements. There can be requirements that help go back and serve perhaps the people that have fought and advocated here for years and years and been refused and been criminalized over the last 20, 21 years. I think that there should be special consideration to local people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council on this issue? Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Cruz Benuelos, resident here in Fresno, P.O. Box 26213. I'm here on behalf of my father, who recently passed away from cancer. Coming back from Tacoma, Washington, where I was residing, I saw what the industry did out there, as far as crime and able to help patients. Today I came from a funeral where I lost another cancer patient, which was a family member, and I definitely know there is medicinal qualities within the cannabis. If you guys could, please do move forward with the subject.
Thank you for your comments. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sonia Lastraco, and I've invested in a 420 RX medical cannabis business, and my address is 2225 West Shaw, Suite 106, and I have 4 doctors that are on the wheel. We have 9 locations: Carmichael office, Tracy, Stockton. So I distribute medical cannabis cards, along with educating my patients that the medical cannabis is very good for you regarding CBD oils, CBD products. They help you. They help circulation. There's a lot of antioxidants in cannabis oil in the marijuana plant. It's great for circulation. It reduces inflammation. When your inflammation goes away, then your anxiety is less. I'd like to see my grandkids someday understand that cannabis oil is good for you, not just the THC level. And it's amazing, young kids that come in from universities that don't know the difference between cannabis oil and THC, and their eyes light up when I tell them there's vapes, there's oils, there's creams. Before you take a test, before you give a speech, you don't need to fry your brain with just THC marijuana. The cannabis oil is good for you, and it calms you down. It takes inflammation away, and there are no THC levels. Because the actual plant itself that you grow, if you understand the marijuana product, has to have at least 99% of cannabis oil. Helps cancer patients, reduces autistic children from all the climbing and Parkinson's disease. I buy cannabis oil for my father. I've gotten him off 4 medications. I have an aunt who's gotten off oxycodone, Norco, because of cannabis oil that
I'm sorry, your time is up.
over 1,000 milligrams. So
Thank you.
we need to push this because a lot of black markets going on, and they're buying
Thank you.
junk.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council on this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay. Seeing none. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jay from 2222 Belmont. I'd like to say we better keep this cannabis illegal. It's causing real problems in society. I'm just joking. It's not causing any problems. I want to go over a few of the pros of marijuana legalization. It's not an exhaustive list, just a few of the pros for the common arguments. Number 1, dismantling the black market. Something that Fresno needs to do. It's currently, we probably have $10 million worth of sales of cannabis here in Fresno every year. And right now, none of that's being taxed. You guys aren't touching any of it. It's just on the black market. And you guys can start regulating it today. Number 2, improve quality and safety control. You guys care about your guys' health of the community and your constituents. Regulate it. You'll improve the quality and you'll improve the safety control. Number 3, increase tax revenue. I know Fresno is having problems with taxes. You guys definitely need to increase tax revenue. Number 4, availability of medicinal cannabis. Has many uses: Crohn's disease, epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, migraines, post-traumatic stress disorder, cancer, problems due to chemotherapy, and many more. It's a lot of ailments that it helps, especially being non-toxic, not having to go to pills or anything else like that. Number 5, another thing we have a problem with in Fresno, decrease in gang-related drug violence. You guys want to take it out of criminals' hands, start regulating it. And last but not least, allows police and courts to focus on more violent crimes. We have a meth epidemic here in Fresno. We have a lot of violent crime. let's get the police to focus on that instead of non-toxic cannabis that's not hurting anybody. Lastly, I hope that you do allow people that are local citizens to apply for the permits here in town. I hope you take them into consideration first. I'd like to apply myself. We have the money backing and everything too. So
Thank you
I
for
appreciate
your
you guys'
comments.
time. I hope you guys really do take it into effect, the regulation.
Thank you.
It'll definitely benefit the city quite tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the City Council on this agenda item? If so, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Kelly Dackwich. I didn't plan on coming up here to talk, but I just wanted to...
Can you move the microphone?
I just wanted to say one thing. I live in Aubrey. I don't live here in town. I took off work early to get here. I don't want to get high. I hate that feeling. I hate it. I don't want it. But I love the relief that I get every evening from CBD oils. I do tinctures when I need them. I don't do it every day. And I can't get them. I can't get them here. If I get them, there's not the right dose. It's whatever they have. I would like to see a good variety here. I don't want to have to go out of town, and that's what I've been having to do. So it would be nice to be able to shop locally. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council? Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll also have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Evan Ebeker. I come for multiple reasons. The main thing is I just wanted to thank you guys for starting to get on board, starting to get it in line and get it in motion. I just ask that as you guys do that, that you keep local people in mind when giving out the licenses on all levels. And obviously it's a huge issue here. Cancer runs in my family as well as pretty much everyone's family. So I'm very thankful that you guys are starting to get the ball rolling, and I just hope that you keep conscious the local involvement as you go through with licensing on all levels. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council on this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment at this time and return to the council dais. I have a number of council members punched up. What will happen next is council members will have a chance to share their own presentations, discuss and debate this issue. After the screen is clear, then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and have an electronic vote, and the results will be displayed on the wall above us. So with that, we have 3 punched up so far. Member Brando, you're first. Member Chavez, you're second. Member Bradfeld, you will be third.
Thank you, Council President. So I have a couple comments, but before I get into my comments, I'd like to ask up Chief Dyer to come to the podium, please. And Chief, we've already heard from Deputy District Attorney Gunderson, but I wanted to get your thoughts on this issue.
Okay. Well, thank you, Council, and thank you, Councilmember Brandel. I think it's first and foremost it is important to remember, as was pointed out by the city attorney, that possession and use and sale of marijuana in the United States is still against federal law, and that is important for us to all remember. And I also think it's important to know that there's a new administration in Washington, and Attorney General Sessions has been very vocal about marijuana being illegal still federally. And I'm very confident that there's going to be some enforcement actions by the Attorney General and those underneath him, which is the Drug Enforcement Administration. I continue to be adamantly opposed to any type of recreational sales or use of marijuana in our city. I've seen the negative impact on communities. I've seen the devastation that it causes in families. And I know that the Fresno Rescue Mission at one point took a survey of 96 of those individuals that were in their program. 88 of them had used marijuana, and all 88 of them said that the use of that marijuana had led them to the use of other drugs. However, having said that, before my fans start applauding,
folks, let's let the chief have his say. We've all had our say. Let the chief speak, please.
I do have mixed feelings about medical marijuana. I really do. And I can tell you that my feelings have changed over the years after listening to some of the stories that have been told here, some of the individuals that I've talked to. And I do believe that there are individuals out there that have a legitimate need for medicinal marijuana. I've seen that. And I know that there are many people believe or rely on marijuana to feel better. And so I support that. I really do. I do know that there are some abuses with medical marijuana, but there's abuses with prescription drugs as well from pharmacies. There is one thing that I think is important, that I know there's a feeling that the black market is going to go away. If, in fact, whether it's medicinal marijuana dispensaries or recreational, and that's just not the case. And I believe Colorado has proven that. As marijuana use increases, which it will, and in fact has in Colorado, now use by youth for marijuana is number one in the nation. It has continually climbed. So we know that the demand for marijuana is going to go up. And what we find as the demand for marijuana goes up, there's going to be a desire for more production of marijuana. And whenever there is legal recreational marijuana dispensaries or medicinal marijuana dispensaries in play, what ends up happening is there's a tax. So the sale of that marijuana is more. And there's going to be a legitimate black market underneath to undercut the sales of that. And Colorado has seen that and seen black market sales of marijuana flourish in cultivation. So I just want to make sure folks understand this is not going to eliminate the black market in our county by any way, shape, or form. And I also hope that there's not a false expectation, regardless of what happens on this resolution today, because I've heard from a lot of folks that this is something that it's not. And it's my understanding that this resolution, if passed, simply allows applicants to apply at the state level with the Bureau of Cannabis Control for some type of a license. But there is no guarantee that that will ever occur in Fresno. And so I understand that. And I want to close with this. Regardless of how this vote goes, I know that there is a study underway for the city of Fresno. I just want to make sure that the council proceeds with a great deal of caution on this issue, and I know that you will. And that the council not be clouded or have their judgment clouded by the potential dollars that might be brought into this city. I don't think that should even be a discussion. If we're willing to allow something to occur just for increased revenue, it's for the wrong reason. But if it is for the purpose of giving people an opportunity that have a legitimate medicinal need to have a place to get marijuana, that is something different, as long as it is regulated. So that's my my feelings on it, because I do have mixed feelings on medicinal use. But recreational use, I'm still adamantly opposed to.
Okay. And Chief, so follow-up question. Have you, as the Fresno Police Department, done any type of study, conjunction with what's happening, on the increase of resources you would need to tackle both medicinal and or recreational marijuana?
Well, I can tell you that it would depend on what is proposed in the future. Depending on what that looks like, I could then tell you what the need would be if, in fact, there was going to be some sort of regulation. But it would be difficult to say right now. As my understanding, this is simply a process to allow for people to apply. And if the council is inclined to go that direction, that is certainly a policy decision by this city. And then at some point in time in the future, if it is allowed here for medicinal use, then I would hope that I'll be involved in those discussions so that we can regulate not only medicinal facilities, but the black market that will accompany it. And there will be a black market rise. Make no mistake.
Thanks, Chief. All right. A couple of things that I wanted to ask about, and we've talked about. There's your fans, Chief. We've talked about this several times, so I'm not going to kind of go over all of my stuff on my own personal stuff on marijuana. I'm very similar to Chief Dyer. I have been moved over the course of my time here, listening to the stories of people who have true medicinal needs. Okay, so I do believe that. You guys don't have to convince me of that over and over again. Several different people here today who I've never heard from before. Many have come over and over and over again. So I'm very open to learning more about that. I did have a conversation last night when a friend of mine that I think everybody on this dais knows found out we were talking about this today, talked about he had finally went to, because of a sleep problem, he went to access medicinal marijuana. And he was introduced to a doctor online, and the doctor gave him a prescription online and really only asked him 2 questions. And then when the customer wanted to understand more, the online doctor said, I have no time. And so there's a couple of things in there that give me pause, even within the medicinal marijuana realm, that I need to learn more about. I would love to be able to truly provide people with medicines without all the other loopholes. Does that make sense to anybody? So I feel like there's some loopholes. And those of you who truly need it and can look me in the eye and say, Councilman, I need that. I would like to get your needs met without all of the other loopholes, if that makes sense. Okay. Then a couple things, Doug, our city attorney. So we've talked about this being still federally banned. What are the types of issues we could face in the city of Fresno moving forward down this pathway?
If the federal government were to, say, strictly enforce federal law, I think it would effectively, for the most part, nullify what we're doing. The city itself would not be liable for anything, especially criminally liable. But, for example, if the federal government said they're going to shut down cultivation operations, dispensaries, and so forth, then that would supersede whatever we're doing here.
Okay. So there's some flexibility until we know more, but we've heard that the federal government is looking at this pretty aggressively. So we'll probably have to face that music when the time comes. Now, to the makers of the motion today, when I read this, I don't see this being strictly about medicinal marijuana. Are there any guarantees inside the language of this resolution that I'm missing that you're telling me? I mean, the folks today so far are talking about medicinal marijuana. Is this about medicinal marijuana only, Clint and Oliver and Paul?
This is about changing. This is about initiating a change in the text amendment to allow medicinal marijuana retail stores. As far as the cultivation, the manufacturing and production, etc., that would be for adult use and medicinal within city limits.
Well, adult use, is that synonymous with recreational?
That's the correct industry term is adult use.
The correct industry term, of course, is adult use. All right. So I have a little bit of a problem with that, and I hope you folks can see where my concerns are coming from.
But there's no ordinance yet. That's what
There's no ordinance yet.
This will
Right.
create the debate that we can
It
have.
will create the slippery slope. Okay. But do you notice how you folks have come out to talk about medicinal marijuana, but the language of this resolution opens the door to recreational uses? And that may or may not worry you, but it worries me. I mean, that's my job. So I have to really kind of understand what could happen here. So although, again, we're talking about medicinal, and I think there's a lot of compassion on this council for that issue, really, there's an element here, and Councilman Olivier just openly said it, this stuff about distributing and testing and manufacturing, that's all open to recreational marijuana as well as medicinal, okay? So I know that we're setting up, one of the goals is to set up licensing from the Bureau of Cannabis Control, but really their licensing, they have multiple licenses, but they include recreational distributor, recreational retailer, recreational microbusiness, testing, recreational temporary cannabis events, okay? So, you know, I just want to be really genuine about what we're talking about here today and why I would have concerns. I want the folks that talked about medicinal to understand where my concerns are coming from. So I think that at the last council meeting of the year, we're getting something slid across our table. By the way, I've been a councilman 5 years. It happens almost every year, the last council meeting of the year. A change in something, we've had special meetings where the mayor or some council member wanted to slide something underneath. And honestly, I was at 3 Christmas events last night. We get invited to all kinds of stuff because we're council members. We're expected to show up and make a showing. And this time of year, I think, is the wrong time for us to sit here and have this debate. And I have no problem having the debate, okay? But it's kind of getting passed right at the last minute. I hope you guys understand that. You guys are all probably supporting of representative government. This is what happens in representative government, okay? So it happens at the national level on down. End of the year, slide through. They know we're not paying attention. Okay, so I have concerns about that, okay? And then thirdly, Supervisor Borges was here and he made the case. We talked with the County of Fresno. We had a joint meeting with the County of Fresno at this dais. And marijuana was one of the 3 items that we talked about that night. And we all agreed that we would look at this thing together, that we'd look at it together. And now the City of Fresno is going to proceed without the County of Fresno. We initiated the conversation. Now we're cutting them loose. We're proceeding without the County of Fresno. Just so you folks know, again, representational government. So Fresno County could pass one thing. The City of Fresno could pass something. I hope you guys understand the types of problems that could incur there, right? So if we say one thing here, all that means is somebody either goes into a county island or goes to Selma or goes to Clovis, does their thing over there, and it might be the opposite of what you're looking for, okay? So for all of these concerns, I really have difficulty voting on this on the last day of the year. We've had many conversations about this. I felt like from the mayor's leadership, we were going to have a ban on recreational. Everybody knows about that 1-year ban. We were going to look at it after a year. We also made some medicinal marijuana decisions, but here we are again today under the wire trying to reverse earlier decisions. So those are my concerns. For those reasons, I can't support it today, okay? So I totally welcome any conversations. If anybody wants to meet with me privately, I can do that as well. But I want the audience at least to understand why I'm not going to be supporting when this vote gets taken today.
Okay. Thank you, Member Brandow. Just briefly, before we go to Members Chavez and Bredefeld, and then Member Baines is punched up again as well, I wanted for you to address, and I've heard 3 or 4 times, there's insinuating that there's some kind of deception going on or underhandedness or by bringing it forward on the last day of the year. Well, I wanted to address that. Okay, here's the agenda that we had to read and digest and understand for this meeting today. Here's this agenda item. Okay? It's our job to read and understand this entire packet. And it's our job to read and understand these 3 pages. Okay? This has been public. It was placed on the agenda a week ago. I've repeatedly tweeted about it. Local media has covered this story for days. And so, and look, guys, you guys, this is my best friend. Right. This is the godfather of my child. And so you can see how these community issues can even seep into people's personal lives and their relationships. And so Steve and I have found a way to get through many contentious issues. And so I'm not trying to play gotcha or screw you. I am trying to get to the root of this, and we can all understand. And so it's I reject the notion that Member Baines and Member Capriolio and myself are trying to pull a fast one, because this is an open and public process that you may disagree with, but I'm very proud of. And the other issue, no, let's dispense for a second with that. But the other issue that I wanted to say is I'm proud of the open and public dialogue that we're having, but I would submit this to you, Councilmember Brandow, that this is not the right day to discuss this. But in your book, I am quite sure that it wouldn't be right on February 19th or August 7th or June 6th. I feel like this is not something that you would be able to support on any of those days. And so I just had to, I mean, it's not my turn to speak, but because I'm the council president, I'm allowed to, so I'm going to. It was just important to me to rebut once and for all the idea that we're in Washington, D.C. in the middle of the night and somebody just put through a $10 million pork spending bill, because that's not what's occurring here.
Okay.
Thank
you. I'm gonna respond to that. So your illustration with the size of that book and the size of this resolution, that illustration goes both ways. This is the information that we have, 3 pages on this so we've been in council meetings since 8:30, and this item, yes, though it's small in the amount of pages inside of that book, it's by far the most controversial, probably thought-provoking decision we have to make during the final day of our calendar year. Okay, so irregardless of that illustration, and I get it, it's very important, and so it's very controversial, and it requires a lot, and there's very little staff report backing this up. So, and then plus, everybody's busy. I've tried to connect with the mayor a couple of times, more than just text. He's busy, I'm busy. I think you know where I'm going with that, Clint. So I agree. So let's talk about the other thing that you mentioned about my support for this. Now, here's what we had done, and the mayor had led this result, is we had agreed from council that we were going to hire a consultant, which has not been hired yet. That consultant was going to look at all of these things and come back and present to council with recommendations. Now we're getting out in front of that consultant. Now, we agreed on all of that earlier this year, and yet now we're getting ahead of that consultant. And so, so that's more along the lines of what I'm talking about. So if you're saying we're not trying to ram something through, then I would simply make a request of you that we come back after we've hired a consultant and have this conversation in the beginning of the year. And so if it's not that big a deal to you, can we continue this item until we've heard from that consultant?
I wish to proceed today.
Okay, see, exactly exactly my point.
Member Chavez, and then Member Bredefeld, and then Member Baines.
I think the best way to follow that is to just say Merry Christmas to both of you. I'm gonna try to land this because I think we've had about 4 or 5 meetings to deal with this. And City Attorney, I just want to make sure that we understand this conceptually. So this is the initiation. Subsequent to this, we will still have an introduction and a ratification. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is where I'm going with this. So we've actually, in the works of hiring a consultant, to help us analyze and do all this. And I just want to be very upfront with folks. I think you all know where I stand on the recreational piece. I don't support that. I share some of the thoughts that Chief Dyer mentioned as far as the medicinal one. I've gone through myself a pretty extensive educational process, I got to tell you that. And I think watching a 10-year-old child that suffers from epilepsy and what this medication does for her has had a big impact in my decision today. So I'm not going to belabor this. I think we all know where we stand, but I will be supporting this measure today. But I also want to be very blunt, no pun intended, and honest with you here today, that if whatever comes back does not have specific safeguards and a certain process, then I reserve the right of not supporting it. I'm hoping that my colleagues will take that into consideration as we develop this, because I think a lot of the concerns that Chief Dyer outlined are absolutely real. There are certain neighborhoods that are prone to have this more than others, and I just want to make sure that we're cautious, that we're strategic, and that we're making sure that we do this right. I don't want to have to keep doing this over and over. Not to say that I don't like listening to a lot of folks, but we're having the same conversation over and over, but I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, we've heard from Chief Dyer and Assistant District Attorney Blake Gunderson. I wanted to ask our District Attorney Lisa Smikamp if she could come up. I'd like to hear from her. I mean, obviously, her thoughts are very important regarding this issue, as are all of our law enforcement personnel.
Well, good afternoon. I was a little late to the party here today because of the late notice that I got about the hearing today, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I, too, have had many interactions, as Chief Dyer does, over the last 20 years as a person in law enforcement with people who use marijuana. And I think there's two arguments going on here today. There's one for medicinal, which for me is a completely different issue. I don't have any problems with legitimate medicinal marijuana. I think it's effective for people. I pride myself on the fact that I assigned myself to be the Deputy District Attorney in the Veterans Court, and we serve justice-involved veterans every day in that court. We're seeing some of these young boys come back that have real issues, and by interacting with them, I too have learned, much like Chief Dyer has over the years, that there is a legitimate need for this in many areas of life, whether it's cancer patients, veterans. There's definitely a need for it. But I think, and I listen too to what everyone says, and there's people here obviously that have spoken today, and I've been here before in this chamber. And I think that the people who are speaking here are also a separate and distinct group of people than some of the people that we interact with. And when I say we, I say everybody who wears a badge, everybody who is in law enforcement, public defenders, probation officers, judges included in the justice system. These people out here have legitimate reasons. They are informed people. They are educated people, especially with the use of marijuana. They know a lot, and they know a lot more probably than I do about the need for it in their personal lives. And my heart is sympathetic to them. I don't think that they're bad people. I don't want to come up here and bang the pulpit and say these people don't have any right to their opinion, because they do, and their reasons might be legitimate. But what everyone in this room isn't paying attention to is the victims of crime that are associated with marijuana. And I get so sick and tired as a prosecutor and a person who was born and raised in this city, and mostly as a mother who is about to have a child go out and get a driver's license in the next few years. It infuriates me that nobody pays attention to those victims. Nobody pays attention to the mom whose child is standing on a street corner or in a parking lot, just like I did as a kid, whether it be a 7-Eleven or a McDonald's or a burger place, and their kid is shot by accident because of a dope rip, because somebody wanted to sell marijuana. So anybody in this room who says that marijuana is a benign drug and it doesn't cause people to die is fooling themselves. Now, a lot of people in this room will try to use that as a part of their argument. I'd like to have some of these people work as prosecutors in my office because they argue very well. The argument is, well, then let's legalize it because then you won't have that. But anyone in this room who feels or thinks that the black market is going to go away is wrong. It's just wrong. You can see from the other states and the other cities. So the thing that we have here in Fresno is that we are a big city, but we can still have small town values. And Prop 64 allows for people to grow marijuana. So anyone in this room that needs it or wants it can grow it. They can possess it. And anyone who has the argument that marijuana needs to be decriminalized, I will tell you it's been decriminalized since Schwarzenegger in 2010 because the Attorney General's office puts out stats. In 2010, 54,800 people were cited for possession of marijuana in 2010. 6,411 were cited in 2014. So you can see it's already been decriminalized. Prop 64 has already decriminalized the possession. So the people who are here that want to possess it for their use are not the only people that need to be heard. Because there are people out there, and I have a little charm that I wear a lot of the times. It's a little angel, and it was given to me by prosecutors that I have supervised over the years. And it says, thank you for being a voice for unheard victims. So today, I can't add to anything that Blake Gunderson said, because he's the guru on a lot of things in our office. And I can't add to what Chief Dyer said. And I can't speak for what these people, these really good people who are back here who have legitimate arguments about why they should have the ability to buy marijuana. But what I can speak for is the victims of murders, because we have no less than 5 or 6 murders in our department right now today that are the result of dope rips. And there are families who are crushed by this. And a lot of times, they're just stupid kids who are selling dope because it's accepted in their community. It's accepted in our society. What is it going to say to all of your children that the city of Fresno is giving this opportunity, right? Because some people say this is just the stepping stone into the dispensaries that will come. And some people say, okay, well, it's not really that. It's not really about dispensaries. It's just a little opportunity and well, it's a bridge to that. Let's just be real. So what are we saying when we vote yes to our children? That when you get to be 21, it's okay to smoke marijuana. That's what you're saying, because it's legal and you can do it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You can say that. But we also have a responsibility to the unspoken victims, because it is definitely a criminal enterprise, and it will continue to be a criminal enterprise whether or not you give the city and you give the opportunity to people to sell it in the city. So if you will just take this, and I'm just going to take another minute, if you look at Prop 64, which is another thing no one wants to talk about in here today, the state has already said it's legal to possess, and that's really what we're talking about here. Today, and a lot of the people want to be able to do, and they want to be able to buy it, and that's understandable for medicinal reasons. But when you open it up to the recreational users, you look at the money that Prop 64, and it's in the code. What does it say? The money, the tax money, because it's going to be expensive. The city's going to tax, the county can tax, and the state can tax. So by the time people start paying for this, it's almost going to be cost prohibitive. But that's a second issue. If you look at what 64 says, the money is going to be used, the tax money, to enforce regulations for universities to research on health and safety, for the California Highway Patrol to enforce driving under the influence. Money is going to go to locals for job placement, mental health treatment, and drug abuse treatment. Mm-hmm. Also, legal services for low-income communities, because people are going to get in trouble, not for possessing marijuana, but for being involved in drug trade, which all the time goes along with theft, robberies, and guns. They're also going to put money toward youth programs and prevention and treatment programs, and programs to prevent and reduce environmental damage. So I think that when people make the argument that this is going to increase your revenue, you better take a long look, because you might be voting for something that you don't understand you're voting for. Because by looking at these issues that are already outlined by the state, that are indicating where the revenue is going to go from 64, you're also creating problems. You're creating situations where you're going to need more resources for treatment, for law enforcement, for all those things, because the black market is not going to go away. And if you think that recreational marijuana dispensaries aren't going to need the Fresno Police Department and the Fresno County DA's office to prosecute the people that are going to come in with guns to steal their dope and their money, you're fooling yourselves. Because the same way they run in to get the guns, they're going to run in to get the dope and the cash. So that's all I ask you to think about, is the people who aren't here. Thank you.
Lisa? Yeah, I appreciate your presentation because I agree with much of it. There's the arguments that, and there are two issues we're talking about. We're talking about recreational and we're talking about medicinal. And I share the same feeling about the medicinal. I haven't heard anybody say I'm against people getting medicinal marijuana who truly need it. I haven't heard anybody say it. I'm not going to say it. I have the same examples of people who are truly ill, who have benefited anecdotally from medicinal marijuana. But I have a problem with what's being done here today because this isn't just about medicinal. It's the cover for what I think is really the effort here. And I'm going to talk about that. But you alluded to a couple of things about it being cost prohibitive because of all the tax. That, people talk about the hundreds of millions of dollars that are being raised in other communities, and no one denies that there's revenue. But you alluded to the fact there are consequences and there are costs to doing this, cost to treatment, cost to law enforcement, cost to traffic enforcement. Have they figured out yet how to determine if somebody's under the influence if they're smoking marijuana and driving on a highway and in a fatality? Because Prop 64 was supposed to be researching that and coming up with some kind of plan of how that was going to be determined. We know with alcohol it's 0.08. Do you know if any of that's been done yet?
Right now at this point, it's very difficult to biologically, if you will, through expert witnesses or either blood tests or any other type of test that you could do, your analysis to determine whether or not somebody is under the influence of marijuana. Now, there are obviously objective signs that can be taken into account, but the actual biology of it through a blood test is very difficult because of the way that the body processes marijuana and how long it stays in the system. It's very difficult to tell when it was ingested, how long it's been there, and the levels in the blood are dependent on the THC level of the marijuana that is ingested. So it is nearly impossible in a court of law to have an expert witness come in and testify as we do in alcohol-related drunk driving cases.
Okay, so it's still an issue at this point. And Councilman Olivier, who, by the way, he has been an advocate, a strong advocate. I respect the fact that he's been 100% consistent, as is Councilmember Baines and Councilmember Soria. This is their position, and they've supported this. And we just differ. But Councilmember Olivier said this is going to make a dent in criminal gangs. Chief Dyer said
absolutely not.
Okay. Can you? I mean,
it's going to empower them.
How's it going to empower them? Because I've heard this stated on the radio. This is going to wipe. It's going to be a panacea.
I've never stated that this is going to wipe out or eliminate criminal gangs.
No, you said this is going to make a dent in criminal gangs. You said that today.
There's a huge difference between a car wreck and a dent.
Well, let's hear.
And so there are studies that show that it does make a dent in the black market. And obviously, I'm going to defer to our district attorney to hear.
Well, let's hear. You have said that this is going to make a significant difference with criminal gangs. You want to talk about the degree? We can talk about the degree. But you've said it, and I want to hear from the real expert who deals with law enforcement every day.
Well, I think that in this situation, we don't have any stats here in California, obviously, because we haven't implemented it. It's not January 1st yet. But from the information that I have received from other district attorneys and other law enforcement personnel in states that have legalized marijuana, they have seen an increase in their black market, not a decrease. And the reason for that is because when it becomes socially acceptable in a community, so if you visited any places, I took a trip to Denver just for this purpose because I wanted to see what does a city look like when medicinal marijuana has dispensaries next to every Subway, next to every 7-Eleven. And I'll tell you it smells different, and I'll tell you it looks different because people are affected by, their physical appearance is affected by marijuana. Everyone who's ever used it knows that. So what happens is when it becomes more socially...
Excuse me, she's talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Member Bredefeld, I'm chairing this meeting.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
When it becomes more socially acceptable, the market opens up. And so, therefore, it becomes more socially acceptable, it becomes easier to distribute, it becomes easier to sell, and more people will use it, is what I have heard from other people in other jurisdictions who've had this happen.
Okay, so the black market will not go away. It doesn't go away. That's been the talk that, we're going to legalize this, sanction it. The black market goes away. You've talked about all the increases in the taxes. And so that doesn't go away. Chief Dyer said the demand for marijuana typically goes up when this is legal. Do you have any opinion on that as well?
Again, it's the same thing. My opinion is that the same thing that's happened in other jurisdictions will most likely happen here. And that is, yes, the demand is going to go up when the social acceptability and the social stigma, because despite the fact that there are many people here in this room today who have no social stigma with the consumption of marijuana, there is a certain sector of our population who still feels that way. And there are people who simply don't smoke it because it's illegal and who will now smoke it. And maybe they're thrilled to say, hey, let's go back to that time when I was that age and I'm a businessman now and I don't want to do anything illegal, so now I am going to smoke it. And that's great. But when the social acceptability becomes more prevalent in any given community, you're going to have more of a market for it. And I will tell you, Fresno has one of the highest concentrations of poverty in the nation, not in the state, but in the nation. And if you think the average pot smoker, marijuana smoker, whatever you want to call him, is going to go pay 3 times as much from a recreational dispensary rather than their dealer, I think that's foolish. So what the recreational dispensaries are going to do is just open up a new marketplace.
Okay, so when the statement was made, and then I'm going to move on, that by doing this and moving forward this protects the health and safety of our citizens, because that was what was said. You disagree with that completely. This doesn't protect our citizens anymore, doesn't create a healthy environment for our citizens. You would agree with that?
I think it makes it easier for people who need it medicinally, and I don't have a problem for that on the medicinal end. But do I think that a recreational dispensary is going to increase the health and safety of the general citizen of Fresno? Absolutely not.
Thank you. So my problem with this today, this resolution is an initiation of a text amendment to allow marijuana operations, cultivation, manufacture, extraction, testing, distribution, delivery, and medical dispensaries. This isn't just about medical dispensaries. If this was just about medical dispensaries, I could potentially support this today. But this is not. This is about the city of Fresno potentially getting into the business of marijuana cultivation, manufacturing, extraction, distribution, delivery. That's what's being initiated today. And those who are wanting to pass this are saying this is about medicinal dispensaries. But it's not. I sat with the mayor in January or February in his office back there, ready to ban recreational dispensaries. The mayor said, no, we need 6 months or more, which I granted, to meet with the county, to meet with Clovis, to meet with all the other cities so we could get the recreational dispensary ban right. I was ready to do it then. We waited the 6 or 7 months, and in September, we banned it with 4 council members up here. And that took 6 months. All of a sudden now, without any consultation with the county, with Clovis, with our district attorney, with our police chief, with our sheriff, we have on the agenda a text amendment to allow marijuana operations, business operations that may or may not have something to do with medicinal dispensaries. That's what this is about. That's my problem with this today. If this had come back to say, let's initiate creating 2 medicinal dispensaries and where we're going to locate, that's a conversation I want to have for people who truly need medicinal marijuana. But that's not what this is about. And there has been talk about selling city-owned land, recognizing that there's a huge profit selling to these businesses. And there's been talk about selling that land to 5 or 6 times the amount of money because it can be made that. This is about dollar signs. This is about making money. And people are thinking there's a lot of money to be made, and that's what this is about. And my problem is I want to help those who truly need the help. I want to provide them an opportunity to get the medicine that they might need. Our city police chief has said he has no problem with it. Our district attorney has said it. I've heard council members who have opposed it, and I have no problem with it. But I have a problem with this, and I have a problem with the deception about what this is really about. Now, I'm not saying that the people up here are trying to deceive, because I know that Councilmember Baines, who's going to talk, is very interested in the medicinal dispensary, wants to make that happen. He thinks this is the right course to go. But I think this is really about something else. And I'm very troubled that the mayor never came and talked to me about this. It's just up here. I've heard a lot of the rationale for why we're moving forward with this, but I think, frankly, it's a lot of double talk. The real issue is the city of Fresno, and I think the mayor wants to get in the operation business of selling marijuana and distributing and delivering it because it's right here. I didn't interrupt you. Okay, this is about operations, cultivation, manufacture, extraction, testing, distribution, delivery. This is about the city of Fresno getting in the business of marijuana. If this comes back, and I have no doubt it'll pass, and it's truly limited to medicinal dispensaries, I'm willing to support that. But I don't think that's what this is really about. And I'm not going to support that because that is moving our city in the wrong direction. It's been outlined by our law enforcement, and we ought to listen to our law enforcement. They're the ones out there dealing with this problem all the time. They're the ones dealing with the black market. They're the ones dealing with the gangs. So I won't be supporting this, and I think this is nothing more than deception. I agree with Councilmember Brandow. Last day, it's on the agenda. And again, I don't blame some of the council members bringing it forward because I know they're very sincere in what they're trying to do. But I think this dialogue should have been going on with all the council members. It should have involved our county, as it did when we did recreational dispensaries. And this is really about making money. This is really about the city of Fresno getting in the business operations of marijuana distribution, cultivation, delivery services. It says it right here. It's right here. So we can call it medicinal, but it says something else. So I'm not going to support this today. I'm sure this will pass. It'll come back in 2 or 3 months, and we will see really where the rubber meets the road at that time.
District Attorney Smith-Camp, sorry, I know you want to sit down. I just had a brief, just a question,
Sure.
Kind of a nuts and bolts type of question, because I'm curious, and I think it'd be a good opportunity to hear. So people who rent, and looking for clarification too, Chief Dyer, if you kind of understand, or City Attorney, since we have everyone in the room, people who rent, obviously we're going to start to see rental agreements changing in terms of, so it'll say you can have one dog or no pets, and then it's going to mention cannabis. Because of the way Prop 64 went, it's going to be a different situation in our state. So people who rent, that it says they can't grow at home. If a ban were to stay in place like this, how would people who rent, if they can't grow at home, get their medicine? Would be my question.
I think that if you need if you have the need to smoke or use cannabis or grow it at home and the apartment complex doesn't allow you, then you find a different place to live. There's hundreds of apartment complexes. Well, I mean,
No.
there is. There's hundreds of apartment complexes. And if that's your priority and that's your need, then and there's plenty of, places to go.
We have tens of thousands of apartments.
Well, what I'm saying is you're saying if somebody's going to go rent an apartment. Now, if you're in an apartment situation and, you have a housing situation and then they grandfather it in, I don't even know that that's legal. You're saying if you're going to rent a place and they don't allow cannabis, then go somewhere else.
Okay.
So if you're in a place and then they grandfather it in, then I think you have a legal issue there. I don't even know that would be legal. That would be a question for somebody with a different skill set than I.
Thank you. And you can go. We really
Thank
appreciate
you.
you being here this afternoon. Thank you very much. Member Baines. No, I don't want to do that.
Thanks, Council President. And frankly, I'm going to make much shorter comments than I was because I feel like the council on the right side of this issue. Other than to simply say, folks, I've heard a lot of alarmist talk today. Sadly, I've heard a misrepresentation of the entire issue from a lot of people that frankly should know better. But today we're here to simply initiate a process as responsible public policy makers on an activity that's legal in the state of California. I'm slightly, people seem to forget that the people of this state, the people of this city, already spoke about the legality of cannabis use, recreationally and medicinally. Regardless of our personal feelings about this matter, and I've stated publicly a number of times, I did not personally support Proposition 64. I voted against it. But the people of this state have made it clear. I'm stunned that there's so much opposition to us as policymakers behind trying to ensure that we're thoughtful about how to bring forth something that's legal. It's legal, folks. We can pretend like it's not, but it is. I reject the notion that we are trying to sneak something in on you today. I'm saddened by that assertion by my colleagues. I think they know us well enough to know that that's not the case. I also think that they know us well enough to know that this is not in any way the final time we're going to debate or discuss this issue. This is simply an initiation, and I know that they understand the process, but it's been mischaracterized today. So this is simply an initiation. We are in no way in front of the consultant that we are hiring. As a matter of fact, just to be very clear, we can't even discuss this until we take this action with a consultant. There is no policy and there's no recommendation that a consultant can bring back to us today unless we take this action. So actually, we're precisely in line with what we need to be doing in the sequence in which we should be doing this. And I think my colleagues know that as well. I've heard a lot about the black market today and a lot of predictions. I even had somebody get up here and tell me that, who claims to be an expert, I don't know if he's still in the room, claim to be an expert and tell us that really marijuana is not a big deal with the criminal enterprise, that really is human trafficking. Yet I'm hearing on the other hand that the black market's a huge deal. I'm not sure which to believe. Is it a big deal or is it not a big deal? Should we not focus on it at all in the criminal enterprise world, or should we just focus on human trafficking? You know, again, this issue has been unfairly mischaracterized. Medicinal use, which is really what we're talking about here today. The other supporting activities that are included in this text amendment are all necessary for medicinal use. So we're pretending as though the dispensary is the only thing that is medicinal. Every activity, whether it's cultivation, is medicinal. The distribution to the dispensary has to happen some kind of way. I don't know how we as lawmakers think that we can have a dispensary in Fresno and not allow traffic to go there to drop off product for the patients. Do we not think that people in Fresno should be allowed to cultivate this for the patients? Because people seem to have a problem with cultivation. So what you read on here, what you're reading on here is simply this is how you support the patient, the medicinal patient. So there will be a time where I think that I'm going to make some much stronger comments on this and really refute much of the mischaracterization and fear-mongering and alarmist discussion that I've heard here today. Trust me, I will. So for those of you that want to severely mischaracterize this, there's going to be a day where we get the final say up here, and you better have your facts straight. You better have your facts straight, because I'm going to have mine straight. So I just want to end this discussion today by applauding my colleagues that I think are going to support this. I believe we're doing the right thing. We're being responsible and responding to the needs of our citizens and responding to illegal activity in the state of California to produce a policy. We would be completely derelict of our duty if we did not examine this and put forth a policy for our residents. And I, for one, do not want to be derelict of my duty to you all. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Baines. We have two left. Councilmember Brandow, you're first, and then Member Capriolio, you get the last word.
When Oliver, did that make you mad or just upset or sad?
No, I'm definitely not sad. I'm disappointed.
Okay. Well, then I'll tell you what. I really wasn't trying to have that effect on you. So I will say this, that quite possibly you guys have been working on this a long time and you wanted to bring it forward today. Okay. And so I'll resend those statements about bringing something under the wire. I truly will. Okay. Because Oliver Baines mentioned it, not because you mentioned it, Clint. Okay. Then here's the one thing that I think that I can do. And then, I really heard about, you just made a case about the process for transportation, cultivation, and the medicinal product, right? So I'm going to make a motion to restrict this business licensing and zoning to medicinal purposes only. That's going to be my motion.
I will second that.
Councilman Brandow, can I ask for clarification on that? Because the text amendment as written today, and I could be inclined to support that because I think finally we can probably have an adult conversation about it if we do this. I'm assuming that you mean adopt the text amendment, but all of those supporting activities are for medicinal purposes only.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
The licensing and the
Well,
zoning.
we're not even to the licensing yet because we don't have any licensing, but what I'm okay with is moving the text amendment through and allowing all of the supporting activities for medicinal purposes to be just that. I have no problem with that. Okay. I have no problem with that.
And I'll second that.
City Attorney, can you explain what's going on?
So to be clear, is the motion to approve the resolution but confine all of the stated uses to medical marijuana only? Is that the motion?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And this is a motion we have to vote on before my motion to adopt this text amendment.
I think this is the first motion.
Okay, so no, I made a motion and there was a second. No one ever made a motion?
Nobody made a motion.
We're not showing another motion.
Okay. Okay, so this is now the motion that's on the floor right now. I would like to take about a 5-minute break to meet with my co-sponsors on this item. So 5-minute break. Be back at 3:55. Member Bradefeld, you're punched up. Are you done, or do you wish to speak
I
again?
wish to speak.
Okay.
Council President, I have a problem with, frankly, what just happened. We were having a public debate, and the motion was made. I made a second. Councilmember Baines alluded to, wanted to support it, and you simply stopped the meeting, went into a back room to figure out what I don't know. But the business is supposed to happen here. It was happening here. I didn't even get a chance to raise a point of order. And so now I don't know what happened back there, but it should have happened out here. And so I object to the way things just went.
I'm happy to inform you that under the Brown Act, the 3 people who are co-sponsors of the item are able to convert, are able to discuss items as long as we only keep it to 3 people.
I'm not raising a Brown
City
Act
Attorney,
violation.
I don't want to argue with Member Bredefeld. Can you explain the law to him, please?
The law on
The law on the Brown Act.
The Brown Act requires that if at least a majority of the council is discussing something, that has to be in public. If it's less than a majority, including any potential serial meeting, that can be in private.
Are you clear?
Now, procedurally,
I was clear before. The bottom line is we're having a public debate on an issue. You didn't like the way it was going. You called a halt to the meeting and had your discussions in private rather than having it out here where it belonged. Now, I don't know if I need to explain the appropriateness of what you did, but it was completely inappropriate. And if you wanted to have that discussion, rather than immediately calling a halt and walking out of here, we should have had that discussion.
I think he just said it was okay that I did that.
I don't know that he said that. Doug, did you say that it was okay that he stopped the meeting and stormed out of here with other council members to work out whatever he wanted to in a back room? Did you say that was okay?
I was addressing the Brown Act issue, the issue of the council proceedings. The council president is in charge of the meeting, subject to a point of order and a majority vote of the council otherwise.
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you. Member Soria, you are punched up? Okay. Member Baines and Member Capriolio and myself have worked really, really hard on this item. It's something that we've spent a lot of time on, a lot of discussion. Amongst the 3 of us, there's been a lot of argument and passion, even to get the 3 of us together, you can imagine. And so I appreciate what my council colleagues have done to come together, and that's why the 3 of us have decided, as co-sponsors of what we're voting on today, we've decided that we're not going to support the motion. We have decided that we'll vote the motion down. We appreciate the thoughtfulness. We appreciate the care with which you brought it. We appreciate your willingness to pour your heart out and participate even more than you're participating now in the process, and we do appreciate that. However, we urge a no vote on the motion, and then I will come back and make a motion that we adopt the text amendment as it was presented to the council today. So I appreciate your motion. But I can't support it. I'm urging my colleagues not to support it. It's a text amendment. We're going to put city staff together with a professional consultant, and we're going to arrive at something. And then it's going to come back out here, and we can discuss it again. Maybe Member Chavez, who's voiced his opinions on many occasions, maybe he doesn't vote for it. Maybe Member Capriolio says that he wants to craft it differently. Maybe Member Brandow comes up in 120 days and says, okay, this is what I want it to look like. So we have to take this first step to continue this discussion and involve everyone on this dais, and including you, Member Bradefeld. Your voice it matters to me. We're on opposite sides, but you know it matters to me.
Absolutely.
And so with that, I see people punching up again. Member Brandow?
I was still up.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So you made a decision back there. That's fine. It belonged out here for all of us to have that discussion and to dialogue. You still might have ended up the same place, but it should have happened out here. And I think that's very important. It should have happened out here. That's where it was taking place. And you didn't like what was happening, you just called an end to the meeting and walked in the back. That's all.
You're wrong about everything you just said.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I think the public would disagree with you. I do. Not advocates for marijuana, but the public thinks the business ought to be done out in the public.
We're going to do business. We're going to do it right now.
I would like to clarify the motion, Steve, that Council President says he doesn't support.
You know, and I think I took that piece of paper to my office that contained my motion.
They wrote it down.
As I understand it, the motion is to approve the resolution of initiation, but limit all of the marijuana uses to medical marijuana.
Bingo.
Okay, and so I have seconded that, and that very clearly speaks to addressing medicinal dispensaries, that we want to make it a medicinal dispensary issue. When they don't support it, it is something else that they want to do. That's what I've been saying all along. And so I I support this motion. If it fails, we'll see what happens, but I hope the majority of the council supports medicinal dispensaries, because that's what this motion is about.
And are you done?
Yes.
Am I up? You're up. Okay, furthermore, come on, Oliver. Oliver, you know it's the right thing to do, man. We're talking to these people about medicinal. You have helped, they have helped bring me all the way to where I would make that motion, okay? But now we're finding out that it really wasn't about medicinal after, and that was my sneaking suspicion that nobody wanted to address prior to me making that motion, right? And so if it's truly about medicinal, I'm going to ask you to support this. And if it's about recreational, Clint, or adult use, or what other synonym you have for that, then why weren't you clear about that ahead of time? Why isn't that? No. We've been framing this about medicinal, and I would like the city manager to weigh in on the position of the mayor on medicinal versus recreational. Yeah.
Okay, council member, thank you for that question. So I did speak with the mayor earlier today, and the administration supports the council's right to initiate this process, which we feel will be fully informed by the consultant in the council subcommittee, and at which time, once all of that is vetted, we will bring something back to council, who will ultimately vote on next steps.
Okay, well that's fine. For what happened this morning, is the mayor in his office now? Okay. Well, because the motion's changed, and clearly I'm not sure what the mayor supports or doesn't support. Right now, the conversation, all of the weight has been brought to bear. Is this about medicinal, or is it about recreational as well? Okay? And I'm saying this is the first time you in the audience have seen me come this far in 5 years to where I'm supporting those who have true medicinal use, right? Willing to spend staff time to investigate the proper direction the city of Fresno should go. And I'm calling on my colleagues to not be hypocritical at this time and to vote for this measure dealing with medicinal marijuana. But I'm sensing a lot of hypocrisy. It certainly is hypocrisy. So but here's the deal. That's the limit of what I'm going to say right there. I feel a little bit more than that, but that's the limit of what I'm going to say. But I've been put to a test today. I've been challenged by my colleagues, and so now I am simply saying you've brought me to this. I've apologized for statements that you think that I've made that have been, quote, over the top. But I really we're going to find out with this vote if it's about medicinal or recreational. So my motion stands.
Member Brandau? I'll support your motion. Okay. I think we all will.
Okay, thank you.
Member Capriolio?
I think I'm ready to vote.
Do you want to go? You can have the last word, Councilmember Baines.
Thanks, Council President. And I wanted to acknowledge the words of my dear friend and colleague, Councilmember Brandau. You made an argument that I would make, and you're right. So I'm going to support your motion.
Thank you, Oliver.
So, just for clarification, we're striking. It's just going to be medicinal across the board. It's this paper, but medicinal across the board. All right. Please cast your votes electronically.
All right. I followed you.
Wow. It's the only level of government that really works, folks. It's your city government, let me tell you. All right. That concludes the item. Thank you all for being here. Do you guys want to break before we do the Parks Master Plan? That's pretty emotionally.
Council.
Yeah, take a break. I have to go to the.
I've got to say to my colleagues that I've got to go to Pinedale right now, so I'm going to go take part in the Santa Village in Pinedale. So I'm already running late. I missed the car that was going to drive me around with Santa Claus at 4:00, but I've got to get out there.
Council President, do you want to, do you want to delay?
Things that we can work on. I think having additional time will give us those few weeks where we can work through some of the issues. And so I'm willing to meet with folks outside of, to be able to work through those things. So I'd make the motion to continue it.
So council, let me add, while the other previous item was important, I also understand that given the time and everything else, that there's a desire to adjourn the meeting. I want to preface that when we do come back, we have spent a lot of time and we need, this is an important issue, and we need the full council to be fully engaged when we make this presentation, because as I've shared with you before, this is a different Parks Master Plan than what the council has dealt with. The last one was like 1989. WRT and staff have done a lot of work to address what is as I've shared before, it is not a can that can that's been kicked down the road. This is more like a 55-gallon drum. So in order to deal with this and to acknowledge the amount of work that has to occur after this plan is adopted, I understand why the council needs to convene, but I would encourage the council president to ensure that we have this heard at a time in which the full council can be engaged. I would ask you that respectfully and professionally.
President Soria?
Not yet, but I would accept that, condition that I do believe that it is important that all council members are here, because I think that this document, and I have all my little tabbies because I've read through it, really calls for a robust discussion and really an honest discussion about how this city is going to move forward to really put the dollars that it needs so that we do have a park system that works for everyone. And so I agree with you.
With our apology, sincere apology to folks who have driven here or waited here all day. If you give us one more chance and come back, and then we'll make sure that this is heard in a way that it deserves.
So do we need to take a vote?
Motion to adjourn?
Do we
adjourn?
To motion it to
Council
take-
President,
continue?
can we get a date and time certain so that
Yeah, I would be open to, what is, do you have the page? Council meeting? You had it.
As she looks up the date, I did want to mention one thing on the plan, page 228, District 4. It mentions potentially a community center in a new park. I'm never going to get a new park. So we need to change that to an old park, like an old Vinland Park. Thank you.
So just by looking at the calendar that was approved, we could bring it January 25th, and we can set the meeting to be in the afternoon. That way we set the timed item in the evening where the community can participate. So I'd be willing to do that. Is that okay? We can do it 4 o'clock. So would you be in agreement? I'd make a motion to continue the item to January 25th. We'll hear it at 4 o'clock. What we will do, rather than have an 8:30 meeting, we will push the meeting to be at 1:30 so that everyone is not here the entire day.
I'll second your motion. Okay, the screen is clear. Is there any, do we go out to the public? Okay, thank you. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to the motion? All right, seeing none, it passes 5-0-2. Thank you all. Thank you, council and staff. We'll make it worth your while. I mean that President Soria is already committed to catering the